Now, you might think that winning the lottery is the ultimate American dream. After all, how could waking up a multimillionaire not be the best thing that ever happened to you? But things are not always as easy as they seem. In fact, for many lottery winners, the jackpot becomes less of a dream and more of a ticking time bomb. Lotteries go way back to ancient China, to be precise. The Han Dynasty was funding public works, like the Great Wall, and they were funding it through Keno-style games. Over in Europe, lotteries were used to raise funds for everything from wars to churches. Fast forward to modern time, and you'll find government-sponsored games dangling life-changing fortunes in front of everyday folks. And the odds. Astronomical. But people play, hoping just maybe they'll beat the system. What most don't realize is that even winning can destroy you. There's Jack Whitaker, a West Virginian businessman who won a $315 million Powerball jackpot in 2002. Already wealthy, Whitaker pledged to give generously, and he did. But his life spiraled into a series of lawsuits, thefts, and tragedies. His car was repeatedly broken into, once with $500,000 in it, and his granddaughter, to whom he gave nearly unlimited spending power, died of an overdose just a few years later. After his life became a succession of tragedies, he would publicly remark, "I wish I'd torn that ticket up." Then there was Marie Holmes, a single mother from North Carolina, who won $188 million in 2015. Almost instantly, she was swept into a media frenzy. But it wasn't just headlines that she gained, it was courtroom drama as well. She spent millions of her winnings bailing out her boyfriend multiple times, and each time drawing more scrutiny and public scorn. Lawsuits followed, including one from her pastor, who claimed she reneged on a promised donation. And this isn't just about isolated tragedies. Studies show that lottery winners are more likely than the average person to declare bankruptcy within a few years. The sudden influx of wealth, combined with no roadmap of how to manage it, becomes a recipe for ruin. The wolves come out. Friends, family, con artists, they all want a piece. And while the winner might expect a fairy tale, what they often get is a horror story. And that is most certainly true in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be reviewing the case of Abraham Shakespeare, and how his life was ultimately destroyed after winning the $30 million jackpot. This case has been heavily requested, with over 100 people emailing us throughout our channel's run to cover this case, and it's clear to see why. As always, if there's a case you're interested in seeing us cover, or a story you would like to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm constantly going through our email, responding to your requests, and adding them to the list of stories to research. Be warned though, our list is incredibly long, and it will take a while for your topic to come up. The initial email telling us about this case came in just 3 months into our YouTube channel, so it might take a while. But alas, we will do our best. So with all of that said, let us begin. Abraham Shakespeare led a life marked by hardship. Born in 1966 in Lakeland, Florida, Shakespeare dropped out of school after the 7th grade and struggled with literacy throughout his life. He worked a series of low-paying jobs, washing dishes, unloading trucks, and collecting garbage, usually earning around $8 an hour. At the time, he had no driver's license or credit card. Despite his hardships, those who knew Shakespeare described him as generous and kind-hearted. He was known to help others in his community, often giving away money to those in need. However, his life took a dramatic turn in November 15, 2006, when he won the $30 million Florida lottery jackpot. Abraham and his co-worker, Michael Ford, were on their way to a job when they stopped at a convenience store to pick up snacks for the road. Shakespeare would give Ford $2, asking him to pick up 2 lottery tickets, only to later find that one of them had been the winning ticket. Having worked extremely hard, arduous jobs in the past, the sudden influx of money felt like a godsend. He had spent his life just trying to get by, and now he could do whatever he wanted. He could settle down, live a quiet life with his family, where he would never have to work again unless he wanted to. He had enough money to live his life without a care in the world, so long as he didn't go overboard. But unfortunately, money only brought more issues into his life. Given that Abraham only had a 7th grade education and worked low-paying jobs, he hadn't been taught about money. He had never seen $1 million, let alone the multi-million-dollar jackpot that he had won, so friends would recall that he viewed money as a never-ending stream. It never occurred to him that he could spend all of it. Abraham wasn't able to bask in good fortune for long. Michael Ford personally felt slighted by Abraham's luck. Because he had been the one to go into the convenience store and buy the ticket, he felt as if he was owed some financial compensation. He approached Shakespeare and said as much, demanding that he be given no less than $1 million outright. Shakespeare refused, reminding Ford that he had given him the money to pay for the tickets, but Ford made good on his promise. He filed a lawsuit against the 40-year-old, saying that the tickets were his, and Shakespeare had stolen them out of his wallet. The case would eventually go to court, where a jury promptly decided that Ford was lying. Even though Abraham was ultimately victorious in court, he still racked up a considerable amount of court fees and felt slighted by his former friend. But Michael wasn't the only one with his eyes on Shakespeare's wallet. When it came to how Abraham spent his money on himself, he was more frugal than most. He moved out of his home and into a gated community, but otherwise chose not to indulge in lavish purchases. Instead, he spent the majority of his winnings taking care of the people around him. Shakespeare's sudden wealth brought a flood of people seeking financial assistance. People he had known his entire life came out of the woodwork, reminding him of bets they had made when they were children. Old classmates began to reach out, asking how he was doing in order to tell him how they had fallen on hard times financially, before asking for a few $100,000 in order to get back on their feet. And Shakespeare would help them. He felt like the universe had rewarded him with a bit of good luck, and it was in his best interest to pay that forward. He almost never said no to others, and would end up paying off mortgages for friends and strangers alike, giving his stepfather $1 million and setting up a trust fund for his son. He would pay off his friends' debts, pay their mortgages, and had a genuinely difficult time telling the people closest to him no. Whenever he did pluck up the courage to put his foot down, he was always shattered by the response. Even if it was well within his rights, he felt like he was letting people down, and over time, he would begin to view winning the lottery as being a curse. Abraham realized that the majority of the people around him only cared about his money. They never seemed to listen to him, or be genuinely interested in his wants or aspirations. It was like they were always sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting until it was their chance to talk and ask him for more of his money. And things would only get worse when Shakespeare met Doris D.D. Moore. 2 years after winning the lottery, Dee would approach Abraham on a warm summer's day. She was well aware of who he was, looking into his life prior to engaging with him, and hoped that she could at least gain his trust and favor. Moore approached Shakespeare under the pretense of writing a book about his life, a proposition that appealed to the illiterate man. Their initial meetings were cordial, with Moore presenting herself as a savvy businesswoman, eager to help Shakespeare manage his finances. Unlike so many of Abraham's other friends and acquaintances, Dee was content to lay in wait. She didn't ask for money from the lottery winner immediately, and allowed him to vent his frustration with her often. She would reciprocate his frustrations, telling him that as a successful entrepreneur herself, she knew how money, and a lot of it, could change how people treated you. She regaled him with stories about how she had also lost friendships with family members and friends over finances, and over time, the 42-year-old began to trust her over people he had known his entire life. The only issue was that every story she told Abraham was an outright lie. The following is a clip that was released via Crime Watch Daily, which was supposedly of an interview Dee did with Abraham for her book. Doris was the type of person who was incredibly ambitious to a fault, and had no problem going after her goals by any means necessary. Her main goal was to get money as quickly as possible, without expending much effort. She had no issue lying, even about the more grotesque taboo things, in order to sell her falsehoods, and used most people's empathy as a weapon against them. To her, most people were pawns, meant to be used and thrown away. In 2001, Moore orchestrated an elaborate scheme to defraud her insurance company. She falsely reported that she had been kidnapped and raped, aiming to claim compensation for her supposedly stolen SUV. This incident resulted in a conviction for insurance fraud, revealing her willingness to manipulate and fabricate stories for personal gain. Despite this conviction, Moore continued to present herself as a credible entrepreneur, masking her criminal past behind a veneer of professionalism. Moore's financial ventures were always fraught with difficulties, since she rarely obtained money through legal means. There was always some scheme to it, or she needed to double the money or make things needlessly difficult. She faced multiple bankruptcies, and her businesses often teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet she maintained a lifestyle that suggested affluence, a contradiction that raised eyebrows among those who knew her. This pattern of living beyond her means, coupled with her history of deceit, painted a picture of a woman driven by greed and a desire for social status. Her manipulative tendencies extended beyond financial matters. Moore was known to fabricate stories and shift blame onto others when confronted with her misdeeds. Whenever she was confronted on something she had done, she would find ways to turn it around on the person, confusing them, then making them feel bad for questioning her. She could steal money from someone, be confronted with direct evidence showing she stole from them without a doubt, but in the span of 15 minutes, she could turn the situation around, and they would usually be the one apologizing to her. Dee would victimize herself in the situation, talk about how cruel they were when they approached her, then denied responsibility for the theft, then accused the other person of setting her up. Her firm denial mixed with how emotional she would get would usually throw the other person off kilter. They would begin to question their own evidence, and at the very least, feel badly for not letting her steal from them. She would run amok through any group of people who welcomed her in, conning and stealing from people with almost nothing to their name, then running away whenever someone attempted to hold her responsible. Dee Dee was willing to throw anyone under the bus and put the most heinous lies forward, as long as it meant that she didn't have to actually be held accountable for her own actions. By January of 2009, Moore had established a company, Abraham Shakespeare LLC, giving herself control over his remaining assets. She withdrew $1 million from the company's account, purchasing multiple luxury vehicles and going on lavish vacations, all the while claiming the funds were gifts from Shakespeare. She convinced Abraham that it was in his best interest to put all of his properties and assets in her name, either to avoid paying taxes or to avoid paying child support. Seemingly overnight, Dee Dee became an integral part of Abraham's life. She was talking to his friends and family, spending all her free time with him, and had even begun collecting on the debts that people owed him. However, as time went on, people began to realize that they hadn't seen Abraham since early April 2008. When friends and family noticed his sudden absence, they came to Dee Dee. She informed them that he had gotten sick of people just using him for cash and had decided to give himself a long vacation, but she assured them that she was in contact with him almost every day and that he was fine. Then, serendipitously, the concerned party would receive a text from Abraham, usually within a few days, saying that he was okay just on vacation and that they should stop bothering Dee Dee. To those who knew Abraham, these messages were strange because they were so formal. Shakespeare was illiterate and preferred calls to texts. Meanwhile, the messages had no spelling errors or any issues of any kind. He was using multisyllabic words that he never used in person, and they just didn't line up with the person that they knew. However, they wanted to believe that their friend was okay. They assured themselves that if they just waited a little bit longer, he would walk right through their door, showing them that everything was fine. But he didn't. Once again, Dee Dee was there with more answers. She would tell anyone who asked that he had gone from Texas to Jamaica to Puerto Rico, that he had gotten sick overseas, that he had been injured in an earthquake, and more. But she assured everyone that she was talking to him all the time, and he would be back soon. Every time someone asked for proof of life or to see Abraham, Dee Dee would provide something just short of what was being asked. On one occasion, his mother received a card that held a cross and $100 cash in it. The card itself did not have a message inside of it, but the signature resembled that of Shakespeare's. Unfortunately for Doris, the text messages, letters, and the promise of his return were no longer enough, and after 7 months of not seeing Abraham, he was finally reported missing. Before we go any further, we need to go over what happened to Abraham Shakespeare April 6, 2009. Because Dee Dee has never actually confessed to killing Abraham properly, we don't know specifics of what actually happened, but the following is what most who have researched the case believe based on the evidence we do have. Dee Dee had spent the majority of Abraham's money on herself, buying luxury items and generally being wasteful. She convinced him that she was investing it in various businesses, but eventually he asked for some of it back. Because she had already spent the majority of it, she began to panic. He was going to find out that she had siphoned his entire fortune, and so he had nothing left to live on, and because of this, she figured that would be the end of their partnership. It could also mean another stint in prison, should he be able to prove fraud. The last time the police could verify that Abraham Shakespeare had used his cell phone was April 6, 2009, and that is believed to be the day that Dee Dee killed him, although we can't be positive if that was the same day that Abraham confronted her. Moore would shoot Shakespeare twice, once in the head and once in the chest, with a .38 caliber pistol. She would then ask her ex-husband to come over to her home to, quote, dig out a burn pit in the backyard. Unbeknownst to him, he had dug Abraham's grave. Once the hole was dug and her husband was out of the picture, Dee Dee either hired a contractor or asked her ex-husband to come over in the middle of the night to pour concrete into the hole. She told the contractor that she wanted the space to park her boat, and reportedly, he didn't find her behavior suspicious at all at the time. She had spent the past half a year in contact with Abraham's friends and family, needling them for money that she claimed they owed the deceased, all the while reporting that he was alive and well, but just avoiding them. When they got too nosy about his whereabouts, she would send them messages, as Abraham, telling them to back off. She used shame as a weapon against all those who asked about Abraham, repeating that he had left because he was sick of the way he was being treated. She scolded those who cared about his well-being, both as herself and as Abraham, telling them that they just wanted to use him for his money, and he had gotten out of Dodge specifically because of them. This counterattack was extremely effective, because most of the people she spoke to had asked, at one point, for money from the man. Because the words held some weight, they pulled back. When they realized the last time anyone saw him was over a half a year prior, they realized something really had to be wrong. which was the beginning of Dee Dee's demise. The police investigation into Abraham's disappearance rattled Dee Dee, and she was determined to get them off of her back. Her first police interview would take place just 3 days after the police began their investigation, as she was not the only person to see him alive, but was also the only point of contact he supposedly had with his family. By that time, the police had also found most of the fortune and possessions had been put in her name, and that she was living in his home. Summaries of this interview were made public on the website acandyrose.com. However, we were not able to find any recording of this interview anywhere. We have attempted to contact the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for the full recording, but we have not heard back yet. Should we get access to the footage, we will supplement this coverage with another video. Doris told the detectives that Abraham had left the area for various, frankly, ludicrous reasons. At first, she simply repeated that he was tired of people taking his money and wanted to leave for his own peace of mind. Yet, as the interview continued, Dee Dee began to embellish the story. She told them that he had been caught on tape sleeping with a 14-year-old and faked his death in order to avoid going to prison. She then claimed he left the area because he was ashamed that he had contracted AIDS, and he didn't want anyone outside of her to know. Dee Dee felt as if she had done a good job. The only issue was that the detectives were insistent that they needed to speak to him and would continue the investigation until they saw him face to face. So she reached out to his former employer. She knew that she couldn't get Abraham to appear in person, so she figured the next best thing was to make people think that he had. Gregory Smith had given Abraham a job cleaning up his barbershop prior to him winning the lottery, and Abraham had given his family over $60,000 to get them out of debt before going missing. Gregory viewed the missing man as a good friend, someone who he could rely on, but figured that Dee Dee was right. Shakespeare had said he was sick of people asking for money, that he wanted a break, and that he'd be back soon. In Greg's mind, he thought his buddy was out spending his fortune, laying on a beach on a tropical island somewhere, and then he would come running home when the money ran out. Nearly a month after the police investigation started, Dee Dee would contact Gregory in a panic. She told the barber that she didn't know what to do, as Abraham refused to come back when she told him what was happening, and she was beginning to feel as if the police were trying to pin his disappearance on her. Greg comforted the woman, telling her that everything was going to be okay once Shakespeare returned, and that she ultimately just had to wait. But that's when Doris asked Gregory for a favor. Because Abraham was no longer returning her calls or messages, she then asked Gregory, eyes full of tears, if he would call Shakespeare's mother, pretending to be him. Gregory thought the request was strange, but ultimately agreed to do it after Doris told him that she would pay him $300. Dee Dee planned the call meticulously, making sure that it took place while she was out to eat with his mother. She picked a restaurant that was noisy, so that it would be harder to know if it was really Abraham on the line, and would preface the call by telling the worried mother that Abraham was fine, living his life, and didn't want to come back to speak to the cops. As if on cue, Gregory, pretending to be Abraham, would call, telling his mother the exact same thing. After hanging up, Dee Dee would then tell her to call off the police investigation. There was only one issue though, and that was the fact that the police already knew that Doris was likely behind the murder, and had been tailing her for some time, meaning that they saw Dee Dee pay Gregory $300 directly after the fake phone call, and immediately brought him in for an interview. As far as Gregory knew, his friend was still alive and everything was fine, but when the police laid their case out in front of him, he realized that he had no real reason to be loyal to Dee Dee. And the fact that the police told him that he could be considered an accessory after the fact, he quickly agreed to help their investigation. After the fake phone call, Moore seemed to trust Gregory, and would routinely talk to him about being worried about Shakespeare. She would continue to say he was alive, or that she had no reason to think he had died, but the more she spoke, the more her story changed. She would also get progressively more paranoid in their conversations, at one point directly accusing Smith of wearing a wire and demanding he take off his shirt to prove that he wasn't. He was, of course, wearing a wire at this time, but was able to safely maneuver out of that situation without issue. Later on, the police would place a wire in a Red Bull can in his car. That way it picked up everything being said, but wasn't directly on his person. Well, sneaky guys. As time went on, Dee Dee admitted that she hadn't been able to reach Abraham in a while, and floated the idea that he had either died or been killed to Gregory. She created a fictional man named Ronald, who she claimed was a drug dealer, who she either owed a debt to or wanted to take her money, because he was crazy and evil. She put forward that he might have done something to Abraham, because she wouldn't pay him, but she didn't know anything beyond that. Gregory pushed for some information on Ronald, asking for a last name or an address, but all she seemed to know was his name. When Gregory didn't immediately go to the police or show any sign of distress, she felt as if she could truly trust him a bit more. With every meeting, Dee Dee would feel more and more comfortable, and it wasn't long until they finally had the literal smoking gun. In January of 2010, Moore would meet up with Gregory again, this time hoping to get his help finding someone who would willingly admit to murdering Shakespeare. It seemed that in the time that had elapsed since their last conversation, she had confirmed that their mutual friend had perished, and came to the conclusion the only way to end the investigation into her part of the crime was to get someone else to admit to it. She hoped to find someone who wanted to go to prison, or who was already going to jail on a similar crime. That way they wouldn't care if another charge was being added. She told Gregory she was more than willing to pay for the service. She also mentioned that she might need to pay them over time, as she didn't have a lot of money at her disposal. By this time, all of Abraham's earnings were well and truly gone. Gregory once again told Doris that he would help her, but the moment she was out of his car, he went and spoke to the police. Without missing a beat, the investigation opted to put another officer, Mike Smith, undercover as the man who would state that he killed Abraham. Dee Dee was ecstatic. She felt as if she had dodged a bullet. However, Gregory had one stipulation. In order to make the confession appear real, the undercover officer would need to know where the body was hidden. He played on the woman's paranoia and said that it was the only way to make the conviction stick without the blame falling back on her, and she fell for it. She told Gregory where the body was hidden, on tape, and would go further to give him the gun used in the murder, at which point she was detained and the police obtained a warrant to dig up the property. Within a day, Abraham's body was found, and Dee Dee was done for. The original footage of this interview comes from the channel BlueDotCrime, and it will be linked in the description box down below. They were able to put in Freedom of Information requests for a multitude of crimes and release the footage publicly, which is a huge service. This has allowed channels like mine to review the footage without issue, and I highly encourage you to send them some support. We'll also be leaving a link to their Cash App, in case you're feeling particularly generous. So with all of that said, let us begin. The police had served a warrant to dig for Abraham's body days before. But the police were taking their time. They wanted to make sure they had all their ducks in a row, and there were plenty of other people coming forward with their own evidence against her. One of Abraham's other friends would come forward, showing them multiple recordings of Dee Dee blackmailing him, trying to convince him to lie to the police in order to validate her story. She offered him Abraham's home, money, and more, and implied that if he didn't follow her instructions, she would make the police think he was directly involved, as he owed Abraham over $700,000. But they would never get the opportunity to bring Dee Dee in, because a few days after Abraham's body was found, she would demand to speak to the police herself. She had spent the past few days in a state of panic and fear. The police had found Abraham on her property. What did they know? What did they think? Who had told them? Her mind was racing, and she was sure that if she left them to their own devices, they would pin the blame on her. And she could not let that happen. She arranged a meeting with them in the hopes of getting them to look the other way, to focus in on other people, and to excuse the frankly damning evidence. Like other narcissists that we've covered, Doris sincerely believed that all she needed was a few hours with a person to get them to agree with anything that she said, and she believed that she could convince the police that all the evidence against her was nonsense. But she was far from successful. To be clear, it would be unfair to expect a direct confession from this interview, and I don't believe that was either officer's goal. Doris is a gifted liar, one who had spent years perfecting the craft of never taking responsibility. What the investigators would most likely be aiming for is for her to reveal information only the murderer would know, and this would ruin her credibility in court. Let's see how they do.
I was trying to do that.
Thank you.
You don't ask me for you don't protect me, you won't do nothing. You don't care if I'm killed. You don't care. You don't think it's a big deal. You think I've done this. You think I took a gun and shot somebody.
Look at the bright side. If you can convince me, you can convince anybody.
But you think I took a gun and shot this man.
So this is where the interview begins, and it's extremely telling. First of all, we start on Dee Dee standing, crying, and accusing the detectives of not caring about her. More specifically, she says that they were not protecting her, and she could have been killed. This is likely her implying that Gregory or the undercover police officer are the real perpetrators, or at the very least, are dangerous, and that she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's an interesting yet predictable tactic that many people will use in order to quickly get someone on their side. The vast majority of people do not like crying in front of others. They don't like looking or being perceived as weak or vulnerable, so they do what they can to avoid that. However, upon being arrested in connection to the murder, Dee Dee immediately victimizes herself, trying to make the police see her as small, fragile, and in need of protection. Her over-the-top weeping and accusations are meant to put whoever is across from her on the defensive. If you were to see someone crying like that in front of you right now, and they were to accuse you of not caring, you would probably feel compelled to help them, maybe to prove that you're a morally good and virtuous person, and you would ease back on whatever it was that you did to make them upset. As we stated earlier in the video, whenever Doris would be confronted about something she has done, she would always find a way to flip it around on the other person. Within 15 minutes, the other person would be apologizing to her for accusing her of something they had direct evidence that she did, and they would have no idea how that happened. Thankfully, these detectives have a treasure trove of evidence against her, and are well equipped to handle someone like Miss Moore, so much so that one of the officers is actively laughing at her, which is probably not the best reaction if they were going to try and gain her trust, but they don't seem to be worried about that here. Moreover, Dee Dee goes further to try and shame the detective for even theorizing that she could have had anything to do with Abraham's disappearance. She sobs while saying it's terrible that the detective can even believe she's capable of murder, even though that is his job. Again, she's trying to make thinking negatively about her into a taboo thing for the other person, so he feels like he's in the wrong for thinking she could ever do anything wrong at all. But let's continue.
If you can convince
Hang
me,
on.
you can convince anyone. So
Now
calm
look.
down. I'm not yelling at you.
I haven't met you yet, okay, other than meeting you out in the parking lot, okay? So let's not get off to a bad start, okay? I think we got some things to talk about. Obviously, I've only been involved with the information entailing this whole thing for right at 5 days now, okay? I don't have 10 months of knowledge like Detective Wallace and Detective Clark, okay? When you're talking about two agencies involved with each other, we have unlimited resources. We can find out and accomplish anything we want to do as a collective agency together.
Pausing for a brief moment to note that Dee Dee takes 2 massive gulps of water from a bottle. This is significant, because based on how she was sobbing a few seconds before, those gulps probably should not have been possible. She was breathing hard, overwhelmed by emotion, and would likely be somewhat out of breath. If you've ever tried to calm down after crying, you've probably dealt with a short window of time where you would have to sit and catch your breath before you can do anything else. Trying to drink water during this period of time is often suggested as it can help a person calm down, but it can be difficult. But Dee Dee doesn't appear to have that issue.
Okay? Now, I rely on them because this pretty much has been their investigation.
Well, I have lied to them because I've been scared of this man and they don't believe me. I asked for protection.
Okay.
They kept asking me. They knew I was keeping something from them. They knew I kept hiding something. Not telling them everything because I am really scared. They don't believe me. I asked if they could give me protection and I tell them, after last night I didn't care.
Okay.
Once I found out that he really died, I didn't care. I'd rather be dead myself. I don't care. I want him in jail.
All right. Time out.
So we are just 1 minute and 43 seconds into this interview, and Doris has already admitted to lying to the police in earlier interviews. But again, she does so in a way to try and shame them. She states outright that she's been lying to the police, but only because she is scared of someone else. Not to spoil the surprise, but the person she's talking about is the fictional drug dealer, Ronald. She claims that in the past however many police interviews that happened prior, she was lying to the police because she was scared of what Ronald would do to her, and that the police simply refused to help her. To be fair to Doris here, the police are often unhelpful when it comes to protecting people from ongoing harassment and people outright stating that they want to hurt you. You can go to them with thousands of voicemails, text messages, and the like, and they will ask you to call them when someone is physically at your place of business or home. They aren't a private security firm. They won't post an officer outside of your house just in case, and they can't do much to help someone unless there is direct evidence that their life is in danger, and even then, statistically, they tend to not be effective. However, let's walk through Dee Dee's statement. She admits that she was lying to them about Abraham, telling them that she knew he was alive, that he was in various locations, and that she was in regular contact with him. In reality, she hadn't talked to him in months, but felt the need to keep up the charade out of fear. Fear of who? She hasn't said, because the only people who were told about Ronald at this point were Gregory and the undercover police officer. So she randomly informed the police that she was scared, but didn't tell them who she was scared of, or why someone else would want to hurt her, all the while lying to their faces about Abraham's well-being. That doesn't make any sense. So what were they supposed to do? The police can only be a helpful resource if you are honest with them, and even then, when it comes to protection, they can't do much. If she wanted them to look into someone, speaking in riddles like a fairy tale troll is obviously not going to help. But here, she is admitting to purposely hindering their investigation, only to be upset that they didn't read through her lies and figure out her true meaning. Again, This is another tactic that you often see when someone is trying to weasel out of any sort of personal responsibility. Because, on the one hand, she is admitting guilt over something, but then using that as a way to put the blame on the other party. As an example, let's say that Dee Dee lied to you about something else, and you confronted her. You tell her that you don't like that she was dishonest about something that, in all honesty, doesn't matter that much in the grand scheme of things. Her lying like that makes you feel like she is a generally untrustworthy person, and you don't know if you can continue to be friends with her. And in response, she starts crying. She sobs, says you're being so cruel to her for virtually no reason, and that she has been going through a really hard time, that you are springing your negative thoughts and feelings on her, and that you're being really thoughtless and mean-spirited. And then she goes further to admit that you're actually right, she did lie, but she thought that you guys were such good friends, that you would read through her lies, and then know she was going through a hard time and help her. Only you didn't. You just made things worse, because you're a bad friend. Within a few seconds, she has already admitted then excused her bad behavior and put you on the defensive. Now you spend the rest of the conversation confused and trying to apologize to her, even though she is mad at you for not reading her mind and excusing her lying. It's borderline nonsense, but it does work. These manipulations and tactics often play out in the manner of seconds and can be hard to spot in the moment, but they are by no means uncommon. The only reason they don't work in this context is because she is in a police interrogation, not a small personal conflict. She thinks that she can outsmart the justice system, which is far from the truth. It should also be stated that because the interviewer told her that he is somewhat new to the case, she will try and use that to her advantage. In her mind, that means he might not be apprised of all the case details, and she might get him more or less on her side. Let's keep going.
This man that you're supposedly scared of, who are we referring to?
The guy's name's Ronald, and Ronald exists. He even threatened. James Shakespeare, I talked to him. He threatened him, because James called me, because he got a threat from Ronald, too. He threatened him so bad that he went to the sheriff's department and filed a false report.
Dee Dee is an incredibly adept manipulator, because she wastes no time attempting to verify the identity of the fictional Ronald. Obviously, she knows that Ronald isn't real. She made him up in order to try and beat a murder charge. But it's vitally important that the police believe that he's real, so before they can even ask her anything about him, she brings up an occasion where he threatened someone else, and they went to the police. She is showing that this person had direct contact with someone outside of herself, and that person contacted them, meaning that they would have a record of Ronald, which would make any further questions about his identity and if he actually exists seem stupid. Dee Dee is showing that someone besides herself has interacted with this person, meaning that there is no possible way she's making him up. Moreover, the other witness to Ronald's evil antics is a relative of Abraham, which she hopes will give her story a bit more weight. Either way the interrogator moves forward from this point can then be used to her advantage. If he accuses her of lying, telling her that Ronald doesn't exist and that she made him up, she can use that to victimize herself further. How could you say that to me? Can't you see how terrified and upset I am? Would you really accuse me of lying like that? I'm not capable of that. And scene. So then she could use that as a way to validate her lying and not cooperating with the police. They don't even know who Ronald, a big-time drug dealer murderer, is, so how could she ever trust them to keep her safe? Or, if they ask her more questions about Ronald, she could say the same, that she doesn't know anything beyond that he's scary, and they aren't doing anything. Her ultimate goal is to shift any and all responsibility in this situation off of her. She wants to make it uncomfortable and inappropriate to look at her in connection to this murder, and she's taking any opportunity thrown her way to do so. We are just 2 minutes in, and she's already done so much. Generally speaking, she's probably one of the most manipulative people we have ever covered, which makes her one of the most dangerous.
Hang on a minute, okay? 5 days of catching up with this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a lot of the interviews.
Uh-huh.
I saw your interview
I
from
did.
Monday night.
I did.
Okay, and I'm going to sit here right from the start and let you know I'm not going to sit here and listen to more twists and turns. Okay, we're not going to go down different roads and paths
I know.
because I don't need
I
to right
know,
now.
I
Hang
know.
on, hear me out. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and listen to you. Okay, and I want to hear from you,
Mm-hmm.
but I want to preface it by telling you I'm not going to be led down the wrong path. I'm not going to be led astray because I'm not going to spin my wheels and waste my time, and I'm not going to waste Polk County's time because you know why? We don't need to.
The interrogator plays this beautifully. Firstly, by using the fact that he was just brought onto the case, he can play dumb, so to speak, about parts of her story that they have already gotten. He can ask her to go over things she said in previous interviews, because he doesn't know any better, but he's also telling her directly that they know she isn't being honest. Moreover, as he's talking, Dee Dee tries to interrupt him, to tell him he's wrong, but he doesn't let her. She isn't used to not having immediate control in these sorts of confrontations, so let's see how she tries to get it back.
A lot of our questions have been answered now, and now it's time to lay everything out on the table and get to the bottom of it.
No.
Okay? And I have my opinion along with Detective Wallace, and we're pretty much on the same page.
I know. He thinks I shot the man. He thinks I took a gun.
Did you hear the part that he said we're on the same page?
Uh-huh.
Keep listening to him.
Okay.
We're on the same page. Okay, so let's just get that clear.
Okay.
All right? Like
So you
I
think
said,
I shot the man too?
I'm not telling you what I think right now, because I don't lay out my cards like that.
Okay.
I'm willing to listen to you to a point. Okay, but when I'm done listening to some more charades, we're going to cut it off right there.
Okay.
All right? Let's not waste our time anymore. Let's not waste his time. Let's not waste.
This interrogation is maybe one of the most interesting we've covered, because we can watch her in real time realize that her manipulations are not working, and then readjust. Her initial goal here was to make it inappropriate for the police to believe that she killed Abraham. She wanted them to feel bad for ever suspecting her in the first place, and so she focused on how horrible the accusations that she was even capable of murder was. And instead, the interviewer says that he agrees with the man she is scolding, meaning that he believes that she is responsible. So her plan was completely ineffective.
My time. All right?
Okay, well,
Because as of right now, listen to me, as of right now, I have a homicide in my county,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a body recovered, obviously,
Mm-hmm.
and I have a pretty good idea of what happened. Now it's time to lay it out, right now.
I did not kill that man. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't
Then
pick
who
up
did?
a gun. I told him that is true. James Shakespeare got Ronald come and seen him and scared him so bad that he went. Is that true? Did he file a false report? Did he say that he seen Abraham? He never went up to the sheriff's department.
There's been no report from anybody that he was alive.
None.
None.
So he lied to me.
Again, Dee Dee shifts blame and responsibility away from herself, but in a way that validates her story. Ronald isn't real, so he never threatened anyone, and there were no police reports about a man named Ronald terrorizing the community. Everyone in these interview rooms knows that, but Dee Dee doesn't know that they know that. So she immediately repeats the story about James Shakespeare filing a report on Ronald, and how terrifying and real he was, and tells the interviewer to verify what she is saying. And because she doesn't think they already know about the situation, she believes she has given herself at least 2 to 3 hours of relief, where the officers will look into what she is saying, and she can think of a better lie. But they respond that they already looked into it. They know she's lying, and she is truly fucked. This is another frequently used tactic of liars and manipulators, because it allows them a small bit of relief from any onslaught of stress and anxiety. Being put on the spot is nerve-wracking, especially when you aren't prepared for it, so they'll throw out random statements in the hopes of buying themselves some time. She goes even further to place the blame onto James for there being no police report. It's not that Ronald doesn't exist, and she is lying to the cops about his existence. It's that James, a relative of the man she killed, lied. So he's the bad person and not her. Continuing on.
Enough of the lies.
Okay. Then he lied to me. Okay.
No,
Okay.
no one's lied to you. In fact, let me give you a hint about James Shakespeare.
Mm-hmm.
I've been talking to him every day since this thing's been going on, and I know
Okay.
that you've approached him about things, and
Okay.
you've offered to pay him money to tell stuff.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Look at me for a minute. Look at me for a minute. Okay? This is very important. Okay? Let me tell you something. None of the little stories like he told you are going to fly anymore. Okay? Honestly, at this point, what you need to start realizing, if you love your son like you love your son, like you tell me you do, okay,
I do.
you need to make sure he has at least one parent left on the outside.
Interestingly enough, when the interviewer tells her that they know she's been bribing other people involved in the case to lie on her behalf, she doesn't deny it. She's taking in everything the detective is saying, nodding her head and agreeing to something as damning as coercing people to make false statements because she wants him to give her all the information he has. In situations like this, the more information the manipulator gets, the more dangerous they are, because they'll find a way to reinterpret the facts to their benefit. If you were to show the person a video of them doing the alleged crime, they would find a way to make you question what you're seeing, or argue that it simply wasn't them. We've seen this with Sarah Boone, as well as Robert Tellis and countless others we have covered over the past couple years. By keeping the majority of their evidence close to the vest in this case, they're preventing her from giving a manicured, thought-through version of events that fits with everything they have found. They want to keep her in the dark as much as possible, so when she does give her version of events, they can call out when she isn't being honest. This would then destroy her credibility in court, because why would the jury believe the defendant now when we have them on tape lying for multiple days? In most cases, an innocent person wouldn't take an accusation of that magnitude lying down. If someone was telling them they bribed witnesses, they wouldn't just nod their head and agree, but Dee Dee wants to know more, so she tries to encourage the officer any way she can, even if it is to her detriment.
He
Okay,
does.
listen
James
to
did
me,
nothing.
listen to me. All right, it's time to start admitting what you did, honestly. No more games about Ronald. No more, listen, no, look at me. Look at me. No more, don't say another word, listen to me. No more games about Ronald. No more games about Shaky Sean. None of the stories, none of the convoluted mess, okay? I have a very good idea of what happened, okay?
Okay, you tell me then.
James Moore did dig that thing, okay? I know he did, all right? James Moore knows he did, okay?
Pausing to say that James Moore is her ex-husband. When he got wind of what was going on, he reached out to the police and told them that she asked him to dig a hole. He was told it was to burn trash, and he worked alongside police because he didn't want to be implicated in a murder. James knew Dee Dee well. He knew that there was almost nothing she wouldn't lie about, and that if he stood by her, she would turn on him the first chance that she got. And it would have been easy to do so. She could have easily stated that James was a jealous ex, that he didn't like how much time she was spending with Abraham, and that he killed him and forced her to hide it for months. James cooperated with the police in order to ensure he wouldn't be implicated by her. But as you're about to see, the investigators will try and push the idea that he was directly involved in the murder to Doris. They want her to give an alternative version of events, one where at the very least, she admits to being present at Abraham's murder. Having her admit that would discredit her earlier testimony, and allow them to then discredit her story of how he was killed by someone else, given the direct evidence. They know James is innocent. There is no chance that James will go to jail. They're only putting the idea forward in order to trap Dee Dee. So let's see if it works.
I just spent the afternoon with James Moore, okay? I just left with James Moore, all right? We know what happened. Now, it's important for you to tell the truth. If you want RJ to have his father out here with him,
James didn't do anything.
if you want RJ...
He dug the hole.
He dug the hole. And
He showed us right where. He physically came over, Dee Dee, and stood to the right of that last oak tree behind that two-story house and did one of these. It was about right here. The scoop was pointing south. The bucket went in, and I pulled the dirt to the north. And that matches exactly with the dig that we had conducted, and we had anthropologists out there, hang on a minute, that lined up the striations in the dirt and said, this is a one-scoop job right here.
And I told Clark that they told me they did not put Abraham in that hole.
Then how in the hell was he in the bottom of that hole?
They lied to me. Ronald and them lied to me. The drug dealer lied to me. I don't care if you think I did it.
So now Dee Dee is saying that she knew Abraham was in the hole. She knew that the hole was dug in order to bury Abraham, and that she is the only person connected to Abraham that took part in this whole scheme, but that she wasn't actually involved, and didn't know what happened exactly, that she was lied to by a drug dealer that no one has ever met or seen before, and that is her biggest crime. So it's nonsense. But this is where most lies start out. She will try and polish her statement up as she goes along, because again, she hasn't had any real time to prepare.
Dee Dee, stop for a second.
Okay. Well, then why don't you just arrest me?
Dee Dee.
If you think I did it,
Dee Dee,
arrest
stop.
me and an innocent person's going to go to jail.
Dee Dee, stop for a minute and listen to me, okay? That hole, okay, it was dug in the afternoon of April 7th, okay? James came back 2 hours late. When he met you there, he dug the hole. Listen to me, don't say another word. April 7th, he met you there. You called him over there, he dug the hole, okay? You were there alone. Nobody else was around. You called him back at 5:52. I have all of the phone records. You know this. Okay, I know exactly where you were at. I know where he was at. I know where everybody was at. At 5:52, you called him back. He came back over to the house. He filled the hole back in. You were the only one there. You were hot and sweaty. The hole where Abraham was found in yesterday. There were no other holes dug there. We've had anthropologists out there. The color of the soil changes. When you fill back in holes, They don't, the one's light, one's dark, okay? We have pictures, we have video, listen to me. We have pictures, we have video. There's no doubt there was only one hole dug in that area. That's the hole where Abraham Shakespeare's body was found yesterday morning, okay? Dee Dee, I don't hate you like you think I hate you, okay? I'm telling you right now, I like you, I like your family, I like RJ. For the sake of your son, okay, you made a mistake. Something went very wrong, and we need to know the reasons why. And I'm telling you right now, for the sake of, if you love your son, if you value your son's the rest of his life, it's very important. By you having your husband involved whatsoever, like you did, by having your husband dig that hole, and unknowns to him, bury a body, okay, at your direction, you have put him right in the line of fire.
You put him
and I'm
in
telling
jeopardy.
you, right now,
He is
it's
not
a,
in jeopardy.
without your complete honesty, right now, there's a good chance that both you and James Moore will be going to prison for the rest of your lives. Okay? It's important. It is important. The rest of your son's life is on. The rest of your son's life is in jeopardy for right now for what you say. Now, okay, you have been selfish beyond selfish. Okay, you have done things that the average person would never even think of doing. All right, it's time now to stop thinking about Dee Dee Moore. It's time to start thinking about RJ Moore. It's time to start thinking about James Moore.
How can you arrest James when I know he can pass a polygraph and he did not have...
Polygraphs
Are not admissible. It doesn't matter. Polygraph is nothing.
He knew, he
Dee Dee,
You better tell us he didn't know and why
about
he
2
didn't,
days.
so you tell the truth.
he
You
did not know.
Then you tell this man the truth about why he didn't know, because you didn't
I-
let him know.
Let me preface this again before you say anything, okay?
Mhm.
You reinitiate. You contacted Detective Clark, and you made it very clear to him that you wanted to talk to us.
Mhm.
So that's leading me to believe that you want to make amends and make things right. And like I
But
said, hang on a minute. I don't want to be led down the wrong path, okay, and be led astray from down a path of bullshit. I don't want to hear another concocted story. I don't have time for that.
That James did not know what that hole was, but I really...
And how could he not know?
Because what I did was...
You're looking at a 5 to 6 foot hole. How could he not know?
Because I told him we were burying some concrete. We had buried concrete out there on the property before. If you look in front of that building, there's
What
concrete
building?
buried. There's concrete buried right in front of the brown building to the left.
The one in the middle, the little
Yeah, the
shack
little
looking
one.
thing that has new
There's-
stucco and paint?
that one. There's concrete buried right there in the property. On
There's
the
no
property.
concrete buried where
I
the victim was
know-
found, where Abraham was found?
I know that. I know that. What happened was, and I don't care what you say, as far as I know, I didn't pull that trigger, okay?
As far as I know, I didn't pull the trigger. That's not much of a defense, but it's a huge step forward for the interviewers. Dee Dee has denied knowing what happened to Abraham for the 2-month-long investigation. She's given them multiple fake stories, created fictional drug dealers, and expected the officers to go along with her version of events until they eventually gave up on finding Abraham. But in a little over 10 minutes, they were able to get her to admit that she knew Abraham was dead, and that she was likely present at the time of the murder. She just isn't the one who pulled the trigger. Both officers were able to keep talking their way around Dee Dee, so she was never able to fully get comfortable defending her innocence. Earlier, she was sobbing simply because it was so hurtful that they thought she was capable of murder, and now she is admitting to being present when it happened. She wasn't able to sit in the silence and try and reorganize the facts of the case to fit her narrative. So much so to the point where the best defense she could think of was to say that she didn't pull the trigger. It was expertly done, and now that they have their foot in the door, let's see how much further they can crack it open.
Well, explain to me this issue of this concrete issue. I'm interested in hearing that first.
Pausing once again, but focusing on the concrete rather than the details of the murder is also incredibly smart, because it's a distraction. They're keeping her off balance, refusing to let her focus on what the most pertinent issue is. That way, by the time she gets to the murder, she has already locked herself into a certain narrative. In essence, she would have to work backwards, which would be much harder to do.
They wanted to, there was a couple towels that had, got messed up. And
What do you mean by messed up?
well, because they told me they were going to go get Abraham help, and they put him in the car. and told me they were going to take them off in the car and get Abraham home. I went ahead and I called James over and had him dig the hole.
What car?
A black car, and it was sitting over, if you're looking at the house, it was sitting over behind the house on the left-hand side. I told him that I needed a hole dug because that's what the guy told me to do. So I had him dig a hole.
Pausing once again, but it's gone from the people left in a car to get Abraham help, meaning she watched him get shot in the chest and head, then thought the people who shot him would drive him to the emergency room, which is one of the more unbelievable things we've heard on the channel. But moving on from that, they left, and she decided that a hole needed to be dug simply for the blood evidence, more specifically, the bloody towels she used to clean up the scene. But she is now claiming that she was told to dig a hole, so now she is just acting on orders. The changes are small but purposeful. You can actually hear her working out the story the more she tells it. She will devise the story quickly, without giving it much thought. Then as she goes over it more and more, she adds little details that shift responsibility away from her. However, ask yourself, if you wanted to bury some bloody towels, why would you need someone who drives a construction vehicle to do it? Why wouldn't you just grab a shovel and dig a hole? Moreover, why would you bury bloody towels to get rid of them? Digging a hole of that size only makes sense if you were trying to quickly dispose of a body. Covering the hole with cement only makes sense if you were trying to make sure that the body was never found by police. And Dee Dee, of course, knows that, so every new detail added takes responsibility away from her, so she can say that she had no idea what was actually happening that night.
The guy was inside. I went out
Is
there.
this day or night, morning, what?
I don't know. Whenever I called James, I told him to dig a hole, okay? I had James dig a hole, and he dug it. I went back inside, and I went into the blue room, and the two guys that were in the house told me they were going to take care of the stuff, and I said, okay.
And what stuff are you referring to?
Talking about they had some towels and stuff where they had said that they had got blood on and stuff, and I said, okay. So I went back into the blue room because I was very upset. I couldn't handle what had happened. And they went over there and did what they did, and they said they were going to put dirt over it. So just tell him they buried concrete and stuff. So they put some dirt over it and all.
They put or you put?
No, I didn't.
Why were you hot and sweaty when James came back? Like you'd been working?
Because I had been crying.
That's not sweaty.
Well,
that's not
I
hot
had
and
been crying. I had been crying a lot.
sweaty.
Dee Dee's story doesn't make any sense, mostly because she's working backwards. They had her tell the story about digging the hole prior to the story about what happened to Abraham, and because of that, everything has gotten jumbled up. Now there were multiple people involved. She doesn't know what time of day it happened, and she was hot and sweaty a few hours later. Not because she had put Abraham's body in a hole, but because she was crying. And as we all know, when you cry, you sweat. It happens all the time. So the story is disjointed, and it makes no sense, and she can't find a proper foothold to make the story feel anything close to truthful. Usually, when someone is fabricating a story, they will begin at an honest point. Say I was telling my mother that I went grocery shopping. Mother, I was going grocery shopping. But really, I was going to a movie. Tee-hee-hee. I would start the story when I left my house, going over things I did, before I veer off into fiction. But Doris can't do that, because everything she is saying is a lie, so she can't get the details right.
Hang on a second.
I'm sweaty.
Dee Dee, hang on a second.
Whatever.
Hang on a second.
I
No,
was upset.
Hang on a second, Dee Dee. Okay? You know as well as I do, Abraham Shakespeare was killed the night of April 6th. Okay?
Is that right or wrong? Is that right? Let's just start off on just these little baby steps. Is Detective Wallace right or wrong? April 6th?
April 6th. And you know that.
2009. April 6th,
No,
2009.
I do not. I told you, you need to go and wait until they give you time of death and check that on time of death.
Yeah, April 6th.
This isn't CSI and
Okay.
forensic files and crap like that. Okay?
Anyways, so then I had them come back over and fill in the hole. They promised me he was not in that hole. I know now they lied to me. I always had that inclination.
So you're saying they
meaning the two guys.
partially filled in a hole.
Again, Dee Dee's story is that Abraham was shot twice, once in the head and once in the chest, and she was asked to call her ex-boyfriend to dig a 9-foot hole in her yard, and she didn't immediately assume that it was for his body. She trusted this group of unnamed men who shot her friend when they promised her his body wasn't buried in the hole, and she thought it was just a coincidence that no one ever saw Shakespeare again. That makes perfect sense. Behold, me believing it. Look. In the past 13 minutes of this interrogation, Dee Dee has repeatedly positioned herself as being a victim, specifically a victim of people lying to her. James Shakespeare lied to her about reporting Ronald. The police lied to her about their investigation, and an unnamed group of men who killed Shakespeare lied to her when they said they didn't bury him in the giant hole they had her dig. Her only crime in her retelling is that she is just too gullible. Doris talks about lying as being a wrong done to her in order to deflect from her own lies and faults. In her mind, if she repeatedly calls out how much she hates liars, the police will then associate her subconsciously with the truth. But that's obviously not the case. Someone might have believed her if there was no direct evidence of her conspiring to hide the crime with other parties. She got Gregory to act as Abraham on the phone. She sent multiple texts from his number, and she deliberately tried to throw off the investigation for months. If she knew that he'd been hurt by another party, why hadn't she told the police or his family? Why did she say she was still in contact with him when she knew at the very least he'd been shot? Her story doesn't stand up to any real scrutiny, but again, it's not supposed to. Had the interviewers allowed her some time to tell her story and hadn't been pressing her throughout, she likely would have whittled it into something more believable.
No, well, they just a little bit, and then James came back over and filled it back in, after I
So let me ask you this.
They put dirt in it to cover everything up, and then James came back and just pushed the dirt over it.
So if James comes back thinking he's pushing dirt back over
Concrete,
and he doesn't see any freaking concrete there, come on, Dee Dee.
It's dark. It's late. He honestly did not know. He honestly, I swear to you, whatever, he did not know. He would not do that. He's been a good man.
Hang on. I had to ask you something before, and we're at the house. We know we're at both houses.
Mm-hmm.
What are the codes to get in those safes?
Mm-hmm.
But they should be on a piece of paper on top of there, and if not, Shar knows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Shar left me.
Where is Shar?
He left. He moved him back in with his cousin because he feels like I should have turned this guy in if I knew that he could have hurt Abraham. He thinks that I should have done it back then instead of waiting and being scared of him. And so what if the guy killed me? If he killed Abraham, I should have done something then about it if I knew about it.
They're talking about a mutual friend who, quite frankly, got tired of Dee Dee's bullshit. The majority of people involved in this case had been manipulated by Doris for months. They bought into every story she told about what happened, because it was inconceivable to them that their good friend Dee Dee would be able to hurt someone. But as time went on, and her stories became more elaborate, people began to question her. This person went so far as to tell Dee Dee that they didn't believe her story about being afraid of Ronald. They told her what she was saying didn't make any sense, that if she was so scared of this guy, she should have turned him into the police sooner. And when she gave them a sob story about feeling like that would have gotten her killed, they replied they didn't give a fuck, which is harsh but necessary. In every single one of Doris's lies, she tries to victimize herself. She tries to make it inappropriate for anyone to question her credibility or story, because she was the most negatively affected by what happened. We watched her do it earlier, when she pretended to sob to the police, and Gregory Smith described how she came to him crying for help. She wants people to feel like they have to take care of her. That way they don't listen to their intuition when it says she's up to no good. Whoever this person was saw through her deceit and said the inappropriate but necessary thing.
And he said that, that's wrong, that's a life, and I agree with him. I was really, really scared. I was very scared.
Let me, I got a couple of voicemails I need to check. I'm expecting some other phone calls. Let me step out for a minute and check that, okay? Wait, do you have tattoos on the bottom of your feet?
No, everybody was giving me, I've never been to prison, and everybody told me I'm going to be arrested because of this, and so they told me that they got to take away all your paper.
Let's see what's on the bottom of your feet.
So they told me to write my phone number of how to get out on my foot to my lawyer.
What's on your other foot?
Nothing.
There's another number on it.
Oh, I must have, I forgot to put that one on there.
Alright, well
It's just phone numbers, because they said that they take away all your paper and everything.
Alright, well, let me
I've never
check this
killed
voicemail real
nobody.
quick before we carry on, okay? Hang on.
Listen to me. I'm just telling you, okay, we've got off on other foots here and there, left and right sometimes. The stories you're giving don't make sense, okay? And if you can't convince me, then you're not gonna convince anybody, okay? End of story. Look at me and don't hide your head. Look at me and don't hide your head. Listen to me. Listen to me. You talk way too much. Listen to me. There may be truth in some of the stuff you say, but you do not tell the whole truth, okay? I can tell you right now, look at my eyes. Don't look down. Look at me when I talk to you, okay? You may not have shot him, okay? But I'm telling you right now, you were involved, okay? And you are the one who orchestrated what happened, okay? Now, if you want to come truthful and you honestly want to not spend the rest of your life in jail, because you're going to go to jail, you're going to go to prison, and then you're going to go to prison for a while, okay? Now, if you honestly want to come truthful, and you know the other part is, look at me, don't bury your face, okay? Let's look at what's happened, because we all know what's happened here, okay? If you honestly want to make things right, okay, and I think you believe in God and you want to repent or whatever, okay, the truth's got to come out, and it's got to come out today, okay? No more of the convoluted stories about here and they were hiding in this room and they were this. Listen to me, don't do this. That they were hiding in the room, okay? Maybe they were in the house. Maybe there was someone in the house, but they were there because you had them there. They weren't there because you were scared of them. Dee Dee, listen to me. Listen to me, and don't make these dramatic and no, stop. The tears and all that don't work.
Why do I want him dead? Why? Tell me.
Because they got you caught.
Dee Dee had the number one motive to murder Abraham because she wanted and had access to his money. She viewed everything he had, including his house, cars, and debts, as being hers. She had collected payments from people he had lent money to. She bought 3 luxury cars with his millions, and after killing him, moved into his home and told everyone he had placed it under her name before going on vacation. Out of everyone in Abraham's life, she had the most motive to want him gone. But here she plays dumb. Again, part of her act was that she was a successful businesswoman in her own right, that she was helping Shakespeare out of the kindness of her heart and didn't need his money like the rest of his family and friends. But that wasn't true. She was a con artist, which the police are well aware of. Hilariously, she doesn't think they know that still, even though they haven't fallen for any of her other manipulative strategies thus far.
Because they got you caught.
Because who got me caught?
You got yourself caught.
For what?
For the murder of Abraham Shakespeare.
No, I mean, why would I have him killed? Why would I have him killed? Why would I have somebody come there and kill him?
Dee Dee.
Why?
Dee
Dee Dee what?
Stole all his money.
He did not steal it.
Dee Dee.
Ask Cedric.
Dee
Cedric
Dee.
says I stole it.
Dee Dee.
Cedric, the people that know.
You stole
No,
all
I didn't.
the
I would not
money.
kill him over
Dee Dee.
money.
Dee Dee, listen to me. Look at me and don't get mad. Let's have a normal conversation where I don't have to raise my voice and we don't have to go back and forth. Let's have a normal Dee Dee to Day conversation, okay? You stole the money, okay? I can prove it, okay?
You can prove
Dee Dee,
it with
look at
people
me.
that tell
Dee
you
Dee,
I
look
stole
at me.
So Doris knows that she's fucked, but she's never taken any real accountability in her life. So she wasn't about to start with a murder charge. When the interviewer tells her that they have direct, unflinching evidence that she stole all of Abraham's money, she attempts to reframe the information as being faulty and wrong. She repeats that Shakespeare's friends and family probably told him that, and tries to discredit those statements by saying they're just rumors. But again, the police are 2 months into a missing persons case. One of the first things they would do is go over the person's financial records to see if there was any evidence that her accounts were being used after they were last seen. And when they pulled Abraham's, they saw that she had taken every cent he had and placed it into her own accounts. It's not a rumor, it's a fact. But Dee Dee refused to acknowledge that. She has to either try and distract the officer with something else, or make the money seem like less of a big deal.
Look at me. I can prove it with paperwork. Okay, you never paid for the house. You never paid for the assets. You drew all that paperwork up, okay? You might have had him sign it even, okay? And I don't know, I don't know the reason why. I don't know if you convinced him that everything was your name, that Centauria couldn't get it. I don't know how you convinced him to give you everything without paying for it, but you did, okay? I can't fill in that. The only 2 people that can probably answer that are you and Abraham, and obviously Abraham ain't talking, okay? Keep listening, because I'm gonna lay it all out here for you, okay? I'm gonna lay it all out here for you. You didn't pay a dime in February, okay? Now, your interviews were let me rephrase or repeat what happened in your interviews with you, okay?
Mm.
You told me, oh, I bought everything. I said, well, you know, after a couple interviews and I started getting financial stuff, I said, you know what, Dee Dee? I said, I don't see anywhere where you paid that money. Oh, I had cash around my house and I paid in cash.
This is a prime example of what we said earlier, that the more information a manipulator has, the more they're able to validate their story. When the financial motive was brought up in earlier interviews, Dee Dee hand-waved that easily. She told the detective that that was just Abraham's friends and family viewing her role in his life contemptuously, that because she came in and helped him say no to giving other people money, they immediately believed she had taken his money for herself. She labeled the rumor cruel and untrue, and went further to claim that she had paid for everything when they went out together because she was a successful businesswoman. When the detective looked into it and found no evidence of that being the case via either of their financial records, she clarified that she paid for everything in cash, which doesn't make sense. The police were bringing up Abraham's financial records, showing her how he paid for things, and she said, "No, I did that. There's just no record." So she's warping facts and figures to align with her narrative, even when they objectively don't work. This kind of racket doesn't work when speaking to authorities, given that they'll trust hard facts over a person's testimony 99% of the time. If you tell a detective that you paid for everything for another person, they'll sit you down and ask you to explain your financial records that prove otherwise, and never let that point go. But someone like Dee Dee could easily confuse your average person. Abraham's friends and family don't have access to the records. They can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that what she is saying is fake, so she could easily make them think that she was paying for everything, and convince others that she never touched his money, and then make them think that she was just as, if not more wealthy than he was. She talks in circles, and most people would leave the conversation confused, believing her, even if only out of exhaustion.
That was bullshit. You know that, okay? You didn't pay, all right? So then in February, you decided to make Abraham Shakespeare LLC, all right? And it was you and him and Judy, and you were going to make him, and you were going to get his last money from the annuity, and that money was going to go into an account where you and him had access to, okay? So you made the meeting minutes, and you sent them off to Bank of America, okay? And then who was present? You, Judy, and Abraham Shakespeare were present, okay? And what was the purpose of the first meeting on February 10th? When he deposited the $1.095 million, the purpose was to put Abraham Shakespeare on the account, to be able to draw money out of that account, okay? All three of you were present for this meeting, and you sent it to them. Well, you know, they keep financial records forever. They never go away. So I have a copy of that, a certified copy of that, okay? There was no activity on that account for 7 days. But on February 17th, you sent another meeting minutes. Of course, this time, the only person attendant was Doris Moore, the leader of the band, the president or CEO of the company. And what was the purpose of that meeting? Oh, that's right, Abraham was under investigation for criminal wrongdoing and fraud and everything else. And he needed to be taken off of that account, okay? Then miraculously, the very next day, Dee Dee, $250,000 goes to ASTAT, goes to Shar's company. $250,000 goes here, $200,000 goes there, $220,000 to American Medical Professionals. All the money starts going around. Then miraculously, wow, what's starting that? Oh, well, it's time to get Char Corvette. Oh, it's time. Don't say anything. It's time to get Char Corvette. It's time to get a trade-in.
Hilariously, Dee Dee has decided to lay her head down while listening to all the ways she fucked up. She doesn't care about what's happening, at least not beyond how she can spin the situation. She knows what she did, she knows how she used his money, and she likely has an explanation as to why she used his income already locked and loaded. She's just waiting for her turn to speak. It's also generally hard for someone like Dee Dee to listen to all the ways they have screwed up in this fashion. One of her most consistent traits has been her ability to turn the facts around to suit her. Whenever she's confronted about a wrongdoing or a small mistake, she immediately goes on the defensive, so she doesn't have to listen to all the ways she has failed. But now she can't do that. The officer has repeatedly scolded her for talking back, for pretending to cry and not cooperating. So, like a child, when she hears something she doesn't want to listen to, she ignores it and flops over, as if to take a nap in her chair. Again, her fate hangs in the balance. This interview is what stands between her and life in prison, as far as she is aware, and she doesn't even give a shit enough to pretend to listen to the interviewer.
It's trying to get a new Hummer. It's time to get a new this. It's time to buy a house down on Highway 60, okay? I have financial records for all of that. Every single bit of it. Okay, no, don't say anything. I told you I'll lay it out. All right? Now use your mind and think about it real long. You stole every dime of that. You took nice trips to Vegas. You did all these things, okay? You never had means for all that before. You know, you got greedy. You got greedy.
I had lots of trips before
Dee Dee,
that. I had Falling Water, I had California, I had New York.
Listen to me. You had a decent, you don't let me finish. Because if you let me finish, you'd hear the rest of what I have to say, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You had a decent business going. Decent, okay? Nothing fantastic. Not the $4 million that you talk about. Not the $3 million. Not the way you portray yourself as this lavish, rich and famous. No, you had a pretty good business. And you know what? Had you been content with that, you'd be living a pretty decent lifestyle right now. You'd probably be living still in Walden Lake. You might have found your house somewhere over there, and you'd be living good, okay? But something about you. There's something about you. There's something deep down in your heart or in your mind. It's greed, and it just gets to you. And you need more and more and more. And you take advantage of people, and you con them, and you do whatever you can. And you did it to Abraham. Abraham was the ultimate mistake. You know, you got the 1.095 million, okay? You had it, okay? That's in February. You spent, don't shake your head, because you know what I'm telling you is the truth. You know
Records
what
don't lie. Financial records
Yeah,
don't lie.
but if you talk to the people.
Listen, finish listening to
Okay.
me.
There's no one to talk to, okay?
Okay.
You've gone on for months and you said, talk to this person, and you talk to that person, and talk to here. You know what? I've done it. I've talked to all these people. I've sat down. I've sat down with your family. I sat down, listen to me, I sat down with your sister, and your brother-in-law, okay? Guess what? The whole family was wondering, where the hell is she getting this money?
Mm-hmm.
She's never had money like this before. She had a little money, it was okay, but my God, she just moved into a $1 million home. She just got this, she just bought him a new Corvette, she just got this, okay? But of course, you know what? You're their daughter, and you're their sister, and you're this stuff, and they want to believe you. Nobody wants to believe that what could have happened, what's going on. So they, no, don't, but just listen to me. They all wanted to believe you, you know? James wanted to believe you. Everybody wanted to believe you. But somewhere in your mind, something happened, something snapped, and something clicked, and you did this. You took the guy's money, you got everything in your name, and all of a sudden, wow, it comes up to April time. You know, you go and you get a power of attorney for Judy, this and that, everything leads to another, and then miraculously, 2 days afterwards, guess what happened? Abraham Shakespeare gets killed. Not only does he get killed at your office. He gets killed with your gun. He gets
buried on
your property, and you pour a slab within a week later right over where he's at. There's only one hole dug. It was dug by your ex-husband. Prior to that, you wanted the hole dug right behind that house.
Mm-hmm.
Right behind the house.
That'd be awfully convenient.
Here, because you can reel the body right out there and throw it in. But James tells you, no, I can't dig it here. There's too many pipes and shit going around here.
Electrical pipe. That's too close to the foundation of a house.
Of a house. So guess what? We're going to have to build it. So you walk him out and say, okay, well, let's put it right here. So you do. You dig it out. And unfortunately, Dee Dee, with that little plan you had, right now I've got supervisors and people higher up and the sheriff of this county that want to not only lock you up, they want to lock away James too. And guess where that leaves RJ? Without a mom and a dad. Because you wrapped him into this whole thing. Okay?
15 years old. Didn't he just celebrate a birthday? He just turned 15.
And
He's a kid.
And these little things, these stories about these people, you know what? I may halfway believe it. There may have been somebody else involved, okay? But do you know why they were involved? Because you got them involved. It wasn't a drug deal gone bad. It wasn't a drug deal gone bad. It wasn't some kind of robbery. If it was a robbery, it was one you set up, okay? You know what you did? You went over to his house that night, you picked him up, and you told him, hey, we're going to go meet Judy at the Hard Rock. And somewhere on the way there, you decided, oh, hey, I got to go down to my office down in Plant City. Abraham thinks, okay, well, we're going to stop by there on the way to going to the Hard Rock. Judy was at the Hard Rock waiting for you guys.
She was pulling the slots.
Pulling the slots. I got video of her pulling the slots that night. So you go over there, you fill in the blanks, because Abraham gets killed that night. Then what happens? 2:55 in the morning, you decide to call Judy. So you call Judy and you have a 53-minute conversation because you're freaking out at this time. You know, your whole plan's into motion, but goddamn, we got to figure out what's going to happen. So then the next day, after his dead body lays there in your place, Overnight. You call James and you get James to dig these holes and do this and you cover it up, and a week later you get cement laid over the thing, and then all of a sudden you start making text messages to people and you start calling people with his phone, and you get all this thing going for months and months and months. And my God, you thought you got away with it. You thought you had gotten away with it all the way through November. And then we get involved. And then you try like hell for 3 weeks. You try like hell with us. I text him right here, and he calls me back in a couple days. And I talked to him on October 6th with my lawyer. I was right there, and I talked to him. Oh, my lawyer talked to him. Oh, yeah, he's fine. He goes off on here. He's with this girl. He left with that girl. Think about the convoluted stories that you came up with the whole time. And then what did I do? I showed you where you lied. I showed you where it was wrong, and you came honest then. Not because you wanted to, but because I had the proof right in front of you. I had to spoon feed you and show you everything that happened. And then you said, yeah, you're right, I had the phone. Oh, but Abraham wanted me to have the phone because Abraham knew that you watched CSI and he knew you were going to track him, you know? And then I talked to you and I said, you know, but I'm sorry, I'm going to tell you the truth from now on. From now on, Detective Wallace, I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay, the very next breath, hey, Dee Dee, would you ever pay anybody any money at all to say they've seen Abraham Shakespeare? I wouldn't do that, Detective Wallace. No, I wouldn't. You wouldn't give somebody a house to say they saw Abraham Shakespeare? Nah, Detective Wallace, I wouldn't. I would never do that. Dee Dee, me and Clark, Dee Dee, would you give her a house? Would you do that to Centoria Butler? Oh, she's a liar. I'd never do that. Well, guess what? Here's the audio tape of you guys talking. Okay, I did, but God, it's just because you guys are driving me crazy. You're ruining my life. That man's away from here, and he's on here. He's away from here because he wants to be away from here. I talked to him. He doesn't want to be here. I just can't do it. Blah, 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 blah. Okay? And it goes on and on. So then what happens? What happens? December 27th comes around, and you go over. I mean, you want to talk about devious? Come on, Dee Dee. You went and picked up his mother. You took her out to dinner. You had Greg Smith call the phone and talk to his mother and say he was Abraham Shakespeare. You had Greg Smith do this, okay? Oh, don't tell the police, Mama, because they're just out looking for me. You orchestrated everything to be said to Miss Walker, a 70-something-year-old woman whose son is laying rotten underneath your freaking cement pad.
I was scared.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Dee Dee tries to interject again, and once again it's to victimize herself. The detective is laying out the case against her, and it's obviously damning. There is not a person alive who can listen to what she did and not immediately believe that she killed Abraham Shakespeare in cold blood, then spent the next 6 months trying to get away with it. Her case is remarkably similar to Robert Tellis in terms of how much physical, direct evidence there is. But like Tellis, she tries to distract from that fact. If she can have just a few hours where she can say whatever she wants, she can make all the direct evidence look completely different and walk away without issue. She says she was scared, and she only lied to their faces, changed her story, and tried to bribe multiple parties into lying to the police because of Ronald. That there's an entire group of people that no one besides her has ever seen, talked to, or interacted with that is behind the murders, and they're trying to pin it on her somehow. Again, this reminds me of Robert Tellis, who spent 3 hours on the stand in his murder trial telling the jury that he was being framed by a realty group for the murder, simply because they didn't like that he was investigating them, and that was the reason why it looked like he did it. One of his actual arguments was that if he were to kill someone, he wouldn't be caught because he is just so smart. And that's what Doris is doing here.
Okay, let me finish. So you do that. Okay? Well, you know what? Miss Walker called us because we've been talking to Miss Walker. Miss Walker says, hey, I don't think it was my son. So what do? I find out the number that it calls from, and I know it's Greg Smith. So what do? I go hunting down Greg Smith, and where do I find Greg Smith the very next day? I find him at Lakeland Mall meeting with you in the parking lot, and I watch. And then he goes from there, and he goes over to the Radio Shack where he buys 2 new phones because, we're listening to your phone, and we know everything. So you need to get 2 new phones because you're living this secret lifestyle. You're trying to deceive everybody. You know, so as soon as you leave there, I follow Greg right down into the hood, and guess what? I pull Greg over. And I say, Greg, guess what? You got a choice here, son. You got 2 things. You can either jump on board with me, or you can go right down the river with somebody else. And guess what Greg said? I'm on board with you, Mr. Wallace.
Doris is now learning for the first time that Greg, the person she trusted to help cover up her murder the most, was working with the police. This is the worst case scenario for her, but she doesn't react. She sits back, arms crossed over her chest, her head down, and doesn't even seem to register what he's saying. She handles this information so casually, you would think that the police have made a mistake here, that she really doesn't know what is going on, or that they have the wrong person. But like we said earlier, the more they talk, the more information she obtains, and then the better story she can create. She wants them to lay out all the evidence they have against her, that way she knows exactly how to make it fit her next version of events. It might have served the officers better to withhold some of this information, if only for a bit. That way it could be used to discredit her later on. But let's continue.
I'll do anything you say. From that point on, Dee Dee, every time he met you, I recorded it. I've got a recording of every conversation when you're sitting in the car at the mall talking. When you guys met at Denny's in Plant City, I was watching the whole time. I was right there. Every single time. I've got the audio tapes to prove it. Okay? So then you come up with this plan where you want to write the letter. You get the hotel right there right there by the mall. You go up and you type this letter, and I've got it all on audio where you're typing it, and you're making fun, and how does this sound? And you go on, and then you go and drop him off to go put it in her mailbox. Well, you know what? It didn't go in her mailbox. It went straight to me because I was watching that night. And then you come back down where you parked at the Waffle House that night because I was sitting in the damn parking lot watching. I was sitting right there. So I get the letter, this nice 2-page letter from an illiterate man talking about how, Mama, I can't believe you didn't know it was my voice. I've got the letter. So you go to that extreme, and you're laughing and joking about it, and you're getting excited. So, a couple days go by, you get a little nervous because you haven't heard nothing about this letter. Not a thing. So we make it be known to you that, she got the letter, Because guess what? The whole time that Detective Clark was talking to you, I was listening every time. When you thought that he was, not paying attention to me, and you thought he was on your side, no. Me and that man are brothers, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There ain't nothing that he does that I don't know about. There ain't nothing I do he don't know about, okay? So then he tells you, and he lets the little bag out. God, what about this letter? Her pastor called and said this. Oh, well, guess what? You get excited at that point. You start thinking, hey, this might have worked. This might have worked. But no, let's go on. So it gets a little deeper. Grady Judd decides to do some news conferences. Things are getting a little worse, and you start getting desperate. You start getting real desperate. So what do? You go to Greg again. Hey, Greg, do you know anybody that might be able to say they did something? Now, this is when it finally changes from we got to convince everybody Abraham's alive to I got to figure out because shit's coming down on me.
Right, it's panic mode now.
So you go to Greg and you say, Greg, listen to me. I got to know.
No, it's because Cedric...
Let him know. Finish. Don't come up with a story. Just listen to me.
Okay.
So you go to Greg. Hey, Greg, do you know anybody? Do you have anybody that might be going to jail for a long time that might take the rap and say they did something to Abraham Shakespeare? Well, Greg, yeah, he knows somebody. He knows undercover officer from Lake Wales, Mike Smith. Yep. I guess we'll meet at the Coles in his white car. That undercover officer. Well, that's the same guy that you tried to say was one of the people to Clark the other night. Of course, that was shot down.
The detective has further destroyed her defense in the story that she was telling him about the group of people who killed Abraham in front of her. She was going to try and convince them that the undercover officer was Ronald, or at the very least, affiliated with Ronald. But now she can't. So her entire story about what happened has to change. The next time she says what happens, she will have made up an entirely new version of events, one where she then justifies paying Greg to impersonate Abraham, as well as writing letters pretending to be him and trying to pay someone else to take the rap for her. Earlier, we mentioned that there is absolutely nothing that Dee Dee won't say or do in order to get the pressure off of herself. She has lied about some of the most serious and taboo subjects in order to get away with less serious situations than murder.
So anyway, you meet with him. You're going to pay him $10,000 now and $40,000 over the rest of the year to say that he killed Abraham Shakespeare. But there's only one problem. When it comes time for him to confess to this man or to me, guess what he's going to have to do? He's going to have to produce a body. More importantly, he might even have to produce the gun. So you meet Greg on Monday morning, right over there in Plant City at Turkey Creek. Well, you meet him at the mall to begin with. Then you meet him over at Turkey Creek. And then you go down to your mom's house, you go a few places. I watch you the whole time. I'm following right behind you. You're not very good. You don't pay attention. Whatever. You've done a few things. You try to A couple of times I followed you, you stopped at Walmart parking lot and waited 15 minutes before you went down to Stitzel's office after you wrote the letter that night. I sat right across the street and watched you. Anyway, let me get back on point. So you give him the gun. You know, the gun that you bought at the gun show in Tampa. You know, there's records and all that. You know, and you thought Greg was going to file off all the serial numbers and bury it somewhere else, and his buddy D was going to bury it somewhere else and say the gun's over here and this and that. But that's not enough. We still need the body. So about 2 hours later, you meet him there again. He gets in the truck with you. You go right down to the property. And what do? You walk him right out. Not anywhere else. Not over here, not over there. The piece of iron. Bam. Right under here. You got to dig down from the side. You got to get it. I'm going to have my mother-in-law or Char's mom come have dinner with us tonight. There's not going to be anybody here. And I got it all planned out. I got the trailer with everything in it.
Supplies,
I got the
nice
supplies.
big galvanized tub, bleach, gloves.
It's all there, and you angle it. And then you go over to James's house and you get the boat. Oh, shit, guess what? There's another reason that looks pretty bad for James. Now he's got the boat. Now he's really tied into this thing.
You come up with this concocted story about having a cover made or something.
You know, all this stuff. So you got it just set up. You walk the CI. It's all on audio. He's right there. He's right there. And then the story was, they were trying to rob him. I was going to say, you're going to rob him. Things went bad. You want to whisper, can we get them all? You know, we got good things. Right in there. Right in my office. With my gun. And he goes on. Dee Dee, it's all over. It's all over.
Any name that you have been throwing out in this concocted story, going back to Monday night, we pretty much have ruled a lot of these folks out. We ruled them out. That's what we get paid to do, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee, I know what it's like, okay? There's some problems here, all right? It's time for you, no, don't putt. Don't putt. Believe me, do not putt, okay? Look, everything collapsed on you. It's done, it's over with. You know everything I've told you from the very beginning is the truth. The whole truth and nothing but it. And now is your time, okay? Because I'm telling you, you're going to be judged in this lifetime, but even more importantly, you're going to be judged in the next.
Okay. You got that 15-year-old boy to think about.
You got a 15-year-old son, and I'm telling you right now, with the plan you came up with, I don't think you ever in your life thought it would all come down like this. But I ain't lying to you. You know how Sheriff Judd is. And I'm telling you right now, him and Sheriff G are running the same way. And they want to put everybody in jail. And they're coming after you. They're coming after your husband, your ex-husband. Okay? Personally,
How can they come after him?
I just
You're going to
explained
have
to
to
you
prove to us
with the truth.
with a valid statement that is a truth. If you're saying he is not involved, then I want to hear.
Why
I want to hear the truth why he's not, and you're going to have to do some proving to make us believe that he's not implicated in this whole thing. Detective Wallace just orchestrated and laid out a 10-month timeline of some very in-depth investigation. Hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, of man-hours of an entire unit from a large sheriff's office. Like I said, between the two offices, we have unlimited resources. Okay, you've got probably the top 2 sheriff's offices in the south end of Florida on this one case.
Probably
okay, it's not going to get by. It's not going to get by.
It's just time.
The book has been opened. The page is laid out. We know it all.
And
You're
helped
smart.
me.
You're a smart woman.
You're a white lady. You actually gave him money to pay. It started off
You're a
innocently.
business
I'm not-
owner. You
I'm not
already have
telling you.
business.
It started off innocently, but what killed you was greed. You know it, and I know. Dee Dee don't
Hey,
know.
the big
Listen
dollar
to me.
sign can take over thoughts
Listen to
and
me.
impulses.
Like that.
Yes, it was.
wasn't. I promise it wasn't.
Dee Dee, you spent every dime. And guess what happened? No, listen to me. He went to family members before it happened, and he said, something ain't right. This white lady, something ain't right. And he figured it out. There wasn't no money left to pay him back.
He told me to buy a house on 60. So if he, when
He quit to, look, I'm not
he
worried.
wanted the investment, I was supposed to give him the cash.
See,
When the paintball field started running, I was supposed to give him the cash.
Did you just listen to me? None of that really matters. Talk about why he killed him, why it happened. Get James out of it. Stop all the stories.
James
Save yourself, hold
nothing.
on, save your son's future. Because right now, it's a future without a mother and a father.
Okay, well,
At
James,
least get it to where there's a father
James
around.
had nothing to do with it, but I did not kill that man.
Well, then explain it with a real explanation, not some convoluted this and that.
Explain
real
to us of how
explanation.
James is not involved.
And not your stories.
I told you how. He didn't know. He had no clue.
What was in that hole with Abraham's body that would not have allowed James to walk by a 6 foot, probably, it was more like a 7 to 8 foot length hole, rectangular dugout hole or trench as I should note it as. I would say a trench,
Yeah.
by probably about 3.5 to 4 feet wide, with a body placed so nicely on the side. And how the hell could James not see that?
Because he got right onto the excavator. He didn't, pay attention to that. He was just there to fill in the hole. He would not ever do something like that. James would never, ever, ever. He's a person that we divorced because I helped every lowlife, every person. I never would say no to anybody. I helped everybody. I took in stragglers. I helped everybody I could. I would pay other people's car payments when they couldn't pay them.
Well, I don't
And he
think
got
that's the
tired of
basis
that.
for your divorce, and that's neither
Yeah.
here nor there.
It goes without saying that this is an outright lie. Dee Dee wasn't so kind-hearted and altruistic that she would help everyone who came across her path. She would scam people out of their last dollar, and we know that for a fact, because she killed Abraham for that very reason. That said, she defends him here, mostly because if she were to throw him under the bus, it wouldn't serve her for her story. She needs him on her side, because he can make her look terrible. Granted, he's already given the police all the information that he has, meaning he has already made her look guilty, but she is hoping that with a couple of conversations, she can right that course. But she knows there is no way she can pin the blame on him without it falling back onto her. Her goal is to project the blame entirely onto another party. She doesn't know who yet, or how she's going to make everything the police just told her make sense, but she is still under the belief that she can get out of the situation without compromising her freedom. At most, she is willing to say that she was an unwitting accomplice.
Because we had a long, extensive conversation with James, and I kind of know why. And we know why the divorce happened. Probably for some infidelity with Shar.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong?
No, he was cheating on me. James was cheating
All
on
right,
me. and
that's neither here nor there.
We're not worried about that. We're here about Abraham Shakespeare.
He's the
And the
focal
truth.
point of this, and we're after the truth. And from your stories that you were divulging on Monday night,
I'll sign a sworn statement. James did not have any.
Dee Dee, I'm not worried about sworn statements from you. I need the truth from you, not a sworn statement. A sworn statement from you with
But
as many
you
lies being told or
don't believe
nothing.
me. You don't believe me that there was someone there. I had.
No, Dee Dee. I believe you that there was someone there, okay? But I believe you set the whole thing up. I know you did. Are you gonna tell me, look at me. Are you gonna sit here and tell me that after you coaxed him to go to the Hard Rock Cafe, that the one night that or the Hard Rock Casino,
He
when
liked to go there.
listen to me, don't try and
Okay,
justify shit
okay,
and listen
okay.
to me,
Okay.
okay? The one night, it happens to be April 6th, that you decide you're gonna go meet Judy, you set it all up, you're gonna pick him up, and you happen to have to go by your office on the way there, that night, somebody has mysteriously gotten there and is gonna rob you. Come on, there's not 12 people that's gonna believe that story, okay? Look, stop with the silly stories.
He
It was
had
a set
all
up.
his stuff that he moved out of his house. He was moving. He had boxes that he had moved out of his house.
yeah, we know about those boxes,
Okay,
and we know about what happened to those boxes.
What happened to the boxes?
Joseph Resendez moved those boxes after he was dead.
Who's Joseph Menendez?
Joseph Resendez, that would be Shannon Gunn's brother, the one that worked for you. Okay? Shannon Gunn, the same one that you let drive Abraham's car around,
Mm-hmm.
the same one that I've talked to.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what night that was?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was April 7th. So you
They
take
asked-
Abraham's car and have her drive it around Plant City until you got to get it back a couple days later, his car, and you're so worried and scared that now you've got to get that car, and you've got to take that car and sell it. to get Char's truck. You know, you didn't live the life of somebody who was scared, Dee Dee. Okay? Not only that, as soon as he's dead, what do? You move on into his house. As soon as
you were so scared of these individuals, why in the hell would you move into this man's house and put your 15-year-old son in there?
Because it was safe, because if you can't get past that first gate.
I don't buy that.
Oh,
I don't buy that.
Dee Dee.
Give me a break.
It was.
Dee Dee.
It was safe.
Dee Dee.
So somebody that you're
You
scared
didn't
of?
live the life of a scared woman. Not at all. Dee Dee.
Look at how much money I had
Dee
to
Dee.
take out of the bank and give them. Look at my bank account that says Abraham Shakespeare. Months later, I'm still writing them out to Abraham Shakespeare.
Because you want to make it look like he's alive. That's why you did all that, Dee Dee. You've spent all this money. Come on, Dee Dee. The stories have got
Okay,
to
how about
end.
Cedric? What about
Yeah.
him with all that?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Okay,
Let me tell you something
Cedric.
about Cedric.
Okay.
This is probably the only smart thing Cedric's ever done in his life.
Mm-hmm.
Every conversation that you had with him, Cedric recorded. And guess what?
You aware of
Tuesday
that?
night, he gave them to us. And we listened to him. And guess what you were doing with Cedric? You were telling him the same silly-ass stories you were telling us. We've got it all on tape.
You're basically almost to the point of blackmailing the guy about his house.
About his house. If you don't go to the police and tell the police that you've seen him, I'm going to kick you out of this house. But I'll sign the house over to you. If you go to him and take back your story, I'll sign it over. Oh, hey, I got something else. I got the affidavit you wanted him to sign. He gave that to me, too.
Hilariously, but not unexpectedly, almost everyone in Dee Dee's life didn't trust her, so much so that they began recording all of their conversations just in case. The fact that she just tried to throw out another name of someone who could have been involved, only for the police to drop that he recorded every single one of their conversations just in case she were to try and do this, is remarkable.
Dee Dee, that's not going to fly either. Let's go to the next story.
That recording had your voice on there saying that Abraham wants Cedric out of that house. And then Cedric has the notion to say, if he wants me out of this house, have him come here and tell me. Or better yet, if he's texting, supposedly, have him text me his picture. That's pretty damn crafty. You know what? That just removed him from that whole scenario, Dee Dee.
That's
mine.
Dee Dee, your stories have all fallen off. You can't come up with a new one. The only story that's going to last now is the truth. I'm telling you, it's all done. Okay? The minute this guy dies, you move into the house. Because you know what? The day before he was killed, Courtney was still living there. And guess where I was last week when you called me? Remember when you called me and I was at lunch and you were talking to me? I was in Atlanta. I was in Atlanta with Courtney. Okay? Courtney had to go over to St. Petersburg. She left that Saturday or Sunday before he got killed on Monday. She left and was going to St. Petersburg with her friend. And she was living with Abraham at the time. And guess who wasn't living with Abraham at the time? Anymore. And guess what happened? She left and Judy was supposed to go pick her up. She talked to Abraham the night before he died. Then April 6th, she keeps trying to call him, can't get him. Well, she does get a hold of you. Oh, and you told her, oh, Abraham left with that girl from Publix. That girl from the store. Well, you know, we've talked to her. She's married, lives in South Lakeland still. We've talked to her several times. So he didn't leave with her. So, guess what? She has to get a bus to come back here. And guess what? I've got all those dates from the bus rides. So then she comes back and Judy picks her up and takes her out to the house. Where she goes inside, guess what? Dee Dee and her family's done moved into the house. So your frightened-ass person who's just been, oh my God, Abraham's been killed in front of me. Hey, let's pack all our shit and move over there.
Let me move my 15-year-old son in there and put him up in what, like a guest suite
A guest
apartment
suite,
all by
away from
himself?
me.
Oh, it's so safe around these drug dealer robber guys that just murdered somebody in my office, and I'm in fear of them. Alarm, come on, give me a break.
Nothing. It takes us 30 minutes to get to North Lakeland.
And I did not move right in. You got to look at the date. I did not move right in.
Dee Dee.
I was not in there and moved in. When she come up, I didn't move in until like a month later.
No, you were there. You were there.
I have to look at the date.
And that's and
So we've gotten to the point where Dee Dee's main defense is random pedantic nonsense. She insists that the detectives are wrong about her, not because she never moved into Abraham's home, because she did, but because she moved right in after his death, and they weren't specific enough that she might have waited a month before. She's trying to tie them up in language, trying to get them to admit to making a mistake so she can say they are being unfair to her, or use that one mistake to show they are incorrect, but they don't falter or allow her to make that small victory, because it doesn't matter.
It's funny. Here's the other funny part of this that just doesn't... Unbelievable. None of this makes sense. None of your story can make sense at all. It's just over. Just tell the truth. Don't
What
make me sit
were
here and
you
keep
saying?
going.
Something else. Go ahead, say it.
Dee, why do I need to keep going?
No, say
I've
it.
told it all. I've told it all.
Well,
I'm tired of telling...
the money part, he did that. I told you, so he wouldn't have to pay gift tax.
Oh, you hear that? Abraham gave her all of his money because he didn't want to pay taxes. And I guess if what she is saying is true, he wanted to be killed to avoid ever paying taxes on anything again. It's a pretty good argument.
He didn't want to.
He gave you everything he had and said, don't pay for me because I don't want to pay the gift
He
tax?
doesn't want to pay
See,
the
that
gift
makes
tax.
a lot of sense.
Because I'm supposed to hold on to it till he comes back. He's supposed to be getting money when he wants. And he did. He got money when he wants. but you
Hang on a
killed
minute,
him.
he's not coming back because we just dug him out.
The officer's tactics have been remarkably effective, and we can perfectly observe that in this moment, because Dee Dee forgot her new version of events, one where she knew Abraham hadn't gone on vacation the way she had claimed, she admitted that she was there when Abraham was shot, but because they didn't want to dwell on that confession for too long, she didn't remember she said that, so she reverts back to an old story, one where he just went on vacation, and she was just looking after his property for him as a friend.
Your property.
You knew that. You knew that from the get-go. You told the CI on the tape. Dee Dee, you knew he was dead on April 6th. You had the hole dug for him to die to be buried in. You went as far as to have concrete poured over top of where it was at.
A 30 by 30 foot concrete slab. Now, what would you say? Maybe 8 to 9 inches thick?
Oh, it was $5,000. I got the invoice. I talked to that guy
That's
before.
a hell of a concrete slab to cover. And not to mention, they didn't even really form the stuff out. They just threw it over grass.
Yeah, but it was for it was for the boat and the other thing.
Yeah, okay, you could have put the boat and whatever else you buy and put a little
cover,
patio,
I got
grill
an
area.
estimate to
Okay,
what
that's neither here nor there. That's
to have
something
a
you would
building.
use functionally after the fact that you have this concrete to solidify the fact that you got a human being buried on your property thinking, gee, nobody's going to find this guy buried underneath this $5,000 30-foot by 30-foot 8-inch thick concrete slab.
Dee Dee, this isn't one you can talk your way out of. The only way out of this, the only way to save your son, the despair of losing both parents, is to tell the truth to Greg right here.
I told you, James had no clue that.
Okay, all right. Let's just remove that aspect of this conversation out of there. Okay, I'll chew on that. I'll chew on the fact that James has nothing to do with it. I'll think about that and chew on that. But I'm having a hard time believing that. And you've got a lot of convincing and proving to do, since this case is now involving my county, and I'm tasked with the investigation of the homicide of Abraham Shakespeare.
Didn't you give him a lie detector test? Can't you lie?
We don't need to tell you what we did or not. We're talking about you and the fact that you got a 15-year-old child that's potentially got to lose both parents to a prison sentence.
But you don't believe me that I didn't kill him, so lock me up, and I'll prove in court I didn't kill him.
Because if you tell me the
based on
truth,
a jury.
because if you tell us the truth right now, what you tell us will depend on our forensics that we just uncovered, the scenes that we have just processed, and we will know whether or not, hang on a minute, let me finish. We will know if you are telling us the truth.
Why can't you from forensics measure my
Because we
height?
want to hear it.
Measure my height and what gun and what velocity.
We want to hear it from your mouth.
Measure it from me.
And we shall know whether or not you are spinning another bullshit story or if you are telling us the truth then. And then maybe that will rule out James, as you say he's not involved. Maybe that will rule him out, depending on what you tell us, and we're going to know from the get-go if it's bullshit or not. Okay, we have been at your property since frickin' Monday night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
You've had 2 sheriff's offices and multiple crime scene investigators out there for a week, and we're not done yet.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're going to play around there some more and get exactly what we need. Do you think we're just out there eating, barbecuing, having coffee every morning?
Get whatever you need. I didn't do it, so take me to jail.
Well, it sure as hell looks like you did.
Well, take me to jail and I'll
tell
prove
us
it in
Just
court.
tell us
After realizing her mistake, Dee Dee has fallen back on the tried and true, well, no one cares what I think, so we might as well stop talking technique. Again, this is something we have observed a number of times in people with narcissistic traits, because it's an attempt for one party to control the other. Dee Dee is used to dominating the conversation, to throwing her emotions around like a weapon, and forcing everyone around her to comply with her demands. If someone were not to bend to her will in that circumstance, she would turn the accusation around on them, making them look and feel bad for some perceived transgression, then turning everyone else against them as well. But if that weren't effective, she'd abort the entire mission, forcing the interaction to end on her terms, so she could decide how to move forward. Usually, if this was a conversation between her and someone else, she would likely choose to never engage with them again, to try and twist their words against them to mutual friends, but otherwise cut them out of her life entirely. People like Dee Dee tend to go through friends quickly, because they catch on to her antics and leave after being burned by her. But she can't easily escape this situation. She's in a police interrogation room, under suspicion of murder. Any bid for control in this situation is for naught.
And let's hear your rationale. Let's hear your reasoning.
You
Let's
don't
hear your
believe
story.
me.
No, I'll entertain your
You don't
your
believe
story
me. My
here.
lawyer will get to the bottom of it, and he will get the truth, and it will
Dee Dee,
be a court.
I told you I'll listen
Go
to you.
ahead and go to
I
jail.
told you I'll
Prove to
listen
us.
to you.
Prove
You
to
don't
us.
believe me.
Because you haven't said the truth yet. Okay? You think about this. Here's what I was going to tell you a minute ago. Okay? To believe your story, two murderous thugs killed Abraham Shakespeare, but they're going to leave you a witness alive. They didn't care about killing Abraham
Because I
Shakespeare.
could still get them more money out of the banks. Look at the amounts of checks I wrote out. Look at, where did I spend
Was
all
there
that
even
money?
any money
Look at all
left?
that cash.
At that point, was there even
Yes,
any money left?
plenty. And look at all that cash, and look at how many times I took cash out so they could get more money from me that they would come up and get.
When we went over the case of Robert Tellis, we reviewed his alternative theory of events. He said that he was investigating a small real estate flipping business that was either laundering money or doing something nefarious. The company was breaking the law, and he was the only person on the case. He claimed on the stand that he was looking into this company, making it known that they were breaking the law, and so they decided they were going to silence him forever, not by killing him, but by killing one of his opponents and making it look like he did it. But that obviously doesn't make any sense. If a person has a problem with you, if they want you out of the picture, they're going to attack you. Sure, they might also hurt people closest to you, but they aren't going to leave the person they despise the most unaffected. The same thing happened to Chris Coleman, the man who tried to convince the police that his family had been killed by a stalker who was obsessed with his employer. He spent a significant period of time sending them fake threats, saying they wanted to kill her, but could only get to Chris. Then they waited until he was out of the house to strike. That same principle applies here. If these two mysterious men, who no one has ever met before, wanted to get a hold of Abraham's money, they would not have left Doris alive. They wouldn't have kept around a loose thread like Doris, especially if she was a witness to a murder. If these men were the hardened criminals that she claims that they would have just pointed a gun at her head and forced her to give them all of the bank information. They would have driven her to an ATM, had her empty all the accounts, and then shot her. But obviously, that isn't what happened.
I know where all the money went. I watched it all. I got a whole list of where your money went.
Okay, how about all the money that went to Cedric? Did he give you a list of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Cedric didn't do. Dee Dee, we know Cedric's not involved.
I know that. I just wanted to make sure he...
No, you wanted to tell us he was involved until you found out that we had...
Because I wasn't sure he wasn't the one that sent them, because he really worried me.
Are you serious?
And I found out he wasn't, but I always knew.
5 minutes ago,
I always knew.
5 minutes ago, if I hadn't have told you that we had the audio tapes, you were going to tell us it was Cedric.
No,
you were going to tell... Yes, you were.
No, I wasn't.
Oh, Dee Dee.
I was not. I was saying that I thought there was somebody that knew what kind of money that was out there. There was somebody, either family, friend, something knew what kind of money was out there. And that's whoever knew sent them out there.
Dee Dee, you spent all that money.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
So you're talking about when I got out $5,000 and $10,000 cash, what do I have in my house that I have spent $5,000 and $10,000? Most of that stuff I put in my house, I bought before I even got there. Look at what my Stevenson house looked like before. Look at the pictures on the internet.
Stop and don't fucking yell at me. I haven't yelled at you once today.
Yes, he had. Now he's a little liar.
Yes, you've been good. I won't. Sorry.
all right? The stories aren't working. I'm trying to tell you. And if you would sit there and open up your mind and really think, you would understand that that 20 minutes conversation that I gave to you puts you in jail for the rest of your life.
It's over. It is over. Now, just a few minutes ago, you said that we won't listen to you and all that stuff. And I said, I'll entertain your rendition. I'll listen to you. You came here on your own free will to talk to us. Did you not? Did you not text Detective Clark and say you want to talk to him and the Hillsborough County detective over the
No,
case?
he asked me if I wanted to.
Well, it looked like the text was sent to him in that response that you wanted to talk to us. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, but I didn't know it was going to be the same thing where you didn't believe me, for there was somebody else there that
I
shot him.
never said I wasn't going to believe you. I'm relying on the investigation that we have done for 1 week at your
I shot a
property.
man, dragged him all the way by myself over to a hole that's clear across the way. I've seen it beside of freaking blood. I couldn't be an RN or an LPN. I went to EMT school, and because of EMT school, I realized I didn't like blood. I didn't like being around it. I worked as a CNA. I opened up my own shop so I didn't have to.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a body all the way over there by myself.
Evie, here's the problem. There may have been somebody else, but it's not like you're saying, okay? Abraham was killed the night of April 6th. He wasn't buried until April 7th, okay? So you're going to tell me you see a guy get killed in front of you, in your place with your gun, then you go home with Shar, okay?
I go home with Shar.
You go home to Shar
Mm-hmm.
that night, and then you come back the next day to two guys that are still waiting for you with a dead body, okay? You don't call the police. You don't do anything, okay? None of that. You're going to actually think that a jury is going to believe that crap. Oh, because, hang on, hold on, let me answer. Because they threatened to hurt my son. Well, how exactly would they have hurt your son had you driven to your house, dialed 911, and said, these people are at my house with a dead body now? Guess what would have happened? They would have been arrested that day.
Yeah.
So how could they have hurt you? How would they have hurt you?
They put a gun in my mouth. I peed my pants. I peed my pants.
How the police respond to Dee Dee is comical because they're treating her like a child who was caught sneaking a cookie after being told no. She's so desperate for them to believe her that she continues to embellish her claims, to amp them up so they feel bad for her. But it keeps not working. Let's say what she is saying is the truth. The men who killed Abraham only kept her alive in order to get more of his money, which they can only access through her for some reason. And the day they killed Abraham in front of her, they turned around, put the gun in her mouth, and told her that they would do the same to her unless she complied. They then let her live in the luxury home, have unrestricted access to his money, and only asked for small sums of cash sporadically. If all of that is true, and she is otherwise blameless, why did she ask Gregory Smith to impersonate Abraham on the phone with his mother? Why did she impersonate an illiterate man and write a 2-page letter to his mother, insisting she call off the police investigation? Why did she tell someone else she would sign over Abraham's home to them if they lied to the police? If she was so scared for her life, scared that these men were going to kill her if she didn't comply, why didn't she turn them in when she was brought in initially? Why didn't she provide the police with their names and numbers, or help the police conduct a sting? She went out of her way to actively hinder the police investigation, all because the evidence led back to her. All the people involved after the fact were related to her, not these two drug dealers, and she was the only person to benefit from him being gone, and there was no way to change that fact.
I was scared. I don't care. Just
No.
arrest
Hey,
me.
no, hang on a minute. I don't want to just arrest you. I want the truth, okay? Hang on a minute. You all right? Hmm?
Yeah.
Hey, the fact you come over here, okay, listen to me, okay? You come over here, we're all adults here, you want to talk, okay? You let Detective Clark know and all that. Yeah, I've never met you, okay? This is the first meeting, okay? And I see, you know, you're emotional, you're getting up and down. I just want to make sure all's on the up and up? Have you been drinking anything today or anything? I mean, do you use any type of prescriptions or narcotics or anything like that?
No.
I'm just asking. That's part of my job.
I'll be glad to take a drug test.
I'm not asking you to take a drug test.
I don't do anything bad in my life. I never have done drugs, and I don't even drink and drive. And I'm getting charged with murder, something I didn't even do.
Did you see an
You heard it first here, guys. She doesn't even drink and drive, so she'd never murder someone in order to steal millions of dollars. I don't know why I found that statement funny, but I did. Moving on.
affidavit here? Did I say anything about being charged with murder? Did I?
No.
Okay. We're talking. We're just talking. Am I right or wrong?
I know, but you're convinced and he's convinced.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I'm convinced in the fact that we're not getting the truth. That's what I'm convinced in. That's what Detective Wallace is convinced in. But we're convinced in other aspects because evidence, evidence is a convincing factor. Evidence doesn't lie. Forensic sciences don't lie.
But
the truth is right out there at the property.
Abraham lived that kind of lifestyle. He was very giving like that. If you look at everything, he gave away $11 million in 2 years' time. $11 million. So look at all of those other people.
Abraham gave away $11 million of the $17 million he won over 2 years because he was a generally giving person. He gave people houses, bailed them out of debt, and one of the only purchases he made for himself was a nice home. He had a hard time saying no to people, and that was evident. But the person who took the most money from him was Dee Dee. She convinced him to sign over everything he had to her because she purported to be a financial whiz. She sold him a fantasy where she could safeguard his money for him and used it all to buy luxury cars and luxury goods for herself. No one in Abraham's life benefited from his death more than her, even if every other person was guilty of taking advantage of him as well.
Listen, I have no doubt that Abraham Shakespeare gave out money. I've talked to a lot of people in the past week. I've talked to almost as many people as Polk County has interviewed and talked during the course of their 10-month investigation that we've had to go out and re-solidify statements with. We've been pretty much working around the clock this week on this, now that it's developed to the point it has on your property. Hence, we're sitting here and you're dealing with two agencies and say, well, hang on. And I have no doubt that Abraham Shakespeare was generous with his money. I mean, some may call it foolish, some may call it extravagant, some may call it just out of the goodness of his heart. I didn't know the man, so I can't make that type of opinion, but I do know that he gave his money away, basically. That's pretty admirable, giving away all that kind of money.
He did.
Whether or not it was under false auspices of maybe somebody, telling them to do this or that with it, or, he himself not being very knowledgeable or, having the ability to understand what he was doing with that amount of money, I don't know. That's neither here nor there. Point is, a lot of people benefited from his winnings, from that money. That, if that was his choice, that was his choice. But from what I've seen, from a lot of that money may not have been his choice. And right now, I'm not worried about the money. Hang on. I'm not worried about the money thing right now. I'm worried about the fact that a human being was killed in my county and buried in my county.
Right, but
that's what I'm worried about.
The motive for me to kill him over money.
I never said anything about motive with money. I never said anything about that.
Then why would I want the man dead? Explain to me why I would want that man dead.
That's what we
want. Hang on a second. Listen to me. You have got to realize the angle that we are coming from.
I know.
I don't
realize that.
Don't say nothing. Just listen to me for a minute, okay? You have to realize that we're looking at this from the outside and we are solving a crime, okay? Everything here points to you, okay? So if you're going to tell us a story, if you're going to tell us what's going on, I'm going to point out to you why it's either true or not true, okay? I'm looking at it as a juror. I'm looking at it as a prosecutor, as I'm a judge. So your word is absolutely nothing. You signing a piece of paper saying you swear to God has about as much value to me as a piece of shit on the ground right now. Your word in a court of law is absolutely not worth anything. Do you understand this? Okay? The only thing that's worth anything is the truth, because the truth can be proven, okay?
And we have the ability to prove it. And we'll know if you're being truthful.
End of story. Okay? Now, if you, like I told you, we know you were involved. You are not a victim. You are involved. Plain and simple. Okay? Let's get past the convoluted bullshit stories about how you were there.
Give me a reason why I'd want the man dead.
So after their short break, the interviewers come back and are seemingly trying to do a bit of good cop, bad cop. The new investigator remarks that he hasn't made up his mind yet about what happened and is open to hearing her out. He rebuts her statement that no one believes her or is listening to her and tries to gaslight her for the first hour or so of the interrogation, where he reportedly said he does believe she is guilty. He's trying to establish some bit of trust, so she opens up more. It may be a bit late in the game for that, but it's not like they need her confession to build their case. The second interrogator then comes in with his own point of view, basically saying that he believes she is involved, and that he is not going to allow her to continue to lie to their faces. Because one interviewer is being less upfront about his feelings, she should be more open to talking to him and trying to get him on her side.
I already gave it to you.
Money is not the reason.
Yes, it is a big reason, and there's no way you can explain it away other than you say, the goodness of my heart, I didn't do it. He wanted it that way. That doesn't fly.
So
That does not fly. Just listen to me. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't fly, okay? I'm telling you, from the outside, hang on, this isn't Dave Wallace, the person that you think wants to execute you for the rest of your life. This is a person sitting here thinking with a logical mind, okay, here, why would this lady, who has gained from Abraham Shakespeare being dead?
And he's a person thinking like a juror.
Like a juror, okay? There's only one person here, listen to me, don't come up with another line yet, okay? There's only one person who has benefited from the death of Abraham Shakespeare. That is D.D. Moore.
how about Poppy owing $1 million?
He has not benefited anything.
He owes the man $1 million.
Exactly. And you know what, Dee? That's great that you can say that, but guess what? There's no paperwork anywhere about that.
Yeah.
Hang on, listen to me. There's no paperwork saying that he owes $1 million that is signed by him or Abraham Shakespeare anywhere. Okay? Now, I go to Poppy to interview him very early in this investigation. Do you know what Poppy tells me? Hey, look, I borrowed $1 million from the man. I still owe him something like $700,000. If I see him, I will pay him $700,000. There's no proof anywhere other than what he told me. And he even calls me back the next day. He goes, Detective Wallace, can you come to my store? Yes, I can. He hands me copies of the certified cashier's checks. Hey, here's the $1 million that he lent me. Okay? So he has nothing to gain at all. At all. Okay? So it's not what about Poppy. Okay? It's not what about Cedric. Okay, we've thrown Cedric out because Cedric's got audio tapes. You were going to go there, but you can't.
No,
Listen to me. You were going to go there.
No, I wasn't. I was not going to go to Cedric. I've already talked to Cedric. Cedric said he had nothing to do with it. I recently
Dee, you have talked, you don't realize. You think you go around, you think all these people like you and they believe you and they're your friends, okay? Let me tell you what. All these black guys that you're dealing with, they're your friends while you're standing there, while you're paying them money and while you're doing things for them. But the minute the police come around, guess what their line is? Fuck that white bitch. I ain't going down for her. Let me tell you exactly what happened. Here's what happened.
And that's verbatim. That's right out of their mouths.
That is exactly what happens every single time. You think all these people are going to lie for you because while you're standing there and you're giving them money to do this and that, they're going to do it. But when the rubber hits the road, honey, it don't happen. Okay? They tell the truth. And guess what? I can believe them because guess what? It pans out every single time. From the audio recordings to handing me the freaking the affidavit you wanted Cedric to sign, to all this stuff. It always.
That's what he told me. He had seen Abraham. He told me that.
No, Dee, and it's not going to fly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to help you here. You don't realize it, but I'm trying to help you.
And I didn't end up making him sign
Okay?
it.
No, because he wouldn't sign it. What do you mean making him sign it? Because he wouldn't.
Dee, in the last hour and 10 minutes that we've been sitting here talking to you, I picked up on some physical cues, and they're just quite interesting because I know all these concocted stories. I've watched your interview from Monday night with Detective Carter. Clark. I'm sorry.
They're videotaped over there?
They might be.
I thought that was against the law without me knowing.
It's not against the law. We are law enforcement.
Oh.
In case you missed what Dee Dee just said there, she thought it was against the law for law enforcement to record their police interviews and interrogations. This happened in 2009 in Florida, the state with the most robust sunshine laws. We only bring up this notion because this is the mastermind who believes she can outsmart the police, and she didn't even know that all of her interactions with the police would be recorded and reviewed after the fact.
Okay? But I've noticed something, it's just interesting. It's when you start to kind of merge into this new concocted story or another rabbit hole, as I like to refer to, you have just this, discerned look on your face and your eyes. I mean, it's just this serious look. And then when the truth hits out of Detective Wallace's mouth from his long-term investigation, and he's putting to you poignant facts that are true, and you know they're true, your eyes just shut and your wheels are just turning in your head, and you're thinking to yourself, and you're saying, damn it, if he ain't right.
No.
Yes.
I'm thinking that the money stuff he talked about, that Cedric said he would not lie in court. I'm sure he showed, you've got that on audio, that Cedric said he would not lie in court, that I did not take any of that money, that Abraham went into those banks. He willingly did that himself. He didn't want Tori to have a dime. He did that because he wanted to keep her from having anything. He didn't care about that. He shopped at the dollar store. He still shopped at No, you want the money to be the motive, and that's not.
No, what I'm telling you is the money is the motive. The money, Dee Dee, listen to me. When you put it in front of a jury, the jury is going to look like...
The jury will convict me, and you will convict an innocent person.
No, we won't.
And then, you know what? Life will not exist that I know of, because I thought that we lived in society that people wanted the truth.
Don't start that crap, okay? The truth is...
Because this interview was going so poorly for her, she is now stating that she will be falsely convicted. She's forging ahead with that narrative, because she'll never admit to her own wrongdoing.
You had something to do with it, and now it's time for you to tell the truth about what happened.
I'm telling you the truth, and you don't want to listen.
No.
You don't care. No, you don't. You don't want the truth.
Dee.
You want your side. You want your drama. You want your belief.
No, we want drama. Do you think we like working around the clock all week, being away from our own personal lives?
Do you think I like digging up a dead black man from April? Do you think I enjoyed it last night?
No, and he does not do...
Do you think I enjoyed it last night when I had to smell his rotting carcass? Do you really think I enjoyed it?
Do you think any human being deserves to be put in a shallow grave on property?
That's why I never told you. It's not right. He's not a piece of trash. He doesn't belong there. It wasn't right. You don't do that.
Then why did they put him there?
I didn't put him there.
So let's play this out. Abraham died in her home, was buried on her property, and the men who dug the hole then covered his body with cement, and they only saw and interacted with Dee Dee. But somehow, she wasn't involved. The people who actually killed and buried him were always somewhere else, and she didn't know what was going on. That obviously doesn't make any sense, but Doris doesn't realize that. She hasn't had a moment to get her bearings. For nearly an hour, the officers haven't allowed her a moment of quiet in order to go over all they have told her, and come up with a new, more believable version of events. But at least it's begun to occur to her that she'll need to make some big sweeping changes to her narrative soon.
Dee Dee, you knew exactly where he was because, hang on a minute, because you put the piece of metal right over. Exactly where.
Because Ronald told me where it was and how he got it there.
No.
Don't you have that on recording?
Hang on a minute. I almost forgot one thing.
What?
There was another time that Greg met you, and I watched, and he went to Radio Shack again, and this time, Greg bought 3 new Boost mobile phones. One of them was for you, one of them was for Greg, and I'm not sure who the other one was for, okay? Well, guess what that story was? Okay, and I've got it all on audio. This is the phone. You're going to use this phone, and you're going to be Ronald. You're going to be Ronald. You're going to call me several times, and then we're going to throw that into a lake, and I'm going to tell them that Ronald called me on that phone. I've got it on audio. I forgot to tell you about that one. You're going to be, Greg, you're going to be Ronald. And hey, if we get caught, we're gonna tell them that Ronald did this. That's on audio too.
It's interesting how Ronald is this fictitious drug dealer, robber kind of guy.
Because I couldn't get a hold of him like that. He comes when he wants.
No, but hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, he comes when he wants to, but guess what? Your other story to me, and boy, it's right here on my text messages from you, was that in between the time that you talked to Greg on Monday morning, you were able to contact Ronald, and Ronald told you right where that body was at. Really?
No, Ronald doesn't.
But you can't get a hold of Ronald, but you got a hold of Ronald then. Come on. It's over. It's
Right under that
done.
piece of metal that you placed.
It's done. No, so you didn't get a hold of Ronald.
No, I told him he was supposed to get a hold of me, and he got a hold of me.
Oh, by luck of God, he got a hold of you at that time.
I didn't.
In between the two
first time
times.
he didn't, because when Greg asked me the first time in audio, you should be able to hear. I haven't talked to him. You should be able to hear that on audio that I did not talk to Ronald. I didn't know where it was, and I told him I had to meet him back later to make sure.
Dee Dee, there's no Ronald. You didn't talk
Okay.
to a Ronald.
Okay.
This is the same Ronald that you would come up behind your house and get money from your thing? Is that the one? That's another story you told. Ronald, the tall black guy. Remember you told Detective Clark that he was in the white car. You were going to blame it on the undercover officer before you found out he was an undercover officer. Come on. Dee Dee, I'm trying to help you. I really, really am. Okay? I'm trying to help you. Actually, I'm trying to help RJ. I don't want RJ to lose his mother and his father.
He can't lose his father. His father
Well, he's about
didn't do
to.
anything.
He's about to.
Have you not been hearing what we've been telling you for the last hour and 20 minutes in here?
But I'm telling you the truth about the guy being there, and you don't.
You haven't told me the truth about anything yet. Nothing that we can prove. Nothing that can be
Ronald
proven
does
for.
not exist. That's a ghost. That's a figment. That's a concocted individual
Okay, a guy.
to
A
solidify
guy.
your entire plot.
Okay.
You made up Ronald. You know you did. You made up Ronald, okay? One of the other things you had Greg do was call me. Before I knew who Greg was, Greg called me. And Greg told me, hey, I saw him down in Miami. Hang on, no, not because. Don't use because when every time you say but or because, it's followed by a lie, okay? You had him call me. I saw, hey man, you can call me B. I saw Abraham down in Miami at a club. His wallet fell out in front of me, and I saw his ID. Okay? Unbelievable. Then you tell Clark about about how this Ronald followed you to your house one day. He didn't know how to get a hold of you, so he should have showed up at your house, and he talked to you. Then you changed it with Greg, and you told Greg that you were pumping gas at the BP when this Ronald came up to you at the BP. Out of everybody in the world he could have ran into, he ran into you at the BP. Ronald. Then you want Greg to be Ronald. And then you want Ronald to be here. And then it's not him.
Because
Hold on, no, stop.
Ronald wasn't coming
Hold on,
around.
stop it. Then it's Fairy Gay. But no, it's not Fairy Gay, it's Shirky Sean or
That
Squeaky
Fairy Gay was
Sean.
an interesting name. And then
Did you ever,
Shanky Sean or
look
something.
up Very Gay? Did you look up Very Gay?
We've looked into things.
Okay, well.
I'm not
did
going
you
to
find
confirm or deny anything.
out? Did you
Okay?
look up Very Gay?
I'm not going to answer that right now because I want Detective Wallace to continue explaining away this concocted
Every
again.
different name. It's all bogus.
What was Very Gay? He was in prison?
Fairy Gay is somebody you look up on the computer.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard to put names together.
Mr. Land, who's Very Gay.
Dee Dee has begun to realize that every time she tries to sidestep their accusations, every time she tries to say she wasn't involved, or it was someone else entirely, they have already cleared that person of wrongdoing. They have spent the past few months ruling out everyone besides herself, leaving her as the only person with the means, motive, and opportunity. In other words, she's still fucked. She thought she was the mastermind in the situation, that she was pulling all the strings and that no one would ever consider her as a suspect, based on how well she could lie. The only issue is that every person she has tried to threaten, blackmail, push onto the police radar immediately knew what she was doing, and went to the police first. They provided the detectives with evidence against her, showed how she was the one at fault, and even recorded her admitting that Ronald wasn't real. She was outsmarted by the very people she believed she was puppeteering, and it's only now when the police continue to cut her excuses and stories off at the knees that she has begun to realize how fucked again she is.
Oh, we've talked to Mr. Land.
Guess what? Mr. Land, every time you went and met him, he called me too. He wasn't on your side either, Dee Dee. He was feeding me information too.
Like what? I didn't do anything.
I'm trying to sell the house for $50,000. I want to sell it. He was going to hook you up with the old man until he talked to me, and I said, no, that's not going to happen. So that deal fell through. How you're trying to get rid of all these properties, that always fell through. Why did it fall through? Because of me. Every single time. Okay? Come on, Dee Dee. Game over. I'm good at the game. Okay? I've been playing the game a lot longer than you. A lot longer than you. It's just done. Okay? Mr. Land, talk to him numerous times. Talk to him on a daily basis. Oh, I even talk to him today. Okay? All the names, you know.
You talked to Mr. Land today about what? I didn't talk to him.
I talk to him every day. You don't even know what I talk to people about. I'm not going to tell you what I talk to people about. Okay? This isn't me who's looking at the rest of my life in prison. This is
You don't need to be concerned what the details of the conversations are with these individuals.
I don't
Just
spend the rest
know-
of my life in prison because I don't see a jury thinking that I would take a gun and shoot a man, and I don't see the ballistics showing that I'm the exact height of being able to angle the gun at a certain whatever and shoot that man.
Okay.
They did. This is a strange power play, because it's her trying to gaslight the two investigators that every piece of evidence they have on her isn't actually that bad. They told her they have her on tape talking about making up a fictional drug dealer to pin Abraham's death on, and they have her bribing multiple people to lie to the police, and they have her agreeing to pay an undercover cop to take the fall for the murder, then giving them the murder weapon and showing him where the body was buried. But none of that matters because she says so. The jury apparently is going to say she's not guilty because they wouldn't believe a woman would be capable of that kind of cruelty, which is radically misinformed.
Go to that house
Do you
and you
think
can prove
ballistics?
that
Do you
it's
think a
not
high
me.
ballistics is going to
Let's
set
see.
you free?
What if
Come
he's
on.
sitting down?
You've been watching
What if he's
Suicide
standing
Squad.
up? What if he's laying on the
Sitting
ground? What
down,
if you're
whatever, the
sitting?
height is not going to be angled where it is
What
me
if
as
you're
the
sitting
shooter.
down?
No, that's what you're.
What if you're standing, you know, come on, Dee Dee.
Where would I be
Are
sitting?
you-
Where would I be
Dee Dee.
sitting down on the other side?
Dee Dee, are you going to put your life, risk your life on some stupid CSI stuff that you might have seen? Okay? How about when the jury has...
No, I know in my heart there's God up above, and God knows I didn't shoot him.
Okay, then who did? Give me a realistic one this time.
I
A
told ya.
realistic one.
The only reason I've been making up this whole is because I told you to begin with, I didn't know his name, his real name. I told you Ronald was his made-up name, probably. I wasn't sure of his real name.
Probably no.
Now, what's his real name then?
I don't know. You never bothered giving me a book where you looked through it to see if I could identify the guy. You never did anything like
Dee
that.
Dee, I asked you to give me a phone number the guy called you from. You could never do
The
that.
guy didn't call me. That guy did not call me. When Ronald called me, it was unknown.
Oh.
But that guy never called me. The guy that shot him never called me. After that night, I never
You
seen
never
that guy
gave me
again.
Ronald's number either. I bet you would have. It would have been the phone that Greg had that would have ended up in the lake.
The boost.
Because we had already talked about that on, you talked about that on the audio.
But the guy that shot him, I do not know him. I have
Okay.
never
So
seen
the
him
guy-
after that night. The only time I've seen him, and after that night, I never seen him again.
Okay, well, what about all the money you paid him? That's why he kept you alive.
He had a guy that I called Ronald come by and pick it up.
So, for those who are confused, there are 3 guys, 2 who are present at the shooting. One of them is Ronald, but that's not his real name. For some reason, she gave the scary drug dealer in her story the name Ronald, but his name was something else entirely, and she never learned it, even though she is on multiple recordings talking about how he isn't real, how she wants to hire multiple people to play Ronald or pretend to be Ronald on the phone, and went so far as to buy a burner phone to call herself from. So he's totally real, and she's very scared of him. Sure, no one else has ever seen him, but Ronald is real and he's scary, and he ordered the hit on Abraham for virtually no reason. Then there's a second guy. This guy is the one who shot Abraham in her home with the gun she had recently purchased and practiced with, and the gun she gave to the undercover cop. We don't know anything about this guy, besides he shot and killed Abraham, and no one knows what he looks like. Great. Then there's a third guy who's new. This third guy is the guy that the drug dealer Ronald would call over to go to Dee Dee's house whenever he wanted to get more money. Dee Dee also called this guy Ronald, and this is the first time he's been mentioned. She knows that continuing to walk down the path of trying to prove that Ronald exists is stupid. They've laid out how she is on the record lying and trying to fabricate evidence, so she needs to shift her story a bit. So, now there are two Ronalds, and they're both evil, and she doesn't have a phone number for either of them, but she swears to God that they exist. The detective's reaction is frankly amazing, because they just laugh at her. Her stories are so needlessly convoluted that no person could reasonably keep up with what she's saying. It's worse than when somebody swears they have a girlfriend, but she goes to another school in another state. So no one knows her, but she's really cool and is probably a model. And also her dad is the president of Nintendo and she flies you to Disney World every weekend. It's absurd.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Okay, so the jury's gonna buy all of that.
No, they're not. I'm going to jail for something I didn't do.
And so is James Moore.
Why is James going?
I told you. Gotta go.
You're trying to threaten me with that because that is not fair. He did not dig that hole.
That's what's gonna happen.
He did
I'm
not
not
dig
threatening
that
you with
hole.
anything. That's what's gonna happen.
That is not fair.
That's not gonna happen.
Why? What do I have to do to make that? So you want me to admit to a crime I didn't do? You know, you
I want you to tell the truth. I want you to tell the truth.
A guy come in and shot him, took everything that we had in the safe for cash, and left with it.
And left you alive.
Yes.
To give money to somebody who you don't know. Right? This is your story. Let's get it straight. So this guy kills Abraham Shakespeare, leaves you alive for you to give him $5,000 or $10,000 here or there to another guy that you don't know.
Statement.
To another guy that you don't know.
We have looked at your bank statement.
So another guy that you don't know, and I guess that's the guy that you'd put the money on the back porch, and the guy would just sneak up in the middle of the night and take the $5,000 or $10,000 and leave. Is that the story that we're going to go with? I mean, really, I've got children's books that are written better than that.
Yeah. And Ron, James, you're saying he didn't. Now you're saying he didn't dig the hole. The man came over and met with us today and walked over as I did, acted out for you to the very tree that is the most south, closest to that two-story structure, and said, "Oh, it's about right here."
But I'm saying he didn't know.
It's about right here. And it dug it straight.
The only truth that might be in any of your story, is that there was somebody else involved, and for some reason you won't tell us who that person is.
The detectives don't actually believe that there was someone else involved. They are once again trying to get her to give more details about what happened, under the guise that someone else was responsible. She still hasn't provided a full run-through of the day of Abraham's murder, and that's what they're trying to ascertain now.
Because you know. Because you know, and you know they'll implicate you right in the middle of it.
That's right.
And I'm telling you right now, if you have any bit of heart and soul in you that loves your son, you're going to come off of the truth right now. And you're going to spare your son seeing his mother and his father go to jail.
And not only for your son, look at me a minute, not only for your son, but you're sitting here shedding these crocodile tears over the fact that you had a human being, Abraham Shakespeare, buried on your property, and that he didn't deserve that.
He did.
So this crying that you're doing now, I don't even know if I can believe that or not.
He didn't.
You can't.
The man was a human being. It put in a freaking shallow grave to rot.
He didn't deserve that. He didn't.
Then tell us the truth, Dee Dee.
Dee Dee, you sat there with Clark the other night, and you know what you told him? And you know what's going to play right in front of the jury? You know what's going to play right in front of the jury? I'll tell you the truth. Can I keep my stuff? My house and my cars and everything else that I stole from Abraham?
I didn't steal it
Jesus
from Abraham.
Christ. Well, whatever you call
I
it.
didn't steal
Call it whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call it. But the quote was,
There's
if I tell
nobody
you,
that would say I stole
let me
that.
think. Let's do the quote itself. Let's rephrase it. We'll drop off the stole part. I'll tell you the truth if I can keep my stuff. Do you know how that's going to play with the jury? Oh, no, the money's not the motive. Can I keep my stuff?
It wasn't like that.
I
have
an innocent man buried on my property rotting. Can I keep my stuff
I
by the
didn't
way?
know. I'm saying that I did not do it, and he was saying I'm going to lose everything. Well, why should I lose everything when I didn't kill the man?
Can I
did
keep
not
my stuff?
kill that man.
I'll tell you the truth. Can I keep my stuff? But no, the money's not the motive. But no, there's a guy that I don't know his name, that I call this guy Ronald, that I was going to pay another guy to be Ronald.
That stands up and takes money off the back porch.
Dee Dee, come on. This isn't the world we live in, and you know it. Nobody lives in that world. Nobody.
And what back porch are you referring to?
Have you ever read the book
Hang on a minute. What back porch are you referring to a few minutes ago when you said whatever comes up and gets money off the back porch?
It didn't come up a lot. It was like only a couple.
Well, what house are you referring to?
The one in Red Hawk.
Okay.
The one on Red Hawk.
You mean the one where your son was safe in the room next door next to a killer that was coming up and
It
getting money?
wasn't that killer that was coming up.
Oh, no, it was his associate. Oh, God, we can trust him. Yeah, never mind the actual man. He was with him, and he's shady little son. Don't worry about that.
Come up and take payments and stuff. We won't worry about that.
Don't stay in the house with me. RJ, you can have that nice house outside.
Maybe he's got a nice one.
The interrogators make a great point here, and in a few sentences, dismantle her earlier statement that she moved into Abraham's home because it was safer. Sure, it was in a gated community, but now she said she gave the killer's associate access to her house, but just to pick up the cash. So either he had a gate code or she was telling the gate security to allow him in. Either way, it's so radically stupid and strange that is where the footage cuts for the day.
All right, Dee Dee.
Okay. I'm not gonna do no more. I'm gonna tell you everything from the start.
Dee Dee has taken the night to get a new, more elaborate story together. Because she believes she was given every piece of evidence by the police, whatever she says now will be her best work yet. So let's see if it holds up to basic scrutiny.
And again, before you say anything, last night you were going to tell us.
I know, but you were threatening me with...
No. I'm not, we weren't threatening you with anything. We were stating fact, okay?
Uh-huh.
And whatever you tell us, you got to understand, you're going to have to prove what is the truth to us.
Yeah.
And like I said, from our investigation, we know what the truth is going to be.
Right.
So let's hear it.
But with James, I was worried for him, and I knew the person that I keep keeping from you. I knew if I ever told them that I will definitely be under the jail, not in it. So, because they have a lot of involvement.
What she is saying here makes very little sense, but it sounds at least that she is about to accuse a person who is high up in law enforcement of being behind the murder, or that the person responsible has connections to get her murdered in prison. Her excuse is still that she is scared of whoever actually killed Abraham, and that they scared her so badly she has to clean up their crimes in a way that makes her look responsible for the murder. You see how stupid that shit sounds? Like, what am I even saying?
Okay. First, Abraham, when I met him, we met, and I was writing my book, and he was telling me all about his life, and he needed, then I found out that his house payment was negative.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do you want to go through all the little details, or?
Well, I mean...
just so you have a brief, I'll give you a brief overview.
Yeah,
He was negative in his house payment. So I went up to the
one in Lakeland that you live in now?
Right. It had a house payment at Wachovia. So I went up to the bank and paid his house payment for him.
Okay.
With my cash that
And
I had
when
in
was
my
this?
bank.
Like, what month?
It's all in my checking account.
All right.
It was $6,988. So I paid his house payment and found out that he was having all these problems. He had a problem doing all his collections because no one would pay him back. Once he gave the money, they wouldn't give him any. They would say, get the F off my property, threaten him and everything. So he was having a problem with doing that. So he had asked me about doing his collections for him. Judy started doing collections. He went around telling certain people, Judy would be doing the collections.
Why would they pay Judy versus him? I mean, did she have a better way of collecting money, or what?
The majority of what she has said thus far is untrue. She was not writing a book. She didn't offer or put in a payment on his house, and we didn't find evidence that he was in the red on his house payments. However, she did take over collections for him. But that will also become an issue because it means that Dee Dee worked as an enforcer, and one of her most repeated defenses from the previous day was that she couldn't have hurt Abraham because she wasn't physically imposing or strong. There was no way she could murder anyone, but she was able to work as a collections agent or employ another person to do it. So she was intimidating. She could use harm if she deemed it necessary, and worse still, someone keeping the money away from her, the way Abraham was trying to, was something that she used to validate violence. Despite having all night to think of her story, she's already fallen into a rabbit hole.
Yeah, because they would give him a sob story.
Mhm.
They would say, "Oh, my electric's, you know."
And she wouldn't
right,
put up with it.
right.
Okay.
My electric's,
All right.
and you know.
All right, go on.
My kids hurt, and I'm the same way. Every time, you know, I would try, it would be like, you know, I'd end up paying their electric bill. I
Okay.
paid
So you paid his mortgage payment.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Paid his mortgage payment and everything. Well, he was going through that lawsuit with Michael Ford that was coming up, and his attorney had quit on him, Valenti, because for non-payment, and he would not pay Valenti the other $20,000 because he felt like Valenti was ripping him off. He already paid $850,000 to William Gary, and William Gary wouldn't, you know, represent him anymore because the case was over. Well, they had rebutted.
Mm-hmm.
So he had that problem going on in his life, and he started asking me on, you know, the collections and stuff if I would do it, and we'll work out something where, you know, I get a nice percentage of it, because he doesn't get anything back at all. These people have lived rent-free for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
None of them have paid. He's got a house that, they've got a $200,000 house, and in 2 years the people haven't paid one mortgage payment at all.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said that we'd work something out, and Tori wasn't going after, you know, a quarter of it or a regular child support. She wanted at least half, because he was lying about what he had. He was lying about his assets. Well, further on in, I found that out. But anyways, he had these people that would threaten him and all, like Greg Massey was one of them that acts like he's his best friend on TV, which is hilarious because, you know, a lot of people know that that's not true. And that was one of the reasons why I was mad at Greg, because Greg acts like he's such a friend of his, but Abraham didn't even like him anymore because he took advantage of him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to take advantage of him. I know it looks like that, and I know you think that I'm a horrible person. I'm just as bad as the rest. But what he acted like to me, he was very giving to me, and I loved him for that. He was very nice and very giving. He turned over that $1 million because he felt like he was going to lose it anyway.
Okay.
He wanted me to invest in. No, I want you to know that. So you look at that.
Okay.
prospect of it.
We've looked at a lot of stuff in
I
the
know.
last week, and they've looked at a lot of stuff in
I
the
know.
last 10 months.
I know.
Okay. If that's your opinion of it, that's
Yeah.
fine. Our opinion will probably
I know.
be different. Okay.
I know you're.
Pausing in an unfortunate spot, because frankly there wasn't a clear place to cut there. But what Dee Dee said there was frankly disgusting. She openly mocks and badmouths other people in Abraham's life, calling them users and going further to state that some of the people who have expressed concern over his well-being are being disingenuous because Abraham actually didn't like them that much at all. The men and women who are praying for his safe return, going on the news to plead with the public for information about their friend, yeah, those people are just users and straight up bitches. They're the problem. It's a cruel thing to say, regardless of if it is the truth, which we doubt. When Abraham won the lottery, everyone in his life, no matter what their relationship was, used him to some extent. They viewed his success as their own, and given his 7th grade education, he had no ability or help to budget the money out. He was unable to say no to his friends and family, and seemed to feel as if it was his moral obligation to help those around him. He believed they would return the generosity, turn around and pay him back later. But when later never came, his perspective changed. And I'm sure the people who did that feel horrible now that he's gone. But then Shakespeare's murderer tries to frame how she had a different relationship with him. How, when he gave her money, it wasn't because she was using him as a bank, or wanted anything from him. It was just because he genuinely saw potential in her. Sure, he gave her more money than anyone else. And sure, she used it to buy luxury vehicles. But it's not like she's one of those gross, manipulative people that he helped get out of debt. Those people were using him, but she wasn't. Once again, she has managed to fall into another hole of her own making, though, because the day prior, she had said there was no way that the money could be a motive, that she only used her own money, and that she barely touched his accounts. But now she is admitting that she did have access to his finances, and that he gifted her millions of dollars, and only states that it was different in a nebulous, vague way. So not only has she stated that she worked as an enforcer, but also that she was directly involved in his finances, giving her motive and ability.
And that's neither here nor there.
Can I?
But what I want to dig down to is how the man got killed and murdered on your property. Okay, so
Well,
if you're telling me that, hang on a minute, let me finish.
Uh-huh.
If you're telling me he was very given to you, okay, so be it. He's not gonna be able to come out and tell us that
I
like
know
we
that,
went
but
into last night.
but I will love to give you names so that you can look the people up that know the truth, that know that he was like that. I have no motive. I have no reason. I cared about that man.
Then how did he get killed? How and why?
Okay.
Dee Dee had planned what she was going to say, and she had already gotten into the groove when the detective interrupted her. Now he's asking questions in the middle of her storytelling, which is throwing off her game. He's keeping her from gaining any sort of ground, or any real sense of control, which is incredible to watch.
Howard was on cocaine drugs. He was on crack. The guy was blackmailing with a crack photo of him. He had it in the top drawer of his desk. I don't know if it's still there. You can look at his office and see if it's still there.
Dude, Stitzel's office?
Stitzel's office. Stitzel was doing all these transactions for us, doing all the paperwork and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I got upset because I didn't want all this in my name because I heard Tori was going to come after and sue me for trying to hide all his assets, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I had, a disagreement there, whereas Howard says it's fine, when I go to buy that other house, just put it in Char's name. I was being directed, what to do to keep it safe by him. He's a lawyer. You trust him. You put your trust in a lawyer, you should, have the trust. And that's what a lawyer's supposed to do. He's supposed to look out for your best benefit, even with Abraham. If it's Abraham's lawyer, he's supposed to look out for Abraham, not for himself. Well, Howard come to me and he kept wanting more money, and then he started coming to Abraham for money. I didn't know he was using it for drugs.
When
gave
was
him a
Howard
$20,000.
When was Howard coming after Abraham for more money? Like what time of year? And
It's all in my checkbook. You'll see checks written out to Howard. Howard's got
from
$20,000.
from your checking
Mhm.
account, which is really Abraham's money, like from
Right.
what bank? Which banking institution?
The Bank of America one. I can show you the checks.
Is it the checks under one of your company names or under your name or what?
Like one of them's from Abraham Shakespeare LLC.
Okay.
He got a $20,000 check.
And that was paid to Stitzel.
Howard says, well, to protect me, we'll write up a loan thing, a loan paper saying it's, quote, a loan, Howard has a loan that he pays back, but he never has the money paid back because he uses it all up. So,
Just so you can follow along, she's now accusing the lawyer she and Abraham were working with of being involved in the murder because he had a drug problem and was using their money to buy narcotics. Now, this could be possible, as anyone can become an addict, even a highly successful lawyer. But when she says that this lawyer was always charging them for random things and asking for more money, I couldn't help but wonder if she understands what a lawyer's job is. Whenever you speak to them, they're on the clock. They charge a lot because their service is highly specialized, but most people don't see everything they're charged for. So if she was talking to him as often as she claimed, he was just billing her for services rendered. He wasn't shaking her down because he was a junkie, as far as we can tell. He was invoicing her for legal advice, which is his job. Next week, she'll say the garbage man is suspicious because he keeps showing up at her house every week, the same date and time, and taking her trash away from the curb. The idea. Or the kid next door is strange. He has lemonade that he sells, and then runs out by mid-afternoon, only to come back the next morning with new lemonade. Where is he getting that? What's his angle? The police should probably look into him and destroy it. We have to cripple the competition. Don't you know, lemonade kid? You need permits to sell that lemonade here? And also, who is your distributor? What do you know? Who have you been talking to?
I was thinking, how is he going through all this money? And I found out, me and Abraham got really upset with him. I went crying up to his office because Abraham really wanted Greg Massey sued. He was waiting and waiting for this man to be sued because...
By Stitzel.
Yes.
To draft up the paperwork.
Right, because he was supposed to sign this contract saying he owed Abraham $310,000. Greg refused. Greg says, I'm not paying you. Abraham was really upset about that. He was very distraught, saying that, he feels like Greg took advantage of him. So Abraham wanted me to start going over bank records at Wachovia and the other bank to see how many people stole from him, to see how much Greg had embezzled, because he felt like Greg embezzled, because as we went around checking with people, they were saying that Greg was getting cut off the top to get a loan for him. So, like, if you get a loan for $10,000, Greg would get, $1,000 or $2,000 paid back to him for getting the loan for you. Like, I'll go to Abraham, I'll get you a loan, but I'm going to take some of the money back. So when we found that out, Abraham was real upset, and Abraham felt like he was taken advantage of by Greg, and he wanted him in jail, not just getting his house. He wanted him in jail if we could find any type of embezzlement by him. So we started researching, went up to the bank, got all the little things. That's why I have all the yellow slips and all that. And I talked to Abraham again, and Abraham was upset also about the other court cases that Howard was supposed to be taking. So I went up to Howard's office, and I was crying profusely. I went in there crying to him because he promised this man, and this man was upset and hurt that,
Do you remember when this was that you went into Howard's office and cried to him?
I don't know, you can look at my phone records. I had called him, and he wouldn't answer. There's a witness to that at that office. It was his old office on Alexander. There's a guy in the corner office to the left. I went and cried in his office.
So this is before Howard moved onto your property?
Right.
This is when he was on the old Alexander Street address?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There's a guy that's in the left-hand corner office that'll say, I went in there crying to him. Well, when I was in there, I met Howard's drug dealer. He tells me about how he's went around there and threatened Howard. He'll break his kneecaps, he'll do this.
So this drug dealer starts telling you how he's threatening somebody?
Yes.
So, in Doris's world, people committing crimes and getting money through illegal means, they just come out and tell you about it. She is at a lawyer's office, sobbing about how he is stealing money from Abraham, seemingly by charging him for services rendered, and that lawyer's drug dealer comes in, sees her crying, and just tells her about his crimes, as they do. It's not like dealing drugs is a criminal offense, and dealers tend to keep that close to the vest. They make business cards, they have bake sales, and they tell anyone who comes into their client's work that they deal drugs and tell them about why they do it. That seems logical. It's also not like the police deal with drug dealers regularly and know how they behave either. So this is probably the most perfect excuse so far.
He tells me he's got a strong-arm man there, and he says, with Howard, if he owes you anything...
Were they expecting you to come there, or you said you went there to basically
see
cry
Howard.
And plead
Right,
to Howard?
Right.
So this drug dealer, it's safe to say this drug dealer wasn't expecting you coming in there?
No, he wasn't expecting me
So
there, but
why
I
would
met
this,
him.
So why would this drug dealer with his strong arm start just telling you all
Because
this
we were
criminal
talking
activity?
because we were talking about how Howard is, because he was telling me that he had a blackmail picture on Howard of smoking crack.
But why? Why would this dealer trust her with that information? Why would someone give up all of their trade secrets to a stranger? Does this dealer have a heart of gold, or is he just stupid? That doesn't make any sense. But nothing Dee Dee ever says makes sense.
He did. He said he had a picture of Howard with a crack pipe, and that he holds that over him, because that could go out to the public. And he says, because he left me in jail. He says, I paid him money, and then he left me in jail and didn't get me out of jail right away.
Was Howard sitting there when all this stuff was being discussed?
No.
Where was he at?
Howard was nowhere to be found. We were waiting for him. So we sat there.
In the lobby of his office, or what?
Yeah.
Without realizing it, Dee Dee has changed a significant detail of the story. Before, she met the dealer in another attorney's office because Howard was avoiding her, and she went into the office to cry. It was then the drug dealer came into this unnamed attorney's office and started talking about how Howard smokes crack. But now, it happened in the lobby. It's a small but significant change.
The lobby of his office. His office, like when the door was actually open to the little sitting area where the desk is. So me and him were sitting there talking. I could look up that guy's name if I got a hold of Howard's records, but he's gray-headed. He's cleaned up. He used to have like shaggy-looking, crazy hair. But
black male, white male.
He got arrested again, and he had to shave and clean up.
See, a black male, white male.
White man.
So Howard's drug dealer is a white male that's cleaned up looking now.
Yeah, because he was, and I'm sure that's not
how
the
old?
only drug dealer friend he has. He's
Probably not, given that Howard is an attorney and probably represented that man. He likely knew a good deal of people dealing drugs, struggling with addiction, people who made bad choices, and no one else to represent them, because that's what a lawyer does. But it seems unlikely that Dee Dee has put that together. Or if she has, she feels like if she reframes it for the public, people will trust her over the evidence in the case.
maybe in his 40s. Howard just recently got him out of jail again, saved him on a big jail charge.
All right.
So, anyways, he saved him on the jail charge, and he's telling me all about this. Well, then I figure out where all the money's going, why Howard needs so much money all the time. He has sores all up his arms and down his legs, I guess, from the crack, what it does to your body. So I have an intervention with Howard, and I tell Howard, I'm gonna have to drop him, I'm gonna have to write to the board, the lawyers, and the Bar Association, and, see if I can get him debarred if he doesn't do what he said he was gonna do for Abraham. I mean, you don't do that to somebody. You took his money, we paid you for Abraham suing Greg, we paid you for Abraham suing Laura Williams, we paid you for Abraham, we paid him for all kinds of stuff for suing people, and he never even did anything with it. He didn't take them to court. So Abraham's waiting for these people to go to court. He's got checks for it and been paid for it. It started in Bird's office first. Bird got the case, and we wrote out checks to Bird first, and Howard didn't do nothing while it was in Bird's office. So we go, and now I cry and cry, can't find him for 3 days.
Can't find Howard
Can't
for
find
3
him.
days. So when you went to his office where this drug dealer started just divulging all this information to you, and Howard's, or is it David Howard, or you call him Howard, or what?
I call him Howard.
In his waiting room or lobby, and, you know,
If
Howard's
you talk
nowhere
to
to be
this guy,
found.
he'll tell you the same thing. If you talk to this guy, he's real
So
open.
this drug dealer is just going to plainly tell us that he was there with his strong arm to basically get his money and find out why he was left in jail.
Yeah, I mean, he
Tell us that he
wasn't.
deals crack or whatever to Howard.
Well, no, he's probably not going to tell you that he does crack.
The detectives are obviously not believing a word that Dee Dee is saying, because it's mostly nonsense. But she doesn't seem to realize it yet. Why would a crack dealer who works for a lawyer turn on him? Why would he go to the police, who put him in prison on a related charge, admit to dealing narcotics, and having an enforcer rough people up, just to confirm her story? That would never happen. She also hasn't given them a name, or any identifying information to actually know who the dealer is. So her story is barely any different than the story she gave the day prior. The detectives are aware that this is the same story as before, just with a fake mustache and eyebrows slapped onto it. It's someone else, someone who she claims to be big and powerful, and someone who she was scared of, so much so that she spent 6 months acting as guilty as possible.
Sure, but you can find that out
All right,
by
so
a
going
record.
back, you didn't come across Howard for 3 days.
Yeah, and I found out why, because he was cracked out. He had went over the edge and had me on crack, and he had, been on cocaine, and he was all messed up. So I talked to him and told him if he didn't straighten up, we'd have to do something. Well, he promised me he, was going to quit. I told him that, I'd help him get rehab. I'd help him rehab. I would do whatever, he needed, whatever he needed to get straight. I'd help him. But he continued to do the same thing. He'd come after us for more cases so that he could get more money, and he was going to get, more stuff done, and he was going to start sending notices. He eventually sent a notice to Greg Massey. He eventually sent a letter to the Knights to foreclose. He did do, a couple of things he said he was going to do.
This is before he moved into the office on your property?
Yeah, he starts doing some of the stuff he's going to.
Okay.
Well, then, when we start talking about moving in $1 million, Abraham tells people that he's having to give it to the IRS. I think he tells Poppy. I'm trying to think who else. He tells them that, that his money's being taken because
So
he
the
doesn't want.
$1.095 million.
Yeah, he tells Poppy.
Wait a minute. Abraham was wanting to move and hide, basically, from IRS. Is it Abraham's idea or Howard's idea?
Well, no, it was Abraham's idea, but Howard, he wanted it too because he was going to lose it. They figured to Tori, because Tori knew about it. Everybody knew it was in that bank.
And was that the last of his money left over?
Yeah, that was the last of what he had in any bank. So Abraham, because his other bank, the little $4,000, was frozen at the time. So Abraham wanted it moved, and Tori knew about that, so he started a rumor uptown, so that it'd get around that he's losing it to the IRS taxes. What he does is he calls the place and has it moved over, has me start up the company, Abraham Shakespeare LLC. So he can put it as an investment, investing. For me doing that, right off the top, I can get $250,000. He keeps the third. I start cashing it out as he needs it for when he needs it for stuff. Plus, he wants me to find a business investment so that he can make cash so it doesn't show as money in the bank for Tori. Okay, so we have the paintball field and we have 3 offices to rent out. That way, he doesn't show his cash flow, and he doesn't have anything in the bank to go after. So that's why I've always said, if anything, I can get charged with helping him avoid child support, because I did that. I mean, that is something I should be charged with. I helped him avoid child support, but child support wasn't bearing yet, you know, it wasn't there. And once I found out and talked to Tori more and more and seeing how much he let her struggle, I liked Tori. I felt bad about what I had done. So I started taking it back. I started telling him I'm not going to lie in child support court, which he got upset about to me, but I couldn't let her do that. He let her be homeless almost. She got where she didn't have a home, and he wasn't giving her nothing. So I made sure she got a house. I put her in that house that she's in, and I got her a car so she'd have a way back and forth because she was walking. And I told her, you know, I couldn't do that.
And again, out of the goodness of your heart, like you said last night, you made that comment, you're putting her up and taking care of her financially now.
Well, I was taking care of her, whatever she needed, just necessities, until it went to court. That's what I was doing.
A house and a car?
Well, yeah, but the house wasn't paid for. The house was rental. So I would make the rent payments. Like, I went with her to get the mortgage and all. I did all that with her. So I got the mortgage, and I told her when it comes to child support court, I wouldn't lie. I would turn over the Knight's house. You hear that in my conversation with the other stuff. But I turned over the Knight's house, and I told her she can have anything she wants because I know what happened. I know what he did, and I felt bad about it, you know. I did.
Mm-hmm.
So I told her she can have the Knight's house, whatever I needed to sign over. I told her I would tell the court everything when we went to court, and that I'll you know, if I can be charged with that, then I'll be charged with helping him avoid child support. So Abraham has got the money moved over now, and he tells me $250,000. So I go buy my Hummer because we're riding around the black Hummer. I have a black Hummer at the time, and he likes to ride around nice, and I ride him around, and so does Judy. So, and then I have about $100,000 that came in from Real Time. You can see my business part. And so really, however you want to say the vet was bought, but it was bought from that money, but I had $100,000 of my own money in there too. At the time, Real Time, you can see my checks going in the bank in January. So I didn't spend it all, and I left it in the bank. And then we got another letter. You know, we knew I had talked to Tori, and Tori was telling me that, you know, people were telling her to come after me because I took over his bad debts, and he did them to hide them and everything else. So we start getting worried about that. So that's when we separate the money and we put it in ASTAT, you know, other companies, and that was at the suggestion.
And that ASTAT is under Shard?
Right. And that was at the suggestion of Howard, you know, so that it's a third party. If I give it to him as a gift, donate it to that company, then she cannot come after it. So I donated it to that company, so she couldn't come after it.
The ASTAT.
Right. So me and Abraham donate it so that she can't come after that money, and it's free and clear. And it's going to be a paintball field for the kids to use. But in actuality, Abraham's going to make money off of that. You know, he'll get the cash flow from it.
If at the end of this conversation you're wasting my Saturday
No.
afternoon with another freaking lie, I'm going to be pissed.
No,
Okay?
I'm not.
Because, you know, with you coming clean with your involvement and what exactly had transpired to the point of how Abraham was killed and buried on your property.
Yeah.
Okay, and so far, all along, everything has been bullshit.
I know, but I was scared. I was really scared.
So who are you scared of?
This man has told me.
This man who? This man who?
Well,
This man who?
Let me finish it. This man has told me. I'll do it when Wallace, because I'm going to have to repeat it all for him.
Dee Dee's story is virtually nonsense, and the officers know that, but they restrain themselves from interrupting and telling as much, so that she can actually go over the events, and then they can use it against her later, but it's incredibly hard to follow along. So far, we know the lawyer is addicted to crack, and would charge them for services he never rendered. Then there was a drug dealer who came into his office and randomly told her all about his business. And now there is a woman suing Abraham for child support, and Doris was hiding money from this woman, but then was also paying her rent and putting her up in a nice home, but also told Abraham she was testifying against him, but also they're still friends. It makes no sense, and if anything, makes her look guiltier.
Finish out your financial
Okay.
dissertation here, because he,
Okay.
you know, he and his squad have pretty much
Okay.
uncovered a lot of information that they
Okay.
pretty much know every minute detail of.
Okay. So anyway, so we go and he's gonna make income from the three offices.
Abraham's gonna make
Yeah,
income.
Right, from 3 offices, so that way, if he ever needs it in the future, because he's got enough to live off of. He's a dollar store man. But, you know, we figured we'd do it as a joint venture. He told me we'd do it 50-50, so whatever, he'd get half and I'd get half. Whatever he needed, as long as I helped him out and gave it to him, because he felt like he's going to lose everything, because every time he turned around, he was getting in a lawsuit, or people would threaten to sue him. So I went ahead and did that, and he felt like Howard had taken advantage of him, because all this stuff hadn't come to light, and he wanted to do these out of, he didn't care about the money. He's just a very giving man. He gave away $11 million before I even stepped in the picture. He literally gave one man $1 million. He does not care.
Is that Poppy guy?
No. Poppy got a loan for $1 million, but he gave Big Man $1 million too. And he gave Big Man's daughter $250,000.
Is that his uncle or something, Big Man?
No, wasn't a relative, just somebody that helped raise him. So he did all of this stuff before all these people stepped in the picture. I cared about that man. I wouldn't have, there's a couple things in your statements that y'all make for premeditated or whatever you said. First of all, he had a car that we had just recently bought. If I was going to hurt him, I wouldn't go buy a Lincoln car. I paid his insurance like just 2 days before anything even happened. 2 days, I paid a full insurance of $700 and something. That you can look up. I wouldn't have had Judy there waiting for me at the Hard Rock if we weren't going to go to the Hard Rock. I wouldn't have a reserve.
Yeah, but wait, let me time out a minute, Dee Dee. That's just, you can look at it, you can explain it that way.
Mm-hmm.
But an outside source looking in, a jury member, can interpret it as you're just feeding the plot here. You're conspiring even more to help your cause in making this person disappear, and then the big scheme of things with the amount of money that's being put here, put there, spent there. I mean, those aren't large quantities of money to spend and pay his insurance or whatnot. That's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to go out and buy a $50,000-$60,000 Lincoln MKS or something. And then the sheer fact of setting up whatever a meeting at the Hard Rock to go there and have some fun and whatnot, and then concoct the story that you gave Judy at 2:15 that morning. Again, in my view, and in probably a jury member's view, premeditation, setting up the whole charade. But having said that, please carry on.
Okay. I wouldn't have paid his insurance 2 days prior to that if I was going to hurt the man.
Why not?
$700 and something. Why do that if I'm going to off him? You know, why would I? His insurance, he'll never know. It's not paid. I paid his insurance. I had Judy was meeting us at the Hard Rock. We were really going to go out that night. I think I have a reservation at the Hard Rock, a hotel stay, if you can look to see if we reserved a hotel, because I was going to reserve a hotel. I don't remember if I was going to do it when I got there, if I got that one that time, because we went to Hard Rock a lot. I did that. That's the loader that you keep talking about, premeditated. Abraham had in with that loader. He wanted me to go to that. He wanted me to go to that auction. He said to buy Tyrone Hunt a car, buy Cedric a car, okay, and go ahead and see if I can see any equipment that would help with the paintball field for the Army field, because we were spending a lot of money with James having to get that place graded out. We paid a lot for the orange trees to be removed, and then we constantly were having to have him come over there and move stuff, plus we needed all those palm trees moved. Those palm trees were moved down by the side of the house. So Abraham even thought it'd be cheaper just to have, my own piece. So he's like, see if you can see something reasonable there, go ahead and get it if there's something good there. And so I did. There was a backhoe there that was decent.
So Abraham told you to go buy something at this?
Yeah, he said, see if you can find something for the paintball field. And that way you won't have that problem and we won't be putting out all this cash, because it was like, I think it was like $3,000 I paid to get the place leveled, orange
Yeah,
trees, all that
so
stuff.
why not throw a few bucks towards some of the farmers that live around there that already have all that equipment to come and do that for you?
Because
I mean,
we
y'all are
had,
neighbors and stuff.
I know that. Well, I had Farkas do some of it. Farkas did the back work. He did some of it. But we wanted something that would move stuff. Like if we wanted to make a dugout, or if we wanted to make a part of the paintball field, we were
A
going
place to bury a body, that kind of thing.
No, that's not why. I could have had Farkas do that by telling him I needed a hole. I could have had James bring over a piece of equipment. I don't intentionally have to have a piece of equipment to do that. That was not the
All right,
reason
so
why we bought.
Abraham gives you the go-ahead to go to the auction and
Yeah.
purchase a piece of equipment for purposes of your all's business.
Yeah, so we went and I purchased that, and because I knew I needed those palm trees moved and all that. There was palm trees on the wrong side of the property. We wanted them moved. I come back from the auction. Cedric got his car. Tyrone got his. We were doing all this, getting the paintball field ready so that, it would be nice. And then there was, what else did we do prior to that? I paid the insurance. I did all that. There was plenty of
So what
money still
month
in the
is
bank.
it? What time frame are we looking at?
But
Can you
right
recall?
in that time,
Yeah, but from your own memory, can you recall these dates? Do you know what month it was at this time?
all I have to do is look it up. I have receipts and bank statements and stuff, so I can look all that up. But all of that was done, and the whole time I'm doing stuff like I went and got his broke finger fixed. I did stuff for him all the time. When he called
I have no
at 2
doubt
o'clock in
you.
the
I have
morning,
no
I did
doubt
all,
you did
whatever he
things for him.
wanted.
I have no doubt in that. I don't think Detective
And-
Wallace has a doubt that you did.
Yeah,
things
and
for
he
him.
knew everything that was going on. He wasn't illiterate to that. I mean, people can say he's illiterate. He knew what his money does, and he doesn't
Well,
care.
that's what
when
we're starting to surmise is that, yeah, he was starting to get a little edgy because he's having problems getting some of that money in the last few months, and who pretty much has control over it, Dee Dee?
He wasn't having problems. I would write out checks to people he wanted loans for. I wrote a check out to Mary Crawford for $30,000 to a bar he wanted to give a loan out. The only one I refused was the 2 drug ones. I refused the watermelon guy, Babe Ruth, because he wanted to transport drugs in that. I refused the other one because it was a drug thing. I didn't want any part of that. If he wants to do that, do it with, something that he's got out of the bank. I didn't want to do it with that and get in trouble and get in this big drug deal thing like he did. He did loan sharking. He did that Clarence West and Freddie West. That was a big drug dealer that got caught with his money. And they had started investigating that, and they were trying to put Abraham on that because he's the one that loaned him the money. I didn't want to be a part of that.
Here's what's so
Again, Dee Dee has managed to dig her hole a little bit deeper, now referring to Abraham's money as being hers. The officer points out that Abraham had begun to worry about his money in the months prior to his death, because he was having a hard time accessing it. She had put all of his money in her accounts, to either keep it from being taken by his ex or to avoid taxes, and she had begun using it for various things. She alleges that everything she did was directly approved by Abraham, but then goes on to say that she also had the power to tell him no, that even though it was his money, that he wanted to loan it out to people, she would tell him that she wouldn't give him access to his millions because she didn't want to. So he was right to be agitated. She was acting as if it was her own fortune, and she had final say over his purchases and how he dispensed his income, meaning that the interviewers were right. She would have motive.
hard to believe, okay?
What?
You talk about, I got this money in this. You spent $10 to every $1 of his money on you or Shar. For every time you say, well, you look at what the money I got out. Okay, well, you got $5,000 here. There's no documentation as to where that money went, if it actually went to Abraham. We've got to take your word for it that you gave to Abraham $10,000. But then, hang on. But then you go deeper, and like I said, your expenditures were 10 or 20 to 1 compared to what the pitting amount that you're saying went to Abraham. So it's very hard, not only for us, it'd be very hard for anybody to sit here and look at the things and go, okay, here's this lady who got the Corvettes, got the houses in her name, got the this, and then you're going, but Abraham knew about that, and Abraham wanted that was the business we were going to invest in, and blah, 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 and what makes it really hard to believe is the lengths and the things that you did to after April 6th to cover up that he was, or to make it still look like he was alive, and then once it was looking like he wasn't alive,
Well, I'm
to
gonna
start
explain
proving
that. I'm gonna
another.
explain
Okay.
that part. I'm gonna explain why I did the link thing. So anyway, so all of the money stuff, Cedric said, I don't know, he'll probably take that back, but he promised that he would not lie in court on that. He knew what Abraham did with his money. He knew he didn't care about that. So if he will stand up and tell the truth on that, the money is not an issue because his own cousin even knew. His other cousin knew. They knew what he was doing with me.
Pausing again, but bringing up Cedric's name again is a bad decision. Cedric is one of the two men who began to record every conversation with Dee Dee, and he has her on record saying that Ronald, the killer drug dealer who she originally claimed was behind the plot, wasn't real, and that she needed to convince the police that he was real, otherwise she would be charged for murder. So bringing him up in her story at all is such a horrible idea, but I kinda hope she does it more. She is about to get into the actual murder, so let's see how she does. If you're still watching this video, leave a timestamp in the comments down below, along with who you think is going to be the killer. Do you think it's going to be the drug-addicted lawyer, Howard, who charged them for unnecessary services in order to fuel his crack addiction? Which, I mean, this firm could use a little TLC, am I right? Or do you think it's his drug dealer and the random enforcer who came into the lawyer's office and started sharing all of his business? Or do you think it's a secret third person, perhaps 3 toddlers in a trench coat who also go by Adult Drug Dealer Jones? But please let me know.
Okay, well-
But here's the problem. Cedric is a criminal who is completely unreliable and untruthful.
Okay.
I mean, we're looking at facts here, and
Okay.
that's it. Cedric's
I
not
know
a fact.
I know. That's why I did so much cover up, because I was scared, because I know it's
Okay,
gonna look
keep
bad.
going.
Okay, anyways. So I went ahead and we did the paintball, we got everything going there. I was supposed to meet Judy at Hard Rock. We're gonna go over there and we're gonna have some fun and we're gonna play slots. But
Hang on.
2 days
Have you
before
all
that-
even like rented out that paintball field? Have you even collected any money from customers
No.
on that thing? Have you
No.
used any of that equipment
No.
before?
No,
And how long have you had it set up out there?
a while, but it's because once I got to meet Abraham, because that paintball field was my idea, I had already bought that stuff. I think I bought that before I met Abraham. I can't remember.
I was gonna say, that's,
Yeah,
you didn't
that was
invest
mine.
any money in that. You did
No,
that before.
no, but he invested the $250,000 he put over there to make it look like he's investing in the kids, because we're gonna build more fields. I already had the idea, that was on mine, but he wanted more, he was gonna do more fields with me to be a partner. He was gonna do the Army tanks, we were gonna have Army helicopters out there and do barracks on the back half. That's why we got the back half cleared. The other 5 acres out back,
Okay,
all the way
go
out. So anyway, so Judy says we're gonna go do that. Well, she
No,
had
was
just,
that you that said that, or Judy said that? You made the plans to go to the Hard Rock.
well, I made the plans, but I was gonna meet Judy over there, but we had to stop by the office first, because Howard had some papers we needed to sign. We had signed papers, on the 2 days prior to that, I guess. We had signed those other papers, the power of attorney and all that stuff. Abraham had already moved some of his stuff over there. It was to the office. It was in a trailer. He had already moved his stuff over there. Baber went and got some of his stuff out of the trailer before anything ever happened to Abraham. Abraham was already keeping some of his stuff at the office. If you ask anybody, ask Baber. Baber can tell you, I think he goes by Pat or whatever. Pat can tell you he came around twice with Abraham at the office and got stuff out, packed boxes. So that guy that moved the final stuff out of the house, that wasn't all of it, because Abraham had already moved some of his stuff over there. He was coming by and getting it when he needed it.
Keep going.
So, I went ahead and we knew that we were supposed to meet Howard there.
Howard
didn't
where?
have
At the office or at
Yeah.
the Hard Rock?
at the office. We had some paperwork that needed to be signed. And he had, told me that we didn't even call him, because he had told me just to meet him. I was like, probably an hour late for meeting him, because,
Meeting who? Howard or
Yeah.
Abraham?
Howard, because, I was about an hour late for meeting Howard. But, Abraham and I were supposed to go straight from there sign the papers, and then go straight to Hard Rock. And, you know, meet Judy. And we had reservations. I would not premeditate. I had no reason to kill the man. I'd have no benefit from it. I already had everything he had, and he did not give a shit. He
And
really didn't.
what date was this, that you went to the Hard Rock that you didn't show up?
That's the date that,
April 6th,
yeah.
2009?
Yeah, and Judy, you said you looked up Judy is on the slots, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
So did you meet with Howard Stitzel at all, with Abraham?
Yeah, we went to the office and,
Howard's office?
no, my office on 60.
All right, and which house?
And that's-
The one in the red brick house?
Yeah, because Howard moved over to the red brick house first.
Right.
When he moved from
He was there for
Alexander.
about a month until the two-story was done renovating.
Right.
So when you went back there April 6th to your office in the
Mhm.
single-story red brick house, 5732 Highway 60,
Mhm.
Plant City, Florida,
Mhm.
was Howard already in the house next door in the two-story?
He was in the red brick home.
So his office was in there where your office was?
Right. He's in the red brick home, and he's sitting in my office.
Howard's sitting in your office?
Yeah, with another gentleman,
All right,
Another
who's
guy.
this other gentleman?
one of his friends. I don't know his name, I honestly don't. I can identify him if I have pictures, but I don't know his name. But Howard is in there with him. We go to sign the papers, and Abraham's sitting on the round couch. Abraham has me open up the safe to put those 4 guns in it that he had gave me
Where was
because
the
he didn't
safe
want.
at then?
The safe was in the corner, like,
In
here's-
your office?
yeah, here's the couch, and the safe's over here, and it's in the corner like this.
By where your desk is?
No, my desk is down this side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's on the window side, like if you're looking, there's the
Where that
fireplace.
TV was?
Right, and it's kind of catty-cornered. And you can look up the delivery date of the safe. The safe was originally put in that office.
Where did you move the safe?
I moved the safe to the Lakeland home afterwards. I moved it to the Lakeland home later, and you can look up the lock and, what is it? Something lock and safe or something, locking or whatever.
So
look that up.
they physically moved it to your Lakeland. Is it
Mhm.
a big safe that,
Yeah,
you would
they have to jack,
somebody?
oh yeah,
All right.
they have to jack it up and move it. So we meet him there. Abraham and Howard, Howard is really cocaine down. He is high as a kite. He takes marijuana too, and he is cracked out of his head. Him and Abraham get an argument about him not taking Greg Nasty to court yet. He gets an argument about not doing all the stuff he says. Abraham's telling him that, he wants to go ahead and get a different lawyer, and Howard needs to pay him back all that money he's given him.
So Abraham starts confronting him on his
Right.
services so far,
Right.
provided by Howard Stitzel.
And wants all the money back, or he's gonna get him for basically embezzlement or whatever, taking stuff that, he didn't do any work for. He took a bunch of money.
Was it Abraham's intent at this point, would you say, to go there and start confronting him, or did he just think of it on his own, I want my money back, I'm gonna go get another attorney, just because he saw Howard sitting there?
I think his intention, he had been wanting to talk to him anyways about it.
Okay.
Because we were, you can ask Judy about that. He had wanted to talk to him about it because he had not been doing what he said. Every time we turned around, he would go through these fits of he's normal, and then he would crack out and be on cocaine 3 or 4 days at a spurt, and then he'd show up again in our life.
All right,
Like-
the bottom line is,
So,
Abraham confronts him about getting his money
Right.
back and seeking other counsel.
right,
All right.
Abraham gets his money back, seeking other counsel, and he's going to get someone else to represent him. Then Howard starts threatening him that he's got the Michael Ford case coming up, he'll end up losing it, and Abraham says, why? Everything's out of my name. It doesn't really, it doesn't matter at this point. He can't get anything. And so Howard, tries to convince him, he'll do better, he'll do it like he always does. He's really good at talking.
Mhm.
And he convinces him, tries to convince him that, don't do that and stuff. And so then I start threatening about the board again. I'm like, I can get you debarred for what you've done to him. and all this money, every time we turn around, you need more and more and more. You say that you have to put some in reserve. He was supposed to put some money in reserve, and he spent it. You know how you put it in the, where you're not allowed to touch it?
Mm-hmm.
He puts it in that, and he touches it, and he calls me up to replace the money before he gets caught touching it, so that he doesn't get caught touching that money. So, Abraham and him are discussing about that. Then he goes into the Tori, and I, tell him, of course I'm not going to lie in child support court. Tori's going to get something. She's going to get the house and some other stuff. And so Howard starts arguing about that, with him, and they're discussing back and forth. And then the Greg Massey comes up. That's the biggest issue, and they're arguing about that. And he feels like Howard's taken advantage of him, and Howard's used him for all this money and kept coming after him for money,
Mm-hmm.
and wanting more and not doing anything. So then Howard threatens Abraham with that he's going to, I had already was going to call the whistleblower on Abraham.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing you can check with Judy about. I had, when that $1 million got over,
Go on with the
in my
story.
account.
Yeah,
Well,
just
when
stay
we-
on track
Okay,
with
well, when the $1 million got over my account, I had planned on calling whistleblowers and getting a third of it anyways. And Howard's the one that talked me out of that. He says, that's pretty mean. You're trying to help the man, but you're going to turn him in for tax evasion. And I said, yeah, but he
And
did.
keep the skim off the top, basically, your cut of it.
Yeah, because I was going to get my third.
All right, so go back to this issue with Howard in your office with.
Right. So he says that he's going to turn him in for that and everything else if he does that, kind of like blackmailing him. He's like, you know what, you'll go to jail. You're going to go to jail for, if you turn me into the bars, you're going to go to jail for, tax evasion and money laundering and bringing up all of it.
Okay.
So that's when Abraham brought out the gun.
A twist. It was Abraham who brought out the gun, and he probably shot himself in the chest and head too. Wow. We're kidding, of course, but something that we should note here is how devoid of emotion Doris is when recounting this event. The previous day, she was in hysterics because the police accurately felt like she had some part in the crime. She was beside herself, sobbing and condemning the officers for believing that she knew more than she was saying, even though that was the truth. But she is recounting what would have been the worst moment of her life, the moment that she said haunted her for the past half year, and she is almost completely unaffected. Obviously, how people process trauma is different from person to person, and normally we wouldn't hold that against her, but her reaction here is so far away from how she has presented herself previously.
And
What gun did he bring in?
he brought out a 9mm. Greg Smith owns that now. Greg Smith has got that. His wife got it for being a, what do you call it, a police officer. So Greg Smith has that gun. Anyways, he brings out that gun and he goes to fire it. He didn't have
So
one.
Abraham pulls out a gun
Yeah.
and goes to shoot Howard Stitzel?
Yes. And
Where was Howard Stitzel in your office?
Howard was where I kept saying the drug dealer was, because I kept trying to get away with using the drug dealer.
All right, let me get a gauge of it. All right, your office is basically rectangular, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, your desk kind of faced this way, and you had like some other furniture here. You had like the little curved couch chair thing in the corner, and this was a walkway into the kitchen over here. There was a fireplace here, all right, and then there was a window here, right? And then there was another table or something with a flat screen TV.
Right. The safe is here at this time.
Okay.
That's not there. It's moved over some. This is the safe. There's a chair here, and Howard's about right there. And the door to the safe is open.
All right, so Howard is standing or sitting?
Howard's standing up.
And is anybody, where's this other guy, his henchman, drug dealer guy or whatever?
He's over here.
Like in the
Just
kitchen
standing.
area?
Yeah, just
kitchen
standing
area?
there.
Was your
Yeah.
kitchen finished at the time?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah.
All right,
So.
so yeah, probably so,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
So you got the other guy was Stitzel standing over here, and you're what, behind your desk?
Yeah, I'm behind over here.
Okay, and now where's Abraham at? On this chair?
Yeah, Abraham's on this chair,
So he
sitting
gets
down.
up and pulls a gun, a
No.
9mm.
Abraham pulls it sitting down. He grabs around for his back, and he's sitting down. He is like this, and he's sitting down and pulls a gun.
Okay, what'd Stitzel do?
Stitzel, when he fired, Stitzel's like really coked out. And I had my gun. There's a 4 thing right up there. It has like 4 things in that.
Little,
Right, where you
like
can
a
just,
little gun safe?
yeah, but where you can get to the guns. And Abraham had another gun right beside him. He had one of those rifle things that we had already took out of the safe. We were putting it back in. And that gun was right there. It was a 38, the one y'all have. Howard reaches around there and gets that. That is loaded. It's
Gets
got
what?
The 38.
And where was it again?
It's,
Show me on here.
okay,
If Howard's here, we're in relation in this room.
we're right here at the safe. Howard's right here. He reaches for the gun.
Alright, so on the door of the safe, you have like little shelves.
Mm-hmm.
So you're telling me the 38's on one of those shelves? Or
Well, it's not a shelf. It's like an insert, like a
okay,
pocket.
to hang
Right.
pistols on the
Right.
door, inside door of a safe.
Right, inside
Alright,
door.
Okay,
So
go
he,
ahead and sit down.
okay, so he pulls that out, and he fires at him,
At who?
at Abraham.
So take me back to Abraham a minute. He goes and pulls a gun. Does he try to shoot it at Stitzel?
Yes, he does.
What's it, malfunction or what? Or
No,
was
he
it
didn't
loaded,
put
or
one.
what?
No, he didn't put one in the chamber. You know how you pull a gun back to put one in the chamber?
He didn't lock the slide back and chamber
Right.
around, but he had a magazine in it with bullets in it.
Yeah, he didn't like pull right. And Abraham's not a kind of. I didn't even think he would do something like that. I think he was just mad. Like, you know what I mean? Might have just been
All right,
like
so-
pulled up.
We know that what she is saying here is not true, but even if it were, she is now claiming that Howard, the lawyer, shot his client in self-defense. Abraham pulled a gun on him. He, while being coked out of his mind, shot back, and he perished. Whoa, that was intense. But ask yourself, how does that justify any of her actions? How does that explain the bribery, the lying, the moving into the defendant's home? It doesn't. In fact, it makes her actions look worse in hindsight. From everything she has said, Howard is a shitty lawyer. He isn't in a position of power. He couldn't put her under the prison, as she claimed earlier, and she had threatened him a number of times before any murder had happened. This is a person she felt comfortable enough giving an intervention to and telling directly that she was going to get him disbarred. So the idea that she was deeply afraid of him, so much so that she hid critical evidence and convinced Shakespeare's family that he was still alive for 6 months after she buried his body, is ridiculous.
So he fires at Stitzel. Stitzel has the opportunity because your safe happens to be open with a loaded 38, and he reaches back and grabs a 38.
Yeah. Well, all the
And
safes
what?
open. There's a lot of loaded guns in there. So he reaches back in and shoots Abraham once, and then I don't think the other shot. I don't know if it hit him or not. I don't know. So
Stitzel, from what you were telling me, fires 2 shots, but you think one hit Abraham.
yeah. So
Where on Abraham did it hit him?
I'm not sure. I was told that it was up in the right shoulder.
What do you mean told?
But
I mean,
because
you were there.
Yeah, but you didn't see any blood. He had a black jacket on, and you didn't see any blood. Abraham got right up when it happened. Like that, he didn't fall back. He didn't, he got right up. Like as soon as it happened, he stands up. He didn't like fall over, slump over, dead. He's still talking. He's still coherent.
All right, so if he's talking, what's he saying?
He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's what he does. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
What's
Well,
Stitzel saying?
I'm driving my phone and I'm dialing up.
What's Stitzel or what's he saying or doing?
Stitzel's like in a daze. He's sitting there going, what the fuck just happened?
And what's this other guy standing in the kitchen area?
He's paying attention to me calling 911. I'm going to call 911. He's running around the desk to me. He's got a gun on him. He holds it up to me to stop. Stitzel looks at him and says, no, 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 I need her. Because I thought he was going to shoot me. And Stitzel says, no, 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 I need her. And he doesn't shoot me. I don't call 911. I'm dialing 911.
So you think this guy's going to come over and whack you or kill you?
Right,
and
right.
Stitzel's like, no, I need to keep her around
Right.
or something.
Yeah, he's like, no, 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 I need her.
So after shooting a man directly in the head and chest, the coked-out attorney decided to keep a huge loose end alive, and doing so for seemingly no reason. also a loose end who had threatened his job multiple times. Howard was aware that Dee Dee had access to all of Abraham's money, and given that he had worked on moving the finances around, he likely knew how to get into the accounts without her go-ahead, meaning that he didn't need her, and would have literally no reason not to tell his lackey to kill her. If Howard is a criminal mastermind or a paranoid drug addict, he wouldn't have kept her alive. He would have done whatever he could do to protect himself, and would have made the choice to kill her. Moreover, based on everything she has said, she has less than zero reason to be afraid of this lawyer. He sounds completely unreliable, unable to do the fundamentals of his job, and if she were to turn around and speak to the police, he would be arrested before he had an opportunity to bury Abraham's body. So her actions make even less sense.
So, Abraham walks out with this guy, and he tells Howard, "You need to get out of here, man. You need to get out of here. I'll take care of everything. You need to get out of here." Tells Howard that. I say, "Howard, can I call you?" And I'm talking to
So
him.
this guy, this bodyguard, henchman, drug dealer,
Yeah.
tells Howard,
you
need to get out of here.
Yeah, you need to get out of here right now. And I
And what's Abraham doing at this time?
Abraham's like, he's like, is it real? You know what I mean? He was talking
So
there for me.
he just took a round
Yeah.
like somewhere on his body, and he's sitting there like, hey.
Yep.
Wow.
No, well, it takes 2 seconds. He's like stands up and acts normal, like, you know what I mean, for a second. And he goes off with this guy, and this guy, Abraham and him are going through the door, and he's telling Howard to just get out of here, get out
So
of here.
this guy basically escorts Abraham out?
Yeah.
Where?
He's going into the other room, into the kitchen. He's just standing, they're going into the kitchen where I can't see what's going on. I'm talking to Howard, and I'm like, "Howard, I got a call." And he's like, "Listen, you call." He says, "Everything's going to fall back on you. You have all that shit in your name. You're going to get in trouble for this, and I'm going to say you did it."
So a guy under the influence of what you're saying is cocaine and marijuana is all of a sudden having moments of clarity and,
He's a lawyer.
and processing quickly.
Oh,
he just
no,
literally shot somebody about how it's all going to come back on you.
No, he said that he's like, Dee Dee, you just, we'll take care of this. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. We'll take care of it. He's like, this will come back on you. We'll take care of it. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. And he's like freaking out. He's flipping out. And I'm flipping out for what just happened. So I go back into the blue room, like I said. I'm in
The
the
room
blue
in the back
Yeah.
where there was a bed, I think bedroom furniture?
Yeah,
Who
yeah.
was staying in that room?
Nobody at the time. I go back out and I sit in the blue room, and this guy's supposed to be taking care of it. He'll take care of it. So I'm thinking he's going to go get Abraham help, and Abraham will be okay. And I stay in the blue room for a long period of time, just waiting to hear anything. Howard, I guess, has left at this point from there. And he just tells me they'll take care of it. He'll be fine.
They leave in a car? They leave outside?
Howard,
what?
No, Howard and him came in a car together. Howard left in a car, but Howard left him there carless. That guy did not have a car.
So he's still on your property?
He's still on my property. And I say, "Howard, can I call you?" And he's like, "I don't have my cell phone with me." So
right, let me
Howard
ask you
didn't have a
something
cell
real
phone.
quick. Hang on. This guy so Howard takes off,
Mhm.
and this unknown guy escorts Abraham out of that room. Into which room did he go into with him after he was shot? When he's saying, "I'll take care of this, I'll take care of this." Where?
He goes out into the kitchen, and then they go out to the garage, and there's a room right there.
Like another office?
Yeah,
Is that your
like
paintball office?
Yeah.
So he takes Abraham in that room or just out in the garage?
Well, just out in the garage. I don't know if he's taken him into the paintball office.
And is
He
this
was out
guy
there.
a white guy, black guy, Hispanic guy, what?
He was a white guy.
Any other descriptions of him?
He just looked like a regular average height. Trying to think of any descriptive, no tattoos. I don't remember anything, tattoo-wise, or medium build, a lot smaller than you, not a real big man or anything. He wasn't real big.
About how old?
Probably in his 40s, or so.
And you'd never met him before? Have you ever seen him on Stitzel's office property or anything before?
Mm-mm.
All right, so you're back in the blue room, and what happens?
So I'm back in the blue room, and I wait there forever. This guy's telling me he's going to get a guy to come pick Abraham up and get help. So he's got 2 guys on the way to go
So
get Abraham
Still
help.
told you he's having somebody come to get him help.
No,
The unknown guy.
Yeah, when I peeked my head out there in the kitchen, I'm like,
So is it evident that Abraham had been shot at this point?
Well, he had the black jacket on, so I didn't see, like, him bleeding or anything. I didn't see, like, blood, and he got up like this, and I didn't, like, see blood, but I thought that I seen just a little, like, go on the carpet, but he wasn't, like, profusely bleeding everywhere or anything. It was, like, you know, in a daze. But I know that I was, like, in a daze myself. I couldn't believe what had just happened. So the guy tells me, you know, he's going to be okay. He'll take care of it. So he's in there, and I eventually go and just tell him, I gotta go. I couldn't handle, you know, eventually I stay there, I sleep, I go to bed. I'm waiting for them to leave and get help and everything, and I lay down and I'm just miserable, and I'm hoping Howard will come back and talk to me or something. And I'm scared to do anything because I'm scared to go in the other room. I don't even want to know what's going on and what's happening and who he has coming. So I just lay there, and I lay there in bed. And the next morning, I get up and I leave, and I go about my business. I go over to the house. I do stuff.
So what time of night was this that this was occurring? So you basically just go in this
I
room in the back.
I talked to Judy about 2 o'clock in the morning or something.
So this happened right before?
No, it happened before.
A while before?
Yeah, a while before. I talked
So why
to
at
Judy.
2 o'clock in the morning, why do you give Judy some other bullshit story about what happened? Why don't you just tell her what happened?
Because I was told that they would hurt me. I was told that I thought he was going to be okay.
So you thought...
Again, throughout this story, she's talked about how unreliable and stupid this attorney is, how people don't trust him, that he rarely does his job correctly, and how she was going to file multiple complaints against him. However, when he commits a crime right in front of her, when he shoots her friend twice, she decides to do nothing about it. He lets her go home, go about her business like nothing is wrong, and she doesn't think to go to the police. She doesn't call local hospitals, inquiring about a man coming in with 2 gunshot wounds. She does nothing, and spends the next 6 months covering up for a murder that she apparently witnessed, even though the actual killer isn't doing nearly as much. So that makes no sense, and there is no evidence that corroborates her story. For some mysterious reason, the only evidence that materialized in this case is entirely her own making, and shows that she killed Abraham. But we're just supposed to trust her when she says she would never do that.
It'd be better just to say that, you know, Abraham got into some type of sexual issue with an underage person, and somebody got hurt or something, and you sent Judy to some hospital to follow up with this girl.
No, that was a different day. That time, the time he choked somebody, that was a different day. That wasn't that day.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Detective Wallace, but that was the same 2:15
was that
phone
one
call.
the...
3 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
All right, we'll carry on with this now.
Anyways, so we go in, and I come back the next day, and I don't see Abraham anywhere. Abraham's not in the house.
So when he was being escorted out to the garage, you didn't hear him say, "Oh, call me an ambulance, help me," anything like that?
Nope.
And you just go in the blue room, and you're frustrated or flustered that this has just happened. What am I to do? I'm just going to lay here and go to bed. No, seriously. I mean, that's what it sounded like. So you.
No, I was.
So did you fall asleep?
I was.
You fall asleep there because you said you woke up the next morning.
Yeah, well, I was not sleep. I was just sitting there, laying there, didn't know what to do.
So for the rest of the night until the sun comes up and the
hoping that
roosters
everything
start
will go
growing,
away
you're
and
going to then kind of walk out and see what's going on. So what time do you think you finally left the blue room and walked out the next morning to the rest of the property or that house?
There was nothing there. I didn't see nobody.
Nobody was there. No.
I thought that everything was okay.
No blood smeared everywhere.
No blood. No nothing. No blood anywhere like that. And then I go in I find out that the guy is still there. He's
Where? Where on the property?
in the paintball room,
The garage?
the garage, in where the refrigerator is, that air conditioning room and stuff. And he tells me, he comes out of that room and he tells me that he needs a whole dug for the towels that they, Abraham bled some, and that I said, well, why can't you just burn them? And he's like, well, that'll show, blood and stuff. And I was like, well, why would you need a hole for towels? And I knew something had probably happened to him, and I just didn't want to know. I really didn't want to know. And I was like, well, why can't you just throw them away, or why can't we just wash them with bleach? And he's like, no, he's like, I need a fucking hole dug, bitch. I need a fucking hole dug. Just shut the fuck up and go get me a hole dug. So I call to get the hole dug.
James?
Mm-hmm. And I tell James that I need it for some concrete, and I knew I needed it for concrete and towel. So that's what the guy, he's like, Tony needs some, towel, some garbage put in it for some concrete, because I had called him for holes dug for concrete before. In front of this garage, there was concrete poured in the garage.
Mm-hmm.
In front of it, there was concrete poured there too. So I go and tell him, I need the hole dug.
So James comes over.
So James comes over and
uses
does
the backhoe that's already on your property.
Mm-hmm.
And originally you tell him to dig it right behind that red brick house?
Well, I guess. I didn't know I did that, but then he goes and he digs it. And
Did
then,
you show him where you wanted it dug? You show him how big?
I think I just showed him. I think I said, just dig it where I can, I don't remember like showing him how deep or how big or anything like that to dig a hole. So, then I went back into the guy and after James left, and I told him it's there, and I said, just let me know, and I went back into the blue room and laid down.
Okay, let me stop you there for a minute.
What?
The guy tells you to dig a hole, or he needs a fucking hole dug for some fucking towels, okay? But yet, you call James to come over to run the backhoe? I mean, isn't that a little extreme for some towels? So you're telling us that you knew it was for a body? No,
I didn't know it was for a body. He wanted it deep. He wanted to make sure that, he had,
Why don't you just go outside, get in your car, and leave?
Dee Dee hasn't realized that the police aren't necessarily buying into her version of events. They had questions here and there, but she thought she was putting on the performance of a lifetime. However, she's beginning to sense that that isn't the case. Out of all the lies she is told, this one is the hardest to believe. She expects these officers, a jury of her peers, and you watching at home to believe that when she was told by the people who shot her friend that they wanted a deep hole dug, roughly the size and shape of a grave, and they're just going to bury some towels, of course, that it wasn't meant for a body, and that she called her husband just to bring a backhoe, just because it was easier than digging up some dirt herself. She just never questioned why they wanted a hole that size, and she never expected the people who shot her best friend in front of her face to lie to her face. That is so far-fetched that not even a dog would chase after it. But digging a small hole isn't terribly hard, and asking someone to bring a backhoe would be unnecessary. So there is no feasible way that she didn't think Abraham's body wasn't going to be placed in the hole, especially when they covered it with concrete. Every part of her story has just been stupid. But this is the point where she officially loses everyone. There is not a single person alive who would believe this, but she earnestly tries to defend it.
I wanted to, and the guy
But you didn't.
threatened me. He threatened me.
Well, if he's in a room with a body and some evidence, I mean, you could simply, if you went out there to contact James to bring a backhoe, and James comes over to dig a hole for you, and you're far enough away, you're a good, correct me if I'm wrong, Detective Wallace, probably a good 125 yards, 150 yards from the house where the hole was actually dug. You could have said, hey, James, there's a freak inside the house. I think he killed Abraham. Let's get the hell out of here. Let's go call the cops. But no, you just sat there and said,
Here,
I knew
put it here,
that-
about this wide and about this deep, 6 feet deep. Yeah, that'll,
I knew.
you know, maybe about 7 feet in length. That'll be perfect to fit a 6'5" man. Come on, Dee Dee.
Okay.
Here we are again.
Don't believe me on that part. So anyways.
I can't believe you on any part.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
Really? Let's stop for a second.
What?
Okay. Dee Dee.
What?
At 11:45 that night, you talked to Shar for 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you just saw Abraham get shot. All this is going on.
I couldn't tell
Hang
you.
on, hang
I
on.
didn't want to involve
Dee
you.
Dee. I talked to Shar.
Mhm.
That call, there wasn't anything wrong with you. Nothing. Nothing was wrong. Everything was fine. Dee Dee, listen to me. Let's get a little farther, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Again, at 6:45 the next morning, you talked to Shar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? No problems. Nothing. Dee Dee. Another problem.
What?
Like I told you, I'm pretty good at my job, and I've been doing this for a while.
Mm-hmm.
I've already found out where Howard Stitzel was that night.
Where?
He was in a hotel, and I have video on the other side of the state. I got video, and I've got his cell phones and everything that night. I already had that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Why'd you come up with this story now? Tell me the truth, why you came up with this story.
You just went home last night and started thinking of all sorts of crap coming here and think you're going to make us happy. I mean, think we're
Because you don't
idiots?
believe that there was a person there that I don't know their name.
So you came up with this Howard Stitzel story.
The more
last
stories
night.
you create, the less we're going to believe, of course. You're
Because
not,
you
you're
don't
not reliable.
believe that there is a person
Why
I don't
should
know
we?
their name.
Why should we believe anything that comes out of your mouth right now?
You shouldn't, but I don't know their name and you don't believe it and you were going to arrest James if I didn't know the person's name.
I still may arrest James.
So you went home last night. On the way home, you thought up the whole Howard Stitzel story, right?
Howard, I think, had something to do with it because somebody, one of those drug dealers knew we had cash.
So it's gone from I watched him do it to I think he had something to do with it. That's not how statements work, but alright. She genuinely expects everyone to overlook all this evidence, to hear about how she paid a man $300 to call the decedent's mother and tell him he's fine, and to call off the investigation. She offered to give a man a home to lie to the police, and then agreed to pay an undercover police officer $50,000 just to take the blame for the murder, and then gave said officer the murder weapon, so we should just trust her when she says, "Oh, but I didn't do it." Then, she proceeds to lie for hours on end, making up fan fiction about how her friend was killed, then doesn't understand why they think she's behind the killing. It's just nonsense. Good thing there's another hour of this. Oh my god, could you imagine? Could you imagine doing this? Telling the police your fan fiction? Thankfully though, we're at the confrontation stage, so hopefully this will be cathartic.
Howard Stitzel wasn't there.
But Howard,
Listen to me.
okay,
Look at me.
whatever,
Howard Stitzel wasn't there, right?
whatever,
Look at me.
whatever,
Dee Dee, look at me.
whatever.
Dee Dee, look at me. You came up with that story on the way home, right?
No, I didn't.
When did you come up with that story?
I didn't.
What do you mean you didn't?
Okay, what you didn't come up with it last night. It was probably about
No.
7:30, 8 o'clock maybe this morning.
No.
So what are you telling me happened? Are you telling me that's the truth?
Yes.
Dee Dee, look at me. You're telling me that's the truth?
Yep.
So you're telling me that the video that I have of him somewhere else isn't the truth?
No.
That's a lie? My lying eyes should believe you over my lying eyes?
Yeah, you need to check the date on that.
Already checked the date, Dee Dee.
Okay.
Dee Dee, why are you coming up with the stories? Please, just tell us the truth. Tell us the truth.
I don't know what person sent the drug dealer, and I wanted you to check out everybody. Everybody.
Yeah, but that's not, hang on.
Howard, all of them.
Isn't
You
it,
wouldn't even look for nobody. You wouldn't look for them. You wouldn't
is
let
it not,
them look
hold
for
on,
'em.
is it not clear to you now that we've been talking this long, that I have checked out all these things? You just don't know that what I've done. You just don't know.
And this is the same, this is a different drug dealer than the one that sings his little crony to pick up whatever the $5,000 pants behind your son's bachelor pad at your property or at Abraham's property. Is this a different drug dealer guy? Yes or no?
I don't know.
don't know. I think one drug dealer, I think the drug dealer yesterday, you said was a black male. The one today is a white male. That was scruffy, but then got cleaned up. So, but the drug dealer from today isn't, the drug dealer today isn't the one that sends his little counterpart over to pick up the money from your Lakeland house, right? Am I right or wrong? I'm getting really confused now. I'm really confused, all these different drug dealers and robbers and people shooting people and this, that.
Is it not apparent to you? Is it not apparent to you, really, that this is... What's the... Is it that the truth is just too ugly to talk about? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Look, it's me and you in here. Talk to me. Tell me what this is about. Look, I can tell you what, as ugly, and like I told you yesterday, as ugly as it is, it's a hell of a lot better coming from your mouth than the picture, you know. I mean, the picture I've drawn is pretty damn close.
What's that?
Except for the small details of what actually happened in that room. Okay? It's
What's
just...
that?
I've told you, I've talked to you for 5 hours in the last 2 days. I've talked to you probably 30 hours overall.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Just tell the truth. Okay? Tell the truth. You can't hurt yourself any more than you've already hurt yourself. You really can't. There is nothing you can say that will...
Everything happened with all the people the same way every time. It's just that I don't know their names.
No, it didn't. No. It hasn't happened the same way. You have said so many different stories and spun so many different lies. It is amazing. You've got this imagination. I mean, maybe you should have written a book at some point because you come up with some of the biggest whoppers I've ever seen.
Are you sure you watched the videotape?
Dee Dee.
And clarified?
Dee Dee, come on. Quit trying to live your reality. Quit trying to change. You're putting things in your mind and trying to live them out, and that's not how it is. You know, the only thing that's the truth is the truth, and tell the truth. Start it now and tell the truth. Come on. There very well may be another person involved. There very well may be that somebody else shot them. Okay? Well, then give the names. You know, look, you didn't on that night just happen to go by and these two people be there. You knew you were going there, and you knew the two people were there, and you knew what was going to happen. And it's time for you to tell the truth. Plain and simple. You can't keep spinning lies. You can't keep throwing everybody and their brother underneath the bus.
Because everybody and their brother had something to do with it. One of those people had something to do with it because one of those people knows. Because those are the people that wanted money out of him. Greg Matthew wanted money from all of them.
The person who knows is you. The one of the persons out of all this that knows is you. Okay? You're the one who had the hole dug. You're the one who had the body put there. It's your property. All the money's in your name. Everything's you. Okay? The only person that's going to answer questions here is you. End of story. Okay? Because I can guarantee you, if it stops right now and the stories stop right now and where it is, like I told you, there's only two people that can be thrown in jail right now. That's you and James. End of story. End of story. Okay? Let justice prevail. Don't worry about why we brought your son up here.
Did you hurt him?
No.
Did you yell at him?
No. We don't yell at people until they start lying.
Did he cry?
Nobody here has lied except for you.
Because you don't believe me.
Because you lied.
And tried.
Because I don't believe your lies?
Because I've had to lie because you don't go and look out. Nobody
You
else.
haven't.
You don't listen to me.
You haven't had to lie, Dee Dee.
Yes, I have.
No, you have not.
I have had to rely profusely because you don't believe me. You don't believe me.
I don't believe you because they're lies. How can I believe lies? You lied because I don't believe you. That makes no absolute sense at all. I didn't believe you because they were lies. Okay? My God, I didn't believe lies. So I guess if I had believed your first lie, you wouldn't have to lie anymore, right?
That makes a hell of a lot of sense. That's crazy. Think about what you're saying. I wouldn't have lied so much if you'd have believed my first lie. Well, no shit.
My lie all the time has been that there was somebody else there and I didn't know their name and you don't believe me.
That's
And then
not-
you tell me
'cause
you're
that's
going to
not-
arrest James
That
because of that, and that's
can't
not
be
fair.
true. That
I-
can't be true.
Well, I don't care if it's not, if you
And
think
you know,
it's not true or
it's
not.
not true. You know it's not.
You won't look at any of these people
Dee.
that could have sent them. You won't look at any of them. You won't look at any of these guys.
Dee, why do I need to go in circles when the person can answer the question sitting right in front of me? Fuck. I could go talk to 100 different people. I could talk to the president and ask him what he knows. But the whole key here is, you know. So why would I go talk to 100 people when the one person who has the information that I need is sitting right here in this office right now? The one person who's got a dead body in their backyard, who's got all the money of the dead guy, who's got all the knowledge is right here, and then you're telling me to run around and talk to everybody else.
Who
That's
pointed out
bullshit.
exactly where the dead guy is buried. I mean, right on the money. Maybe.
And knew that he didn't have shoes on.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Come
Because
on.
I was told that, and I told you that.
By who? Who told you? Was it Ronald or Cedric or who was it? You know,
The black
I've only got
male drug dealer,
the white
or the
drug
white
dealer.
male drug
Did you
dealer.
ever talk to James Shakespeare?
Howard.
Did you talk
Yes,
to
I did.
And what did he tell you?
You confronted him about lying about stuff too. You did the same thing with him
What?
as you've done with other people.
What did he say?
You were going to pay money for him to make a report that he had seen Abraham, and he told you he'd do it.
Okay, and what else?
That's it. That's another lie
How
that
about
you
Ted
spun.
Covington?
Another lie. Tell me about Ted. Come on. I have ran so many bullshit lies and little things, rabbit holes, as my partner here likes to talk about. I've ran through all of these. It is getting pathetic.
Because you want to arrest James, and you're blackmailing me to give you a name.
Look, stop your blackmail
We want to
crap.
arrest the person that killed Abraham
Mhm.
and buried him. Okay?
Mhm.
And so far, all the shit you've given us isn't panning out. other
Because I
than you.
didn't know their name, and I kept telling y'all that.
There,
And
you're
want-
putting it
you
plural, their name. Is it one person, 2 people, 12 people? I mean, I think tomorrow we're probably going to get a phone call about 10 o'clock in the morning saying, you know, guys, I really want to come in and talk to you. This time I'm going to tell you the truth.
I've told you
know,
the truth
we're having
at
a
the
party,
beginning, and you
and there's
wouldn't.
40
you
people
threatened
At
hanging out
the
my
beginning?
office, and we had a cake going.
Hang on, hold on.
threatened-
At the beginning, you told us the truth?
You threatened to
Hold on,
arrest
let's go
James.
back to the beginning. Abraham's alive, and I talk to him all the time, and I text him, and he calls me back. There's the beginning. That was the
Well-
beginning for 2 goddamn months.
You threatened to arrest James, and James has.
No. Stop
Get
that.
off
Stop
the
for a
bat.
minute.
Get
There's
off
no
the bat.
blackmail, there's no threat, okay? What I've told you are the facts. I laid out the facts there. I laid out the facts as they are now, okay? There was a dead body that you knew where it was at, that was shot with your gun. No, don't say, no, be quiet. Shot with your gun at your property underneath that slab.
As I was told.
No, stop.
It wasn't
Without
your
shoes,
fault.
and you put the exact spot. You put a damn piece of metal right there, okay? The hole was dug by your ex-husband, okay? Plain and simple. There's the facts. There's the facts. Undisputable at this point, okay? With those facts, the only 2 people that can be in trouble for this right now are Dee Dee Moore and James Moore. There's the facts. I'm not threatening. I'm not blackmailing. I'm not doing anything.
But if I didn't come up with a name that I don't know, you were going to arrest
No,
me.
look.
We never said that.
Yes, you did.
No, we did
A
not.
couple of times. Rewind the tape from yesterday.
You confirmed to us that James dug the hole. He admitted to digging
And
the
you
hole.
said if I didn't tell you who did it, that you would arrest him. And he
What did
kept
I
saying
say?
he
I
was
said,
gonna
go pick
call
him up. I said, call him, go pick him up. What'd they do?
That's not fair.
What did they do? They went and picked him up. Didn't they?
Did they arrested him?
You talked.
They went and
you
picked
talked
him
about
up,
it.
right?
Yeah, but did they arrest him?
They picked him up. I didn't say they were arrested him. I said, go pick him up.
Oh. Well, he
And he came down here voluntarily because guess what? He's
has nothing to do
cooperative.
with it, right?
He's cooperative so far.
But I am
Unfortunately,
cooperative.
I
You
can't
want a name
believe
and you
all
want me
he
to make
said.
you up a
Not
name.
being
You are not being cooperative,
You
Dee
keep wanting me
Dee.
to make you up a
You're
name.
doing
Oh,
nothing
no.
but lying. You're
You
doing nothing
make
but
up too
lying.
much already. I don't want you to make up anything more. I want you to tell me the truth. Tell the truth.
Everything happened just like it is in all the stories, but I just don't know people's names.
That's not okay.
So Dee Dee is now taking the opportunity to victimize herself again. She's trying to claim that these officers are asking her to provide a false testimony. that she's only lied for 2 days straight because they refuse to listen to the truth, even though nothing she has said even slightly resembles the truth. And then she refuses to back down from this point because it's the only leg she has left to stand on. But neither of these detectives are having it. Quite frankly, they're sick of her shit, as you probably are, and they're laying out the facts of the case plainly. She has lied for months, saying he was alive, saying she just saw him, saying she just talked to him on the phone. So she lied to everyone all the time, and they refuse to allow her to pretend that she has been honest at any point. Dee Dee becomes defensive, the exact same way she was the day prior, when she was lying, and then tries to accuse the officers of blackmailing a false confession out of her and not taking what she is saying seriously. Obviously, neither one of those things are true, but more importantly, the reason they aren't listening to her the way she wants is because every single person she has tried to throw under the bus has been cleared by the investigators. They've spent months looking into what happened, talking to friends and family, combing through financial records and going through every possible motive. And turns out, the person who transferred all the money into her account and then moved into his house after the murder and then tried to convince people that he was alive for 6 long months is the only one they think did it. It's not rocket science.
Well, then tell me.
Why don't you tell us?
Who is it? Who is it?
She's
You
thinking.
will figure it out.
She's thinking.
You're going to tell me. Think you're thinking, yeah, because I got the same facial tics.
Yeah.
You're good. You'll figure
Oh, is that who I just said? Dave Clark. Is that who it is?
Nope.
Are you sure?
Absolutely not.
That's the only name you haven't brought up yet.
Well, all those people could have had something to do with it that I did bring up.
Everybody could have had something to do with it. I could have had something to do with it. He could have had something to do with it.
But you know I'm not the one that shot him. I wouldn't hurt him.
Then who did, Dee Dee? Tell us. Tell us. I guess it's so important that you can't tell us that you're going to let your son go without a mother for the rest of his life. That's great.
That's a
That's
shame.
so wonderful.
That's selfish. That's
What a
just
joke.
pure selfishness right there.
What a joke. You don't care
He's
about
your
it. You
biological
with
son,
yourself.
right?
So just because I can't give you the name of the person that shot him, I go to life prison? I go to prison?
You know.
Yes, you go to life prison. Just unlimited prison. On a more serious note, she continues to make the case against her sound weak, like she's being condemned for no reason, when there is truly an insurmountable amount of evidence against her. It's not because she can't give them the right name. It's because there is direct, unflinching evidence that she was responsible for the killing. But she can't say that. She can't process that this is happening to her because of her own stupidity. She has to make the case against her seem unjustified and weak, like the police officers are just out to get her for no discernible reason. It's frustrating to watch, because any one thing that she did would be damning enough on its own. Multiple people recorded their conversations with her, where she tries to coerce them to lie on her behalf. She created several different accounts of what happened the day Abraham died, and his body was found directly on her property, buried exactly where she told them it would be, but she still refuses to acknowledge that fact. Instead, it's just everyone else's fault. She's not being believed because they are bad cops and want to take their frustrations out on her.
The person.
Dee Dee.
Yeah, probably life term, yeah.
Because I won't give up the name.
It's not because you won't give it a name, it's because all the factual basis point to you as
Dee Dee,
being involved.
You don't realize that we're talking about life in prison here? Are you that ignorant?
What are you, 37 years old?
I didn't shoot him.
What do you think we're talking about? You think you're going to go to day camp? Daddy daycare for
because
3
I didn't
weeks?
shoot him.
Dee Dee, we're talking about the rest of your life. We're talking about potential death penalty cases.
That's not fair. I didn't shoot him.
Fair? How hey, fair somewhere where you eat cotton candy and ride on a Ferris wheel?
Yeah.
This is life. Come on.
There's no pedicures in prison. There's no, having your hair done. There isn't wearing comfortable clothes. It's wearing jumpsuits every day.
Most people would run or something. They got feel guilty. I didn't do anything wrong.
Dee Dee,
I didn't do nothing wrong at all.
Again, she's forgetting about the fact that she moved into his house and deliberately lied to his friends and family, telling them that he went on vacation, and paying someone $300 to call his mom, pretending to be him. But she must be innocent because she didn't run, sure.
How can you sit here and speak of these stories and still wear that big old cross around your neck? By the way, where'd you get that nice gold cross from?
That was mine before Abraham. Everything.
Why did you say Abraham? Why does it have to be about Abraham?
Because everything y'all think is money. I could care less if I live in a cardboard box.
Where's the cross that Abraham used to wear? All the time.
I don't know.
It ain't that one?
No, it's absolutely not this
I
one.
hope not. We're
That would
gonna
be
find
sick.
out. Well, there's
Maybe
a lot
a
of sick
trophy.
things that happen.
A lot of people do sick things and keep things like called
Wow.
like trophies and stuff.
Wow.
We just didn't know if you were.
Dee Dee,
into
at
that
the
or not.
very-
Just asking. Don't take offense to it.
At the very least, Dee Dee, you are part of accessory to murder. At the very, very least. At the very most, you're guilty of first-degree murder.
I did not kill him, and you know.
Oh, I know. No, I
No,
don't
we
know
don't
that.
prove that.
How do I know that?
Ballistics, me standing up, height-wise.
Oh, that
Come on,
you
watch
have
CSI.
lost your
Come on,
mind.
you watch all that garbage. That's all crime drama on TV.
That is not happening here.
That's not going to prove. That's not going to be the magical evidence that
But you
just
kept
proves you from
blackmailing and saying
shooting.
you were going to arrest him.
Oh,
if
who's
you
blackmailing term coming from? I don't. That
don't even know.
makes no sense at all. Absolutely no sense at all.
You're wanting me to force you
We're
to give you a
discussing
name.
factual
of these people, and I
basis.
don't.
No,
Factual basis.
Dee Dee,
I don't know
Dee
the
Dee,
name.
hush up a minute. We're discussing the reality, the factual basis of this investigation. There is no way, shape, or form it's in the context of blackmail. You're not being blackmailed. You're in here to discuss the truth about what happened to Abraham Shakespeare in your office on the property where he was buried that you own, where you pointed it out.
I didn't point it out.
Now we're going.
I didn't do that. I told you that guy
Hang on.
told me that stuff.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Dig down here and at an angle, right under that. Guess where it was? Right
Right
under that.
under that.
Hey, he doesn't have any shoes on. He doesn't have any shoes on. It's right there. There's the gun.
The guy told me
Get rid
that.
of it. Hey, get rid of it. Oh, by the way, make sure you take the battery out of the handle because my fingerprints are all over that. Come on. Come on. Fantasyland's over, darling.
Now you're referring to the battery and the laser sight? Huh?
So who do you
That's a nice gun.
Who do I think right now? You. You. That's who I
I
think.
would never kill him.
I would never do this. I would never do that. Hold on, I can remember the exact one. Dee Dee, would you pay somebody to say they'd seen Abraham, call the police, say, and in fact, Dee Dee, would you offer somebody a house to say they saw Abraham? I would never do that. I would never, ever, ever do that.
When there's
Never.
somebody are practicing at a range recently too with some
Oh yeah,
firearms.
she went shooting at the
Yeah.
range before with that
They
same
know how to
gun.
handle firearms. You know how to
What's her
shoot that little
son?
38, hammerless 38 with a nice
I would
laser,
never kill him.
master grip laser on it. That'd be real easy to shoot.
Never do that. Oh, here's the audio. Boom. Hey, I'll give you the house. Okay, I did that. Let's think of another one. Let's think of another Dee Dee more special that we've had over the last 2 months. Dee Dee, hold on. Here's another good one. The beginning of that one, 2 days earlier. Hey, Dee Dee, do you know some Toria? But oh yeah, that's Abraham's baby's mama. Well, we got a report that she might have called Lakeland Police Department and seen him. Oh my God! If she did that, then there's no way she's lying. There's no. Oh my God! Thank God! No, be quiet! Be quiet! Be quiet! Be quiet! Thank God this is over. Thank God this is over. And you grab your phone, Centoria. Why didn't you tell me this morning when I told you that you had seen Abraham? Tears were flowing. Why didn't you tell me this thing? Thank God you know how this has ruined my life. This thing is over. Gee, I can't believe you didn't tell me you know how it's ruining my life. Of course, the night before you were on the phone offering a damn house to make that report. I would never do that. Never, ever. Come on. What else? What else can we go over? Oh, the letter was classic. Let me type out a 2-page letter from an illiterate man. Mama, why didn't you, how could you not know my voice, Mama? This poor woman, 70-something years old.
I was scared.
70-something years
I was
old.
scared because I'm getting charged with a crime I did not.
Do you know
No, back then you weren't getting charged with a crime.
You're
okay, back
still,
then.
no,
You're trying to
you're
cover it all up.
Right, because I'm getting in trouble for something I didn't commit.
It's
I'm
funny, what's
going
funny?
to jail for something I did not do.
I can imagine the jury and the judge are going to find it how scared you were while you're laughing, writing out the letter, some of the stuff you said.
You know, you were so frightened. You've driven all over the hood in that Hummer of yours for a while.
Like
you know,
that sticks out pretty well.
how scared were you when you took some of the trips you've taken? How scared have you been? I don't know. How scared were you when you were meeting some of these guys up at the mall and talking to these guys?
Mm-hmm.
You know, you were just scared to death. Oh my God, fearful.
If you were so scared with that
Well, I
money, why
figured
not
all
just get out of
these
town
people
and
would-
move away?
If you checked them out, all these people, one of them would lead you to who was there.
Oh, so that's why when you
All
did, you
checked
told
out.
us about it?
All of them have been interviewed thoroughly.
Unbelievable.
What do you think they've been doing the last 10, 11 months? Think they have just been sitting around?
And so
twiddling their
somebody's
thumbs?
going to come into you with one of those guys and go, yeah, I sent somebody over there to rob them. Somebody's going to say that. One of those people are going to say, yeah, I hired somebody to go over there and rob them. I knew they were going to be there. I knew they were
No,
going
they
there.
wouldn't. You know why? Because none of them did. You did. That's why. Nobody knew you guys were going to be there but you.
Mhm.
No one knew but
So I
you.
hired two guys to do it.
I don't know. Maybe you just did it by yourself. But we'll never know the truth till you tell the truth.
Mhm.
And you're not, I'm slowly but surely losing
I
faith
mean,
that'll happen.
did you forget between what time did you leave here last night? 7 o'clock or something? 7:05, 7:10 last night is when you left. You were here for 3 hours talking to Detective Wallace and myself. Have you already forgotten between the time you left and now what stories you had told us last night? At one point you were
I told
saying
you the
how
same thing.
you were in fear and he was
He
choking you.
He did.
Abraham Kim started choking
He did
you. He choked you there. He choked you that same night when there was a white male drug dealer this time, and Howard Stitzel standing in front of an open safe with access to a loaded .38 with a laser sight.
And then you shot him, and then Howard
Yeah.
shot him. And
Because
you
I knew
But
Howard
last night you
would
shot
talk
him,
to you.
and
Would
then you
go
put
talk
him-
to
you
Howard,
put
and
him on a
Howard would tell
trailer
you I wouldn't do
and
something
roll
like
him around
that.
some property. Yeah.
And then maybe
Right.
find out who did.
Everybody. Well, you go talk to them, and they'll tell you this. We go talk to them.
Howard will tell you who did, tell you what kind of person I am and that I wouldn't
Oh.
kill him and
Be careful what you say. Howard will tell us, because
he'll
it
tell
ain't
you I
like
wouldn't
that.
kill him.
Dee Dee has no idea how people perceive her, to the point where it's almost shocking. She's talking about how the man she spent the last hour saying killed her friend will absolutely testify to the kind of person she is, and that she would never harm anyone, that she wouldn't hurt a fly, and is a kind, honest soul. She just stopped accusing him of murder, and she's telling the police to ask the person she accused for a character recommendation. It's shockingly stupid and strange, but this isn't atypical for someone who lies as often as Dee Dee does. She doesn't remember what she said most of the time. She doesn't commit her lies to memory. So, she won't realize when she's transgressed against someone in a way that would jeopardize the relationship. If you've ever known someone like Dee Dee, you've likely been lied about by them. They'll accuse you of some of the most heinous crimes, isolate you from your friends and family, and then be shocked when you no longer want to be friends.
He's an
It ain't like
attorney.
that.
He's an attorney with his own attorneys.
He'll tell you I didn't kill him.
Oh, you think so?
I wouldn't have nothing to do with
How
that.
many hours did we spend with Howard the other day?
Couple. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a few hours.
I don't think I ever heard it once out of his mouth that Dee Dee Moore would never do anything like that.
She's a saint. She would never hurt anybody.
Nope, that wasn't said. That's the first time I heard that. Comes out of your mouth.
No, that didn't happen. We talked to him extensively. I mean, you're running into all these brick walls, Dee Dee. Again, you're spinning our wheels.
You're on the edge. You're standing there just looking over the cliff. It's just time to jump. Time to get done with it.
I told you not to come in here and waste my time again.
Well, I thought that
You thought that story would work. You thought you were gonna fool two detectives with almost 30 years experience between the two of us with a story like that? Come on, that was a shitty story.
Hell, let's not even add him. How did you think you were going to beat me? How did you think that?
because you don't believe me that I don't know their names.
Because it's not true.
I don't
So you thought
know
you were
their
gonna,
names.
that I was just gonna hook, line, and sinker your next little story?
No, I didn't think.
How about the one last night when you got up there? Hey,
How
when
would
you
get
got real
arrested? You would go
serious?
actually talk to him, and he would
I've already
kind of
talked to
person I
him.
am, and he'd tell you
Oh,
I wouldn't do
hang on a
that.
minute. Hang on a minute. So you're gonna tell me Howard Stitzel killed him, and I'm gonna go talk to Howard Stitzel and say, hey, Dee Dee Moore told me that you shot the sumbitch, and then he's gonna say, oh, well, Dee Dee Moore didn't do it.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
would.
Oh yeah. Okay, Dee Dee Moore just accused you of being a first-degree murderer. What do you have to say about that, Howard?
Oh, she didn't shoot him.
She's a saint.
Come on.
Are you kidding me? What kind of fantasy land?
To be clear, Dee Dee genuinely doesn't seem to remember that she spent hours calling Howard a drug-addicted murderer, so she wasn't prepared for this kind of response, which is telling.
Wow.
Oh,
Think
yeah.
about what you're saying. Well, I thought if I would lie about this, that you would check this out, that you would do this. Are you kidding me? Every little move you've done since we first met you has been calculated to try and keep us from the truth, which is Dee Dee Moore is responsible for the death of Abraham Shakespeare.
I am not.
Dee Dee Moore is responsible for the death of Abraham Shakespeare.
I would not.
And that is the truth.
I would not kill him.
And it
help
all
me
goes
God.
back to you targeting Abraham Shakespeare sometime, I guess, last year with the notion of you're going to write a book about the man. Have you ever even written a book before?
Yeah.
What?
Organize Me Now.
And is that published?
Mm-hmm.
Who published it?
Arthur Books or Arthur Publishing. You can look it up online.
Organize Me Now. What is this book, Organize Me Now, about?
Organizing your financial stuff.
Oh, you know that well, don't you?
For 2 hours.
Especially when it comes to other people's money.
I didn't steal his money. The
All right,
money
where-
is.
that-
I didn't steal his money. I really don't know the two people's name, and you don't believe me. And you were going to arrest James for blackmailing me to come up with names.
For 2 hours last night, we sat here with RJ.
Court
and
would have
he
been.
cried. Listen to me.
Did you
Was
just
thinking
hear
about
what you
yourself.
said? RJ, 2 hours here last night.
2 hours last night with RJ crying his eyes out.
While you were down here in this room. He was down on there, on the other.
2 hours.
Same building. That's his mama.
Your son is going to school and getting ridiculed by other people because of you. Because of you, he can't even go to school and get an education right now. Because of you.
Ridiculed. I didn't kill the man.
Because of
Are you
talk.
kidding
Everybody
me?
knows this whole story between Plant City and Lakeland. And
But
the
I
police
didn't
side of
kill the
county.
man. I
But
said
you know what? You don't
people were
care.
there and
You don't care because you don't care about anybody but
because you
you.
won't believe me that I
You
don't know
don't
their
care
names.
about anybody but yourself. You don't. You don't care. You're a selfish woman.
I am not
If I
selfish.
tell you the truth, can I keep my stuff?
No, I don't care about my stuff. You can have it all.
That's
You can
a-
have every
yeah.
bit of it.
That's
You can
a
have all
quote.
my stuff.
That's a quote.
You
That's a
can-
quote from you.
You can
If I
have all
tell
my
you
stuff.
the truth, can I keep my stuff?
I didn't mean it that way.
Oh, yeah, well, you don't mean anything.
No.
You probably didn't mean to kill
You can have
Abraham.
all my stuff.
You probably didn't mean to. That makes it better. Hey, maybe if you just, hang on, I just thought, will you apologize for killing Abraham? Then we can forget all about it. Remember, that's your big thing. I've apologized for that. Forget that I've lied because I've apologized for that. Apologize for killing Abraham. Maybe we can just walk out of here and call it a day.
I didn't kill Abraham.
You're responsible for his death.
Well,
You
then
covered it up.
charge me for being responsible, but I didn't kill him.
Charge him for first-degree murder.
How can you charge me for first-degree murder when I
It's
didn't pull
easy.
the trigger?
The probable cause is that.
Because of the money, and the money I don't give a shit about.
I'm not talking about the money.
I don't care about the money.
Are you kidding me?
I
You
don't
don't
believe
care about
that
the
either.
money.
You started off
Shit,
this
you
whole, you went to Lakeland and started telling, oh, I made $4 million. I'm a rich woman. Woo, woo, woo. You haven't made $4 million in your life. You're a liar. You are a liar.
That's what you're good at. That's your job, lying.
No, I'm lying because you won't look at the truth. You won't look that I really didn't know the two people. And it doesn't matter what I say. I keep making up all kinds of stuff so you'll check these people out because you won't look at the people.
Didi, we've looked at everybody. Quit that stuff. We've looked at everybody. And you know where it all leads back to? You.
Because of the money.
It all leads back to, no, not because of the money. Not because of the money. Because of everything. All roads lead to Dee Dee Moore.
The money.
In the snow, forget, the money's a big thing, but everything else.
The money I got legally. And Cedric and the people that were there will testify to that.
So, yeah, well, you know, hey, why don't we just end this whole thing because of Cedric?
Yeah, let's just go there and get the truth out of Cedric, and this is all over.
And Cedric will probably tell you, I really didn't know these two guys. That somebody would have sent them.
Based on the last conversation we had with Cedric Edom on Tuesday afternoon and the recording he gave us, I wouldn't bet on that, Dee Dee.
Mhm.
The man doesn't like you. Okay? Do you think he's going to cover for you and say, oh, yeah, I can't stand her, and she's trying to take this house and lie to me that, Abraham's still alive and well, and I've been recording these conversations with her to prove to you guys that she's involved in that. She's embezzling his money. But you know what, guys? Seriously, in all truthfulness, there probably was two different drug dealers that came in and killed him at her property. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Okay.
They would.
They would. What?
You're sitting there saying that I killed a man by myself and put him in a hole. That's what you're trying to say. That a jury's really
that James dug the hole, so at least he covered the kind of physical aspects on it. With
So
the equipment you have on your property, it's just not a big deal to move, a 6'5" man that probably weighed 190 pounds. I mean,
when you
look like you probably got some strength to you. It wouldn't be that hard to drag somebody.
Marcus dig the hole. I was thinking of things last night.
Oh, we know
Why
that.
would
He even asked that. He goes, why did she have me clear her property?
I would not have room reserved.
Cliff notes for
I
stores.
would not have moved stuff over to the office already. Baber came up and got stuff out of his stuff. Months before, he would have called the cops on me if I took something from him, and he told the hoot man that I'd bought his house. He told Hoyt that I bought his house.
Yeah, let me see that a minute.
The Hoot Man. Who's the Hoot Man? That's a new one. Maybe Hoot Man did it. Who is Hoot? Do you think Hoyt Hughes might have been in on it?
No,
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
You're positive?
Hoyt definitely wouldn't do it.
Hoyt wouldn't do it? I mean, he owed money to Hoyt. Hoyt owed money too.
Nope.
What about Hoot Man?
Nope.
No? What about who else? God, I'm trying to think. We've seen so many.
I only mentioned the ones that I thought.
Was it Eddie Dixon? Because you told me it was Eddie Dixon before.
No.
That we hadn't looked at Eddie Dixon. Oh, early on. Did you look at people like Eddie Dixon? Poppy. What about Poppy?
I know it's not Poppy.
How do you know it's not Poppy? You told us it was Poppy before.
I know what Poppy looks like.
But maybe it was Poppy's people. Remember, he's a dangerous man. You remember all that?
Did you say he's a terrorist or something?
A terrorist. He's
maybe it was Al Qaeda that came in that are connected to Poppy. That's it. Al Qaeda. Yeah.
Dee Dee, you've thrown so many bullshit flags up, it's ridiculous. Why could you not come to grips with the truth? Why?
Because I didn't kill the man.
Then who did? Who did it? Who killed him? Think real hard, because this might be a good one.
No, I'm not going to make up more. I can't tell you.
You can't tell me.
No.
Why can't you? Why can't you tell me, Dee Dee? Why can't you?
I can't tell you.
Why?
Just arrest me.
Why, Dee Dee? Why can't you tell me?
I can't.
Why? Why can't you?
You can't tell us because it's you and you're scared. That's what it is. Sure.
Why would I say arrest me then and charge me with it?
Because you know you're guilty. You know you did it.
No, I didn't. But why would I tell you to arrest me and charge me with it when I didn't do it? But I will go ahead and take the charge so everybody else is.
Then who is so important that you're going to take this charge for?
Yeah.
Let's hear this whopper. Let's go.
Yeah. Why can't you tell me?
I'm not telling you. I just arrest me, and I told you I will.
Why are you not telling us?
Something.
Why can't you tell us?
You told me last night. You pretty much knew who it was, so you should know why I can't tell you. So.
Oh, don't play the games. The game's in.
Like that.
You tell me who it was.
Riddle me this, Batman.
Why can't you tell me, Dee Dee? Oh, because you don't know his name.
It's one of the drug dealer guys. Don't forget, black male, white male.
That mysteriously showed up at the place where they were just stopping by. It was just a quick thing, right?
How you doing, kind of thing.
All right, we got lucky tonight. There's Abraham and Dee Dee. Let's kill him and leave her alive.
And leave her alive to be the key witness.
We'll even do one better and come back and bury him on our property. Yay.
No, we'll make her bury him because she's scared, and then we can get money off the porch, and we can.
I don't
Yeah.
want anything
Yeah.
money-wise. I'll sign it over now. You can have what he gave me back. I will sign it over.
Just leave the gay part out. Just leave that. Who killed the man? If you didn't do it, Dee Dee, who did it? How does a 37-year-old white woman from Plant City end up in this predicament? It is silly.
It is.
And you're sitting there
Yeah.
acting like a complete idiot.
I know.
I can't. It was Cedric. I can't. Ronald. I can't.
Because I wanted to check out
Very gay.
who all could.
I can't.
Greg Massey.
Greg
Did you
Massey.
ever check out
I
Very Gay?
can't.
What'd you find out? Very gay.
Ted Covington. I can't.
What'd you find out?
Howard did it now.
What did you find
Dee
out?
Dee, I'm not investigating stuff for you. I want to know who killed Abraham Shakespeare.
Very Gay is related to Richard Land.
Oh my God. No, Richard Lamb's involved now?
No, absolutely not. Richard is absolutely not involved.
So why is it such a big mystery that Fairy Gay is related to Richard Land?
No, I didn't say that. He wasn't related. He knows of him. He knows who Very Gay is.
You said he's related
Yeah,
to
you
Richard
just
Lambs.
Well,
related.
not related, but he knows.
You're starting
Very
to get
gay.
mixed up. You're starting
He
to
knows
forget
Very
what
Gay.
you just
He's a
said.
drug dealer. So you never even
You just
checked
dug
into
yourself a
him.
hole so deep you just can't get out. You don't even know what you're saying anymore.
Dee Dee. You've been going around since this all happened. You were calling Richard, you were calling the other people, and you're trying to come up with more stories. And that's right. Fairy Gay got arrested recently on a 40-kilo deal, and he had a black Mercedes, and this and that. And I
That's
think
not
it
true.
might be real. Yeah, you planted that fucking seed in Richard Lamb's head. So I get a phone call from him. Oh, this thing might be. Hey, Dee Dee called me, and check this out. This thing may be bigger than you guys know about. There's been some drug dealing and this and that. Where'd you get that from? Well, Dee Dee was telling me about this. Dee Dee, it all comes back to you!
It's not fake. That was real.
Okay, well that's true, but it has nothing to do with Abraham.
Very Gay happened.
It happened,
The
but
FBI is looking for who knows.
if you want, okay, but he doesn't know Abraham. If you want to go out and read the newspaper and come up with somebody new next week, then what are we going to do then?
I didn't read the newspaper to get that information.
Oh, well, where'd you get it? Did you buy it from Troy Young? What the world? Where'd you get it?
No. And Troy Young didn't deserve to lose his job. He shouldn't have did stuff he shouldn't have supposed to have been doing. But I haven't done anything wrong, so I shouldn't go to prison for something I haven't even done.
Dee Dee, tell us what happened then. Don't come up with fake names. We need to run this down.
I gave you the exact scenario of everything happened except for the names of people.
Well, then why not give the names?
Every time I gave the same exact story of exactly how it happened except
No,
for the
you
names.
haven't. No, you haven't.
No, they've been
different.
different versions.
Ronald, Cedric, this, that, blah, blah, blah.
Shit, you even named your own son at one point.
I did not name my son.
Yes,
I
you
would
did.
never do that.
That was
No, I
Monday
didn't.
night.
You did too!
No, I did not.
To Dave Clark, you damn
No,
sure
Dave
did!
Clark suggested that to me. He says, was it your son?
And what did you say when you were walking outside? Oh, well, he did what he did to protect his mother.
No, I did not.
She did. She implied that her son killed Abraham, then took it back, and then said it was a figure of speech. You know, that famous figure of speech where you say your son is responsible for the murder you committed. We all love that one and use it all the time. But as we all know, you can't triple stamp a double stamp, and there's no quitsies or erases in murder. Right? I think. The rest of the interview is uneventful, but we'll leave a link to the original upload, should you want to see her story fall apart just a bit more. On February 2nd, 2010, Dee Dee would be arrested and charged with accessory after the fact. This charge was mainly a placeholder, as the district attorney didn't feel as if they had enough to charge her with first-degree murder. However, 2 weeks later, they would correct the charge. Dee Dee would plead not guilty, and would behave exactly like you'd expect. And so Dee Dee would be found guilty of murder December 10th, 2010, but would maintain her innocence. Following her conviction, she would do an interview with Crime Watch Daily, stating she was set up and hoping to rally support to get a new trial, and this was her last year.
Crime Watch Daily paid her a visit at the Lowell Correctional Institute in Ocala, Florida, to get her story.
Were you surprised that Greg had set you up in the manner in which he did?
Well, see, I thought he had something to do with Abraham's death to begin with. I was surprised that he was dealing with the cops. And why? Question why? You know, they have to have somebody charged with the body to get at my assets.
The harder you push, Dee Dee, the farther down the rabbit hole you fall.
If you did not kill Abraham Shakespeare, who did?
If I knew that, I don't know. I know there's people out there that do know.
Did you
But choose-
help conceal the body once Abraham was killed?
Absolutely not. If I killed this man, I would have not even dug. Why, if I know he's in my yard, why would I go and keep searching? The cops can't do nothing to me. They can question me and I can refuse. I had no clue. And I kept digging. I wanted to know what happened. They threatened they were gonna kill my son, chop him up in little pieces, and put him on my doorstep.
Did you know that Abraham Shakespeare had been murdered and shot 2 times?
After the fact, later, way when the investigators are coming after me, eventually they tell me what really happened.
You had absolutely no idea that Abraham had been murdered, buried underneath concrete in your backyard.
It was money. It was money. We buried money.
You thought money was being buried.
Uh-huh.
In this version of Dee Dee's story, she claims she and Abraham bury $1 million under the concrete. But that leads to an obvious question.
How does Abraham get in that hole instead of the money?
There is perfect evidence to prove what I'm saying. When the money was buried, we wanted concrete over it so that water wouldn't get into it because he's gonna leave it there for a while. He's gonna go away, and when he comes back, we wanna be able to dig it up.
I've really honestly haven't met people who bury money in the backyard.
No, you will. After this show, people will come forward. They won't tell you where it's buried, but they're gonna tell you because there's plenty of people out there.
For the record, the only money found in that hole exists in Dee Dee's mind. But minutes after saying she has no idea who killed Abraham, she suddenly remembers. It's a name we all know.
Who do you believe murdered Abraham and buried him in your backyard?
Ronald.
This case is one of the strangest we have covered, and thankfully, Dee Dee Moore cannot hurt anyone else. I'm currently trying to access the initial police interviews, and would love to see the court footage, but that's all for today. If you liked this video, let me know by leaving a comment, a like, or if you want to subscribe, please do. If there's a video you want to see on the channel, or a case you want to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. Remember, stay safe.